Someone is barking.
What does that mean?
It wasn't
Can I
barking.
ask a question?
I think that was Crit AI barking.
It wasn't
Oh,
barking.
you're barking, bro. Are you
It's an
dumb?
AWU from the movie 300.
It's an inside
Watkins,
joke
what
that
is your
you're not.
profession? AWU. Yeah, that's what it is.
It's a joke, an inside joke that you're not privy to because you're lame.
Just a bit lame, yeah.
Wait, so why is
Totally
everyone in
lame.
chat like retarded? I can't ask a single question without being like sarcastic.
I mean, we don't need to
comments.
hear the yappuccino, bro. You could just put yourself on mute.
No,
How
no,
about
I'm
that?
just asking. So I want to ask you a question because
Nah, another minute to reflect. You'll get a minute every time you say something that's a yappuccino. You'll get a minute to reflect. It's kind of like putting a kid in a timeout corner. That's what I do. Just sit and think about it. Then after the minute's up, and you can come back off. And if you haven't learned, we'll put you in for 2 minutes. Maybe extend it. We can extend the time limit. You know, that's cool. But if you learn from the minute, then yeah, that's all it'll be. Just a minute. All right.
Hey, Alpha, I sent it. Chat.
Ah, I see.
Yes,
Okay, so it's
yes.
not. You're basically not using the Earth at all. It shows from. Is that right?
You're really only using the horizon when you're at sea level.
Well, the horizon is the Earth, sir.
Yes, but as soon as you go from elevation, you're not using the horizon anymore.
Okay, but I was asking if you're using a point that touches the Earth, and you said no, but the horizon is.
Yeah, but you meant the surface, though. You meant the surface.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the surface. So the surface of the Earth is the Earth. Yeah?
No.
No? What do you mean?
No, I mean,
the surface of the Earth is not the Earth?
No, it's not no to that. It's no that the horizon is part. It's the edge. It's a visual edge of the Earth.
Yeah. So
the part where the surface meets the sky.
Yeah, but you're saying you're seeing so okay, do it in a diagram because that didn't help me. That image you showed me didn't help me to think of. I guess I'm close to thinking of how you're looking at it, but use the horizon in this example. Like do it in a diagram using the horizon. Do it in Paint, dude. Like that would make it so simple.
In Paint. All right.
I don't want to misrepresent what you're saying because then it'll be a straw man, right? So why don't you just draw it in a thing?
Yes. Let's draw it.
Hey, look at Drace coming in with that info. We're waiting to see what this is going to look like. At least I'm kind of curious. Maybe it's a new take. I don't know.
This is a sailboat.
But from what I gathered, he was saying, and I don't know how he's going to present this, but it was not having anything to do with the surface of the Earth. So
the tangent
expectations low over fences. I'm always hopeful, man. You know, like you never know. Welcome everybody. Yeah, I'm just you know me. I do my thing. Getting people to realize whether they have an argument for the case of the Earth being a globe or not. Gonna walk right through their information and see what they got. I mean, at least I'm thinking that's what he's gonna show over fences, but you know, I don't know. I can't say.
I had a really good.
It sound like he's. What'd you say?
I said I had a really good one that I'm looking for.
You don't have it now, really?
No, I have a lot of others.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just give me something, man.
Okay, how about this? Let's see if this works.
What you got?
Let's see if this works.
How you like that, Elbow? Here, flat earther, take this. Every time he swings and it lands a punch, it sounds like the little squeegee toy. Whee!
This is what I'm saying.
I mean, you think in 2025 these things should be already like coming at us in waves after wave. Oh.
Yes.
Dude, what
This is
the
better.
hell is this? Have we ever met somebody that tall? I'm just kidding. I'm okay. All right. So
Yes.
I was correct. I was correct. So it's meeting the Earth at a point. You were incorrect.
If that's what you're talking about, then yeah.
Yeah, it's touching the Earth, dude, isn't it? Like the tangent line.
If you want to say the
Hello?
horizon, yeah. If you want to say the apparent horizon is the Earth, I would say
isn't
it's
that
the
what the diagram is showing? Hush. I mean, you got to help me out here. Isn't that what the diagram's showing? That the tangent line is touching the Earth at some point? Yes or no, bro?
I would say it's touching the boundary of where the Earth meets the sky.
Bro, it has to be like what this is showing is the horizon is a point on the Earth.
For argument's sake, yeah, all right, let's go with that.
Holy smokes. No, no, we can't move forward because if
Yeah,
you
we
haven't
can't.
planted your flag, whether or not this is touching the Earth, that's going to be a problem.
I know where you're going with this.
I'm going
It's
with
touching
that.
the
You're either
horizon.
saying that tangent line that the diagram that you're showing was the gentleman that's making the observation is looking down off of the Earth, or actually rather over a hump, because that's what it looks like. He's looking over a hump. But the hump is the Earth is curving up and not away. So he's looking like the Earth is curving up to where it meets the horizon and then touches the horizon on the Earth at a specific point, and it moves away, and then there's a drop over distance at that point.
And it's curving away.
Yeah, at
I'll say yeah. I'll say
the point of the horizon, there's a separation. There's a separation between the Earth and the tangent line. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll say it's touching one point.
That's what I'm saying. Yay! Let's get a round of applause
I'll
for
just
Hush.
go with it.
Thank you so
I'll
much.
just
You
go with it.
finally
Yeah,
got
no
what I'm
problem.
saying,
No
bro.
problem.
That's all I've been saying. Is at a point it touches. I'm trying to clarify what
That
you're
is
saying.
not what you guys say, though.
Dude,
You guys say there is no tangent.
All right, man. Haven't I been saying this from the beginning? I'm like, I think what you're saying.
It may be you, but not a lot.
All right.
Not a lot.
Fine.
But I'm talking to
That's
you,
great.
though.
All right, let's get down to the nuts and bolts. So you're saying that the tangent line touches the Earth at a point, but then it only does so for just that one point. Then it diverges away, or actually converges from the. Here's what's happening. It converges to the horizon and then diverges away from the horizon. Does that make sense?
It diverges in a straight line.
Yes, dude. I know
Yeah,
that.
I'm just
looking
making
at
sure
the
we're
diagram.
getting our things down. Yes.
But I'm making sure that your argument is solid so that I don't hit a moving target. Like no, that's not what I mean. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I don't like that.
I get it. So
just
yeah.
stand on business. Right? When
Uh-huh,
it comes to this, stand on business. Say this is what I'm showing you. This is what it is, so that we can talk about it. All right. So according to the diagram, is this the diagram you're gonna say is representing what you think is going on in reality?
Why do you say what I think? I think this is what it is.
Oh, it's what it is. All right. So you're definitely standing on business. All right. So the observation is the guy looking towards the horizon, and it's at the point from the observation being made to the horizon, the Earth is moving up, or at least converging. It's converging to the horizon.
Yeah, I was like, are you talking about the surface curving? I would say it's curving away.
No. I'm saying that there's a convergence, meaning that the ground is meeting the horizon at a specific point. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay. So now there is a divergence away from the tangent line. After that, after the horizon, there would be a dropping away, which means that things will disappear behind that. Yes.
Yes.
All right. We're not
That's
saying
smart.
anything different. We're good.
No,
Sounds
we're
like
not.
It sounds like we're right where we should be. Now, what I'm saying to you is that if that is true, if what you think that image is showing the true case for what we see in reality, how do we know how much divergence there is? Now, this is the important part, right? I want you to figure this out. If it's possible to know or not know this, the divergence away from that tangent line. So from the horizon away from that, how much is the Earth dropping away over distance?
Yeah, so the rise over. I mean, we have formulas for this, but this is not my argument.
Yeah, but this is important because the Earth's rotundity will be described in this very instance. So your point might be something else, right? Like to the GP to a
Yes,
star.
it is.
That's something different. What I want to know is not that. I want to know the rotundity of the Earth based on how much divergence there would be away from that tangent line, because that tangent line is diverting. You've already agreed. You're standing on business right now. You agreed that's
Yes.
the case. That's what it is what you told me.
That's why we have
Yes.
That's why we
That's
have
great.
a crisp horizon. Yes.
That's great. I like that. So now, how much is it diverting away? The drop.
We have to add some factors at play depending on where
Hey,
the
man,
person
give me
is.
what you got. Hit me with your best
Depending,
shot.
I don't know.
What do you got?
Let's see. We can use. I want to bring up like a formula.
Dude, I mean, what do you got? Show me your wares.
Well, this wasn't even my argument about like how much it diverges away. All I'm saying is
this is indeed the argument that this room is all about, dude. GPs to stars, that's a good thing to think about. I want to know the rotundity of the Earth based on this specific diagram that you showing everybody is the case.
Yeah, hold on.
You said that's what it is. You told me that's what it is. So I want to know.
This is what it is. Yeah. However, the distance to the GP is also important.
I don't care
because you guys say, I know you don't, but I'm just saying you guys say celestial navigation works on a flat Earth.
It's not. We're talking about tangents. This point is tangential. I don't need to know about that. I want to know about this. What I'm telling you.
You're not running from this argument, though, right?
I don't care. I'm saying this. It's inconsequential if you don't demonstrate this point.
Oh my goodness.
So you need to prove what you're saying here. What I'm asking you, and perhaps you can demonstrate your GP and all that.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't care.
Okay. So would me showing you a formula fit your epistemological standard for this?
Let's see it.
Epistemological standard. Would that be a good enough evidence for you?
It's not upon. Okay, it doesn't need my agreement. I want just you to present what you got.
What do you want? I'm asking, what do you want, though? You want a formula? What do you want?
I don't know what you have. What do you have? What do you got? A lot of stuff? Show me all the things you got. Show me everything. Show me all the things you have. Everything. Formulas. Show me pictures. Show me a handstand. I don't care what it shows. Show me something. Show me all the things you got. I want to hear it all in all its full glory.
What would fit your standard? Because we can do this, right? But what would fit your standard of evidence?
Whatever it is you got. How about that?
Oh, okay. So whatever it is,
yeah. Show me what you got.
Let's do this. Because you want to know how much it diverges away.
What do you
give me some numbers?
It's like a guy who's trying to sell you something from the back of a van, and you're like, "Dude, just show me your equipment. Show me what do you got, man? Bring it all out.
I was
Put it
selling
on the table.
and now you want lemonade. I was selling tacos
me the money.
And now you want lemonade.
I don't care.
That's what's going on.
Put it in the text channels, Hush. Let's see it. Let's all take a look.
Great. I'm trying to find a specific formula for this.
Well, take your time.
Yeah, no problem.
Do you need some time? It's more time? Because, I mean, I put you on the spot. Do you need more time?
No, I'm going to show you this, though, because this is my argument.
Hopefully it's not the one that you were making prior to the one that we're talking about.
Well, you just dismissed it, and I'm still trying to figure out why.
Because I don't care about it right now. You can certainly talk about it later, but I don't care about that. I want to know the drop over distance. That's what I'm concerned with. So give me.
So not a geometric drop, just a...
Holy smokes, bro. Like, can you perform or not?
Let's see. Right. So you asked for a formula, so I'm gonna give you one.
I'm asking for whatever. Just do what you got to do.
I mean, I was talking about whatever. That's obviously not what you
All
want.
right. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. What you got?
Okay.
You're gonna put it in text, yeah?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Okay. Everybody's at the edge of their seat right now. Is that it? You got the popcorn.
Drum rolls.
Yeah, don't make it anticlimactic, dude.
There you go.
Present anything. What do you got? Holy smokes!
Yes. Ta-da.
All right.
Now, if you give me some numbers,
can you explain what that is for everybody that wants to know what the math behind this?
This is the formula for Earth curve accounting for refraction. H is the height of the object. S is the distance along the surface. R is the Earth's radius. K is a refraction coefficient, typically 0.17.
Wait. What'd you say K was?
Refraction coefficient.
Okay, what is that?
It's a coefficient. Yeah, it's an average it's the average refraction that we can calculate in the air that we use. It's a number, and then
an average.
If you ever
right, so an average would mean that just based on like a condition of a normal day kind of thing, like not too crazy. Is that right?
I mean, it could definitely change if it's crazy.
So how would that change? How would the value for K change? Like if it's standard? That K is always going to be a standard, though, isn't it?
Yes. From what I've seen, it's typically.
If you just said it would change, and now how would K change? Because K is a standard. It's not a value that changes. It's not a variable. Or is it?
Yeah. So we need the temperature. Okay. If the temperature is too crazy.
Well, hold on a second, dude. You can't put a standard then. You're just telling me things that you can't use this formula for.
What do you want?
You can't
say it one more time.
If it's extreme or something's changing, K is a standard. Why would K be a standard if it changes? Like, how would you account for the change in the formula, in the math?
Oh, okay. So you're saying K. Yeah, because I'm saying here, K is the refraction coefficient.
Standard. Yeah.
Right. You need a change. You need one to another.
Yes.
You don't have a change of angle within the same gradient index of one refraction value. So if air is like 1.0003, that alone is not enough to change the angle of light. You need an increase or decrease of 1.0003 to change the direction of light. And also, it's going to be frequency dependent, so longer waves won't change angle as much.
Right. And you're applying the standard.
So what I'm saying here, it says,
in your math.
Yeah, but it says here the value of K can vary depending on atmospheric conditions.
But how does the person interpreting the math know that's the case? Because like every day will be different. According to you, there's going to be variable change. But we're not accounting for that here. It's a standard.
It's a standard on a normal-ish day?
Yes, dude. It's what I'm trying to tell you.
But you change it depending on the temperature outside.
But that's not accounted for in the math.
It is, because the K can change. Right. So it's accounted for.
Well, you need that change. You need the max and the min throughout the path.
Yes. What's the max?
Just saying an average negates the distribution curve.
Yes.
Well, wouldn't you take the average of, like, if you take multiple temperature readings, wouldn't you just take the average of those three?
That can give you the average reading, but you need a ranged value in order to provide for the light to change angle.
Right.
So just saying an average of this doesn't tell you anything about the ranged value that would be changing according to angle. So the greater the difference,
Oh, sorry.
Right. The greater the differential, the greater the angle change. And we need to know what that differential is, not just the mean value.
So you're talking about like the range, which is
Yes,
the
yes.
distance between the observer and the object.
Well,
Right.
you're talking about refraction that would occur, and I'm only saying that in the math, but you're putting a standard there where it's giving no value for the changing conditions that we'd say, and you would agree, is a fluctuation in the distance and the viewer's distance. So the observer is seeing something off in the target distance, and there's going to be a fluctuation, which you would agree with, yes?
Yeah, I would.
Okay, well, you're not accounting for that here in the math.
Well, I think this is an approximation, and I think
yeah,
that's
whatever, dude. But
Yeah.
how would you, if somebody says, "Well, I saw something 15 miles away yesterday, and then the other day I only saw it at 4." Like, you're not giving the person here anything to go with and say, "Well, it's a globe anyway." Here's a standard math formula.
No. I wouldn't just say that. I would say, okay, what are the temperatures of that day?
Yes, but this math is misleading because somebody's applying some sort of standard to something that's fluctuating.
Right.
No, it would,
So
it would
if I
probably
said that
take the
this
mean, but go ahead.
if I said that this medium has like an index of refraction of 1.3 and shine a laser through it, that laser's not going to bend.
Do you get it?
No,
Hush?
so it's most likely a regular, normal day. That's
How
why.
did you? What is the, like? You're not getting it. How do you, the parameters by which you are setting here? There has to be a min and max, right? How did you find that out? What's the max? What's the min?
The max would be probably the highest temperature. The min probably the lowest.
No, what I'm asking for is the type of, because K is represented as a standard refraction. So how did you account for that to be a standard between the min and max? How did you figure that out? Or they?
I didn't figure this out. I didn't figure.
I know. I rephrase it. They, whoever came up with the formula for this.
So K's probably. Let me see. Because I hear what you're saying, so I just want to make sure. I know. K is a universal refraction coefficient.
Yeah, that you've covered that. It doesn't need to be, well, universal, but that's fine. Even if that is the case, the parameters by which is set that it was already a standard hasn't been understood by the one who's looking across the surface of the earth and seeing fluctuations. Well, yesterday I saw the difference from like seeing something at 20 miles away to like now 10. Like, what is in that formula that's going to state to the person that that's the case based on the curvature of the earth?
I don't know, but both flat earthers and globe can use K. That's not
trying to figure out how somebody arrived at that formula is coherent, because it needs to be applicable to an observation. So it has to comport. If it doesn't comport, then what is the formula used for?
This formula is used like for what I just said it is. So if you want like a citation from where it came from, you want a citation from where it came from.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is it's an ideal compartmentalization of like the thing that would cause somebody to see over the surface, and then for it to be a globe, this type of thing would need to be, all the parameters would have to be ideal for this to be the case. But that's not true, because as you know, there's variables in the thing that would change this formula to not be what it is.
That's why K itself changes, though.
But people don't know that. It's a standard universal way of looking at refraction. It's not something that comports to fluctuations. And that's misleading, because somebody's trying to figure out, well, I saw something farther away yesterday. How come this equation doesn't seem to fit?
I'm sorry, they don't know that. Yeah, they get asked. They could probably look around, but K definitely changes. So
right, but you're arguing against. Okay, so what I was asking for is a definitive way of knowing that the Earth is a globe in any way, based on the diagram that you showed earlier, where there's a divergence happening away from the horizon, and of course you're accounting for the curvature of the Earth with this specific formula, right? So the formula, and I didn't even get to the other values, which I'll leave alone for now, because I could, but I'm not going to talk about it because we always do. This other value here, however, that you represented as K, would be a standard for refraction. Now, I was saying, though, the min and max are unknown. Is that agreed or disagreed with? Hush.
It's actually unknown on my end. I don't know if it's agreed or
Okay.
disagreed.
Okay, and that's the thing. You're trying to already put a standard to something that you have no idea if there is a standard for.
I know there's a standard. I could show you.
Well, if the standard is there, okay, let me put it to you this way. For sea level to be mean, it would have to be a median between the rise and fall of a tide, right? To give a mean average of what it is. Now, if you're going to get a mean average for refraction, what is the min and max? And that's I'll say it rhetorical to let you save face. But the reason is you don't have any understanding of where that comes from. And so if you don't have the min and max, how can you average something that doesn't have an average? Like, how can you
well,
can't
the
conjure up
derivation
an average is what I'm
The
saying.
derivation comes from. I hear you, but the derivation comes from. Well, it's in here. It doesn't come from here, but there's a derivation.
Okay.
You look up terrestrial refraction.
Yes. But that in and of itself is like what I'm telling you. Like, did you pour yourself over you're posting something is not really giving us the articulations that you're saying that you understand how this occurs.
Well, you're asking me questions. This is not even my main point. Right?
Well, it is because think about this, right?
No, it's not.
Everything is built upon something else that's already assumed to be a foregone conclusion. What I'm showing you is that you've built a premise on the information that should be foundational, that you should already know is there, supporting the derivative information that you're arriving at, that you're seeing over the surface of a curved Earth. But the information that you're showing us is not supporting the fact that you know that the foundation is already understood to be true.
I actually do. So the argument that you're trying to come up with is where's the min and max for the atmospheric coefficient, right?
Yeah. So you're deriving information that's not been understood, like the variables, to where you could say, okay, the min was this and the max was that, and so the average standard for that would be this, and this is an ideal case, and that. Okay. So even putting an ideal case, so even putting an ideal case for what that would be, you're still not giving the person, like, let's say you were handing this over to somebody to say, okay, if they ask you if the Earth is a globe, just show them this formula. Even if that was what you were doing, you're being disingenuous because you're not telling the person, okay, how to defend this. Because if the person's like, oh, I'm going to show flat earthers this equation, and that will sure turn some heads. because what's going to happen is they're going to be like, dude, how do I know that the standard refraction, that's terrestrial refraction, is applicable if what you're saying is every day there's variables, it fluctuates? Well, that works against the standard refraction.
No, because the standard, if the standard was fixed, you would have a point, but it's not fixed.
Okay, but isn't that our point?
No, that's our point too. We know that temperatures vary day to day, and that the refraction varies day to day. That's why.
Yeah, but then you couldn't put a standard to it, Hush. That the equation wouldn't work. You'd have to at least allow
the standard is for a regular day. The standard is like for a regular day.
Yeah, but what is the you keep saying that, but what's regular? In other words, what's min and max for refraction to occur, so that you can say
it's a specific coefficient, like threshold it reaches.
Really?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I don't know the number off the top of my head.
So that's the problem. This is the gap in knowledge. It's a gap in knowledge that you think
I don't need to know the number.
You're just saying words, bro. Oh my God.
Here's the thing. You have to be able to support the case for what you're using. If it's going to be this equation, like I said, we didn't get into the other variables, but this specific one, if you don't have information to support the case that you understand where this median came from, then you can't say it's a standard. Because how do you know what the min and max are? You'll never be able to arrive at a standard and then support it. Oh, it's just a standard. Really? Well, then you're going to have another problem, because when somebody's applying the standard, they're going to see fluctuations in difference of distance, where they see target distance happen to be like a building that they could see, 20 miles away, and the next day they probably couldn't see most of the building. So they're going to be having questions like, oh, what's accounting for this? And you're like, oh, this formula is accounting for this. But then they're going to be like, how did you arrive? Bro, they're going to be like, how did you arrive that there's a standard if I see fluctuations? And you're like, whoa, yeah, of course there's fluctuations, but it's not represented in the formula. The people can't arrive at the fact that
why would there be fluctuations on this form? I'm a little.
Because
would
he
there
didn't
be
even explain
flexibility?
all of the variables necessary so far. Yeah, but that
Yeah,
just one point. You need it to be consistent.
yeah. So
So I
what I'm
can
saying
apply
is,
it to a 30-mile observation and a 100-mile observation and a 150-mile observation. Do
yes,
you understand?
yes. So
Yeah,
Flat Earth
Ranger, I
Ranger
hear you,
is
but yeah,
see
I
that's what
hear
I'm
him.
saying.
But
Hush. This
wouldn't
is the thing.
you?
Flat Earth Ranger
One
has a
thing,
point. Go ahead.
one thing though. Wouldn't you, like on the 50-mile observation, 100-mile? Wouldn't you take temperature readings at different points as well?
Okay. Yeah, that he could do that. But the point is,
Yeah.
we're asking for what gives people the indication that they're living on the surface that's curving. Basically, we went from your diagram showing that there's a divergence from a tangent line and to asking how that tangent line would exist. You gave us a formula for that. So that formula has refraction involved. And now we're drilling down to the base root as to where this information came from. We come up with gaps of knowledge of you don't know the min and max to. So you're
I
applying
don't
the
need
standard.
to. It
Hold on.
doesn't
Yeah, I know.
negate the argument.
So you're telling me you don't need to investigate the min and max. You just have to apply a standard that has, my God, people have understand
No,
this
the
and
min
you
and max
understand
are
this.
not.
There's fluctuations in the observation distance. So let's say Flat Earth Ranger goes out tomorrow and he's like, dude, I saw a ship and it was like 11 miles away, but the day before I only saw it at 6. So what he's doing is you're going to be like, oh, dude, check this out. I got this formula. Apply this formula and Bob's your uncle. No, it's not, because you're giving him a
No.
standard from and I'm not even going to the other variables like I said because I could, but this one where you're having a standard to isn't applicable to his observations, because he's going to be like, well, how can I account for the fluctuations in like me seeing something at 6 miles to 11? You're not going to give him that in this formula. It's not there. It's void.
I mean, if
And
I were
you're
to
gonna have
give him
this,
this
you're gonna have to do
formula,
you're going to have to do some extra work into finding out outside of the formula how there's fluctuations
I
occurring.
do the extra work for him. I'd be like, okay, here's the
Bro,
actual min
You're
and the
not
max
listening to
for
me.
him.
You're not listening
That's
to me.
what
You're
I
not
do.
handing him a formula for curve of the earth, because he has fluctuations
Yeah, that's-
occurring and the formula is not accounting for the fluctuations.
It does account for the fluctuations.
No,
because
it doesn't.
Those are
It's a
just words.
standard.
Then
What is he
show
not
us
getting
a
that I'm
standard.
saying?
He's not getting it. Show us a standard that I can apply to my 30-mile observation and my 100-mile observation, regardless of the conditions of the day that I might have to factor in.
Wait, why is it regardless? I would have to know the temperatures.
Then
That's
that
what
means
it
that
is.
you
If
don't.
the Earth was flat, if the
Yes,
Earth
That means
was
that you
flat,
don't
so
have
much
a
more
days
formula.
work.
would not vary. Days would not be
Uh-huh.
24 hours. It would be
I don't know who this guy
infinite
is.
hours because
Okay, quiet you.
Wait.
You're
Yeah.
saying discombobulated. Hey, dude, you just relax. I'll leave you there for just a moment. You can come back in just a moment. So Hush, once again, it was very clear. Flat Earth Ranger gave a point. I think it needs to be demonstrated by you how something that's standard could be applied to fluctuation, because it's not. It's already a contradiction by me saying that something that fluctuates, applying the standard to that, is not going to give you the indication that the Earth is a globe, dude. In no way.
Yeah, it is, because
Really.
refraction fluctuates at the end of the day.
It's not
So
represented
if
in the
you're
formula.
asking, yeah, but you're asking for something that like doesn't fluctuate regardless. That's why you guys like using the other formula that just is geometric Earth curve.
Okay, so you're telling me there's not a formula that we can derive Earth curve from, because you're saying, okay, there's fluctuations, but I'm giving you standard terrestrial refraction in the value for K. So value for K is not, we don't know. We're just, and you, especially you, Hush, you don't know the min and max.
Yes.
And you said, I don't need to know the min and max. Yeah, you do, because that's the working parameters for that specific value to say there's a median. If you were saying the min and the max are this, then the median would be this.
No.
It's
If I
simple
was going to
logic,
come
bro.
in here if I was going to come here and argue this formula like I thought I was going to do today, I would know the min and max. This wasn't even what I was going to argue
Yeah,
for.
but you're ill-equipped
So
to
I was
have the
going to argue for the
conversation.
elevation angle.
Bro, no, we're not going back to your
Inconsistency.
derivative topic based on
It's not a derivative topic. It's actually
based on a foregone conclusion that the Earth is already curving based on a formula that you don't know anything about.
No, it's
That's what
actually
you're
the
basing-
tangent formula. It's actually
you
not.
have-
It's actually
You have
not.
a faulty, right now your faulty premise is that you're going to go to a derivative argument that you're already assuming is the curving surface based on a formula that you've just given us to give us an indication that from a tangent line there will be a drop over distance, based on a formula with a standard refraction model that you don't even know anything about.
No. But
Yes.
no, I see. I
What's
see
the
what
minute-
you're trying to
then
steal,
you said
man.
no. Okay, so you said no.
You're
then
trying
go
to
ahead.
steal, man.
No,
my
go
argument
ahead and
with the
refute.
elevation angles.
Go ahead and refute the fact that I said that you don't have the min and max for the standard
Oh my
refraction
God.
model.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to dispute that. I don't need the
Then you can't say no. What I said was correct, that you don't have the formula to indicate that the Earth has any curvature in it, because like you were trying to present, there's nothing you know about refraction because you're applying a universal standard that is not
I wouldn't say
universal.
there's
To
nothing
in
I
your
know.
mind, you don't know the min and max to have the parameter to have a standard. So you're built on everything that you've built your argument, the one that you really want to present, the one that's got to be in your bonnet, that you just got to
I mean,
say.
it's bulletproof. Honestly,
It's not, dude. I've just found the chink in your armor right here.
No, you
Is that
didn't.
you
You
don't
just
know
went off on
anything to
another
do-
tangent.
Bro,
You keep asking me 50. If I ask you 50 questions in a row, there's going to be something you don't know about.
This is working off the
You want me to
back
do
of
that?
what? Yeah, this is working off the back of why you think your argument stands to reason to be true. Is because all of this we were drilling down. We went from your argument to why you think your argument is true to like the divergence away from the tangent line, which is what you're saying this formula came about. And now we went to the formula, investigating what the formula is about, and now we found out one variable in there that you can't describe as known. You don't
Alpha,
know
if
what
I
the
were to
standard is
drill
because you
down
don't know
on
the
your
min and
bit,
max.
it'd be the
So
same thing.
listen, so everything your argument is built on is a faulty premise. It's illogical because you don't know where any of this information is derived. You're assuming that it's correct, basing all these assumptions off of what you think you really want to talk about. You can't talk about the thing you can't talk about the thing you want to talk about because you're building it off a faulty premise.
You're just running away from it. But I also know it's
It's not
correct
running
because
away,
we
dude.
use the atmospheric coefficient. Weathermen use it. It's in the nautical almanacs.
Yeah, so
we
you're
use it
telling me
for
that a
navigation.
standard you're telling me that the standard formula you've given right now, which is the one you just showed.
No, not this formula. The coefficient.
Oh, wait a minute.
The
Okay, so now
coefficient
we
is
got to look at other formulas. Hush.
No, we just got to look at the coefficient and where it's used at to say if it's correct or not. That was my point.
Yeah, is the coefficient correct?
Yeah,
How do you know that?
it's used every day.
No, that's a cop out, bro. Tell me how you know it's correct.
not. That's,
Tell me
that's
how
my
you know
argument.
Tell me how you know it's correct.
Again, weathermen use it.
Yeah,
I'm
what's the
guessing we can
methodology?
use it
What's the
if-
methodology that they employ when they use this method?
I know they use something with radar. Doppler,
Something
like they
with
use,
radar, bro. Listen
Yes.
to yourself. Can you
Yes.
hear yourself? Something
No,
with radar.
because
You
you're,
have
like,
no
drilling
knowledge
down,
on the
like,
thing that you're
on
talking about.
obscure topics. So I could do the same.
Obscure, bro.
for you.
You brought
Yes,
it up.
obscure.
You
I
brought it
didn't.
up.
But this is not my main argument.
So you don't know. Once again, you don't know what you're talking
you
about.
don't know my main argument. That's what this is. That's
Yeah,
what it
your
boils
main
down to.
argument has a faulty premise. I just exposed that.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
You,
it does.
you just said just because I don't know the min and max, the whole thing is faulty. When it has to do
Yeah,
with
because you're
elevation.
basing it
No.
off of this equation. So the reason why you think these angles work on a curving surface is the curving surface has, and I told you, prove that from the tangent line that you think exists, that the Earth is diverting away from, and you said, well, look, I got this formula. We looked at the formula. Of course, there's a lot of points from that formula
No.
that I could point out.
Well, yes.
But I'm only
So,
going to, hold on, Hush.
that's not-
There's a lot of
Yeah.
points on the formula that I could point out to you that is not true, but we went with the last variable, which is K, which you said is a universal standard refraction. So all of this is working off the back of what you presented in the first place, which I said I didn't want to talk about because it had no relevance. I told you
It
has
does
to be,
have relevance. That's
Listen
just
to
your
me, dude.
opinion that it doesn't.
No, it doesn't, because you're already thinking that the Earth is a globe. So I'm telling you, how can you tell me the Earth's a globe? You gave us the formula to show that the Earth is a globe, and within the formula, you don't know any of the variables or what they stand for or how you know that they're solidified points. When I asked you for the variable for K, you told me it was universal standard refraction. Once again, you don't know the min and max too, so therefore you're building.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. You're building your argument off a faulty premise.
My main argument had nothing to do with refraction. And how do I know it's a globe?
No.
Because we can compare a flat Earth, right?
No,
math
we're not
to
comparing.
globe
We're not
math
doing
and
that.
see
No,
if
we're
it's
not doing that.
consistent.
No,
Why not?
listen.
Why not?
The positive
Whoa.
affirmation. Here's what you're doing. You're trying to
Do you have
swing
gaps in
away.
your knowledge?
You're trying to swing away from the point that I'm exposing, which is that you're building your argument
Not
off a
exposing
faulty
anything.
premise. You want to run away from that. You're hoping that somebody will bite down on what you're saying to give you a way out. There's no way out.
It's not a way out. It's just the main point I was trying to make in the beginning.
Yeah, your main
That's
point
all
is
it
that
is.
you're using angles to things in the sky, thinking that this formula is going to solidify your point. To
No,
saying we can
no,
use
it's not.
angles
This
based on
formula
the
was
Earth, the
not
curving
part of
surface of the Earth.
this
Yeah?
formula. No, the formula was not part of it. The formula
Really?
I was going to
Okay,
use
so
is
let's
the
do it
tangent
this way. Let's do
formula.
it this way. So your argument, right, based on angles and
Can I
measurements
tell you
to
what it
things.
is? Can I tell you
No.
what my argument is? Because you keep
No, because you've
stealing.
already said. Look,
It's
I'm going to
wrong.
show you. I'm going to do this. I'm going to take the diagram that you posted. This is what I'm going straight off of you, man. I'm not doing it because I said that I'm rephrasing your argument or anything like that. Let me scroll up and find the image here. Give me just a moment.
Because you keep saying what my argument is, I'll gladly tell you what it is. We haven't gone to it yet.
Here's the thing. Hold on. I'm going to post it in the text. All right, so everybody can catch up, at least who are joining us right now. This is what he posted. Everybody can see it. At first, I was telling him, and I'll see if Jedi, if you're here. I was asking him, is there any point where the tangent line touches the Earth? He said immediately when I first asked him this question, no. He said no. And I'm like, that's some bullshit. Dude, the tangent line would have to be touching the Earth at least at a point in your specific explanation. He was like, no. He kept saying no. And then he came up
Because
with
it's
this
touching
diagram.
something apparent.
He came up with this diagram, and I'm like, dude, the diagram that you're showing me shows a point where the tangent line touches the Earth. So he had to capitulate. He was like, yeah, it touched the Earth. Okay, good. We're good there.
It's touching something apparent.
Now, the point that I was making was, in this specific diagram, you have a convergence from the eye line to the horizon. Yep. Okay, we're good there. You know, little hump going on. So now at the top of that hump, we got a divergence away from that. Okay, so how do you know that the Earth is diverging away from that tangent line? And then he came up with the formula. Would you like to see it? Or would you like to post it for everybody, Hush? Because I'm catching everyone up who wasn't here.
Say that last part again.
Do you want to post the formula that you posted? Or do you want me to
You can
fish
post
for
the
it?
formula. The formula is not like really to do with my main argument.
Dude, it does. I'm trying to tell you
It's not. I promise you,
we're
it's
working
not.
off the back of why you think that you can have angles on a curving surface. This is all
No.
derived from your argument. All of it. I'm not misrepresenting you. I'm not taking anything aside from what
so
you said. I'm
I
going
will- directly
directly off the back of what you think is your argument.
I would love to tell you. My main argument, though, is that distance to star GPs, depending on your depending on your angle, your elevation angle, would differ. Even though it would be inconsistent, even if you have consistent distance between elevation angles.
All right,
That's
let me
that's my main argument.
Yeah, I know, but you're working off the back of a curved surface. So you're it's like a derivative argument. You think the Earth's already curving, so in your mind you think that what you think right now with this argument stands. Okay, let me post the
But we can
formula.
compare it to a flat Earth, though.
Hold on,
We
dude.
can
Let me
compare it to a
catch
flat Earth.
everybody up. What's going on? So I was arguing with him, and here's the formula for you guys. This is what he posted again. He posted this. If he wants to, go ahead and tell. I didn't stop at any of the previous variables here. But he described what all this is. Do you want to do it again? I don't want to misrepresent you, Hush. Can you do it for us, please?
Do what?
Just go through the formula that you posted,
In the chat.
if you don't mind.
Okay, so height is h, radius is r, distance is d. Did I get all that?
Yeah, but it's H equals S. Do you see what I posted?
No. K is the coefficient.
Yeah. The refraction coefficient. I don't know. I think you're trailing
Brother?
off, dude. If you're talking, I don't hear you.
Did he said R for radius? Where did he
Yeah.
get that from?
Yeah, I didn't want to stop at that point. I just wanted him to like. I could have actually, but he went to the very last one, which is the terrestrial
Derived from
refraction
the
standard,
sphere.
universal
Yeah.
standard. That's what K stands for at the very end of that, right?
Yeah, the coefficient. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a standard. Yeah.
Yes, it's a standard.
Okay, and he was arguing for that every day there's fluctuations in the observation distance that's going to cause for variables to be the case. So, because I was saying, what if an observer is seeing a ship at 6 miles and then the next day sees it at 11 miles? Something standard wouldn't account for that. It's an ideal way of thinking, right? Putting this math as like a standard. It doesn't account for the variables. And he's like, well, we can work that outside of the math. Well, the problem is he's using this math to support the case for the tangent line that he showed in the prior diagram, divergence away from the surface of the Earth. We're using an ideal model for the Earth being a specific sphere. So now that we have,
can I add a caveat?
yeah, but I'm just explaining now that this is why you think that your argument for angle measurements to stars and GPs and all that are working over a curved surface is because you showed the diagram of what you think is going on. I said, do you think this is true? You said, yes, it is. This is true right here. This diagram and the one that I showed prior. And then the math that follows that would be this math. And then, of course, getting into, like, I didn't go into the other variables, but I went into K, which is universal standard refraction, what he thinks is going on. He doesn't know the min and max for. He's
Just to
still
add
right
something,
now. Yeah, he's saying
the
this ain't
coefficient
consequential.
can
Doesn't
fluctuate.
matter.
The coefficient
matter.
can
You don't need to
fluctuate
know the min and max.
significantly.
So long as I have a standard for it. So I'm like, dude, that's a gap in your knowledge. How are you going to present there to be a standard
There's
when you don't
definitely
even know how
gaps
they
in your
derived?
knowledge.
Hold on, Hush. You don't have to be talking through me, bro. You really don't. So when I asked him about that, and he gave this answer to say that it's just a standard, and he understands that every day there's fluctuations in the temperature that's going to cause for observation distances to targets be different, then it's going to not equal to that. You can just drop this formula and say there you be, because there's going to be things where we're going to have to account for. So his problem now is that he's given a formula for something that's just ideal conditions, ideal standard, circumference and all that. And then he doesn't account for everything else that causes the reason why somebody would say, I see something closer or farther away than something standard. Like
Actually, I would just give them, if I were to hand somebody this formula, I would give them the formula, but I was also give them the min and max. And I would tell them to take multiple different temperature readings. Okay?
Well, that's not,
And say,
but then you can't apply a standard for the size of the Earth being what it is if you're not able to account for it in a way that's meaningful. You haven't given
it
somebody...
is accounted for. It's accounted
Really?
for them. Yes.
How did they account for that? Hush.
Yeah, the K fluctuates. That's how they account for the fluctuation.
But what is that? Yeah, it fluctuates, doesn't give them working parameters. They have to have the min and max intact for them to say this is the median. And even in between there, I'm going to fall within the spectrum.
Everything else is the structure.
Dude, they don't know that by this formula. They're not going to be able to tell whether or not the boat from 6 miles away is going to be accounting for the Earth's curvature based on the formula. You can't do that based on the formula.
Sorry, we're trying to make predictions of how far away we should see things.
I'm sorry. Let it go. Say that again. Hello?
We're trying to make predictions of how far away we can see things.
A more accurate formula, not based just strictly off a geometric formula.
And that's what this is.
We use one with refract. No. Yeah, this one is more accurate, I would say. Yeah.
What, the formula that you presented?
Why is there no...
This one is more accurate because it accounts...
Why is there no angular size reduction formula then?
No angular size reduction formula.
Yeah, things get smaller in the distance. If you want to make predictions about how far away you can see, you might want to consider the optic that you're using.
Yes, I would agree. Shit.
Shit.
Yeah, no fucking shit. I know. What did
Why wasn't that presented with your formula?
Where's that then?
Yeah.
Making predictions about how far we can see things.
Because angular size also is not strictly bottom-up obstruction. You can't. If it's just angular size, you can zoom it in eventually. Okay.
Well, but just stick it in the. Why is that nowhere near any formula that anything you've been speaking about for the last half hour? Then
yes, because other things, it's not strictly angular size because there's a limit to what you can zoom back in. If it's strictly angular size, you should zoom it in.
That's going to be dependent on the optic that you use, isn't it?
Yeah, any optic that you use, and if it's already obstructed by something, you're still not going to zoom it in. That's what I'm saying.
Well, we're still going to need the formula to make the prediction, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what I was telling him, Jedi.
That's one we can use right there.
Pardon?
The one that I posted.
Are we done with this?
No, dude. I think you're done with this because, like I said,
no,
there's gaps in knowledge that you have
in a circle.
You're using a foregone conclusion with this like premise that you have that there's already like an ideal form that you can give an equation to that is just there you be. Here you go. Earth curvature proven. Let's move on to my point. No,
I did not say that's not how it went. I didn't say Earth curvature proven after that.
Okay, so then Earth
I would say after this,
dude,
I would say
the opposite to that is that Earth curve is not proven. Then, bro.
All I could say is we can compare it to a flat Earth. We can use the tangent formula.
That's not the point. The point is you haven't confirmed, dude. You haven't confirmed that the Earth is a globe based on anything. I told you this too. I said, dude, give me what you got. I don't care what it is. Show me you got something. Yeah, you showed this formula. You showed this formula based on all the basic things that you could provide. Which, this diagram isn't going to help either, man. Like, honestly.
It is.
Yeah, really. So go ahead and describe. How does this help you in any way?
So this is what I've been saying, like for the past
You're comparing
elevation angles.
Hold on.
Okay, so do you see like the difference?
No,
do you see the difference?
No. I don't care about difference.
Then what are you asking?
I'm asking for the positive affirmation that the Earth is an oblate spheroid or a sphere or whatever you think it is, based on any evidence you have.
And we can also disprove that it's
no. Disprove. No. Disprove is not the name of the game. It's proof.
We can disprove flat Earth.
We're not talking about that, dude. Listen, because it's not about disproving. You can disprove that it's not a dinosaur, a donut, whatever. I don't give a shit what you're disproving. I only care about what you're trying to prove. That's it. Bottom line.
You only care about me making positive claims, right?
And backing them up. Yes.
Well, can't I compare? Can't I compare my positive claim with yours?
No, because right now, if the Earth was a globe and it was true that it was a globe, you wouldn't need to compare. You would only need to show the truth. The truth is the Earth's a globe. Listen to this, dude.
There's nothing wrong with
I'm going to give it to you, Hush. You don't have to talk. The Earth is a globe and nothing else is true. I don't need to compare a Velociraptor Earth to the Earth being a globe because I don't need to compare anything to it. The Earth is a globe. It stands alone as the truth, and anything else can come against it and it won't work. So if you're doing that, that's great. If you're not, you're saying, I'm comparing it to flat Earth. No, you can't do that. No, what you're doing is fallacious, bro.
That is not fallacious. What the fuck?
Let me say, because you say, if this is true, nothing else is true, but I'm also not going to look at anything else.
No, that's not what he said.
I'm not looking.
My God.
Hush, that is not what he said. Fucking idiot.
That's what he's saying.
No, it isn't.
There's nothing wrong with me comparing globe to flat Earth. There's nothing wrong with that.
Why?
Because we can compare the mathematics and we can see which one is consistent.
Like you don't want anything explained to you. You've already got a misunderstanding, but you think it's a good idea that you continue talking.
Yes.
What an idiot. If you prove the Earth to be a sphere, you've proven it to be a sphere. You don't need to compare it to a Velociraptor Earth.
Why would it be a Velociraptor? What if I just disprove flat Earth anyway?
If you've proven it to be this, you don't need to compare it to that.
Yep.
Okay, so if I okay. But if I disprove something,
Oh
do
my
I
God,
have
dude!
to
You don't
prove
need to
something?
disprove. You're not in the.
Disproving.
Fuck-
It's trying to
fuck's sake,
prove.
dude.
There's nothing wrong with comparing globe to flat Earth. If
Oh my
if
God,
what you
dude.
guys say is true,
All right.
then it's
So
true, right?
so then
There's nothing
everything
wrong.
else would fit in the category. Do concave, do lollipop Earth, do spaghetti Earth, do groundhog Earth.
You're okay. Why? Why would I do all of
everything.
it?
If you're gonna include everything, then include everything. Not
Why would I
just one
include
thing.
everything?
Because that's
I'm
what you want to
including-
do. You want
But
to
that's the
include
the
everything
topic
else.
of this room.
Listen, dude, here's the thing about truth. It doesn't need to be shown anything else to compare to. It alone stands to reason that that's what it is. It's obvious. Obviously, it's this. So if it was the obvious truth, you would not need to compare it to anything. Period.
Okay, and you think flat Earth is the truth?
Yes. Yes. That's
And I
why
think
we say,
globe-
listen,
yeah,
listen,
okay.
listen, listen to this, hush. That's why we say everything else is a myth. Everything else. I don't need
Yeah.
to compare this to concave. I don't need to compare this to toilet Earth or whatever else you can think of. I don't need to do that. It's a fruitless endeavor because it's true, obviously, that the Earth has a horizontal plane, and that's it. Everything else is a myth. Like your globe is a myth, yeah? Everything fits in the category of myth. Everything. I don't need to put it up against anything because it's obviously true that the Earth is flat.
Well,
Yeah.
no, because isn't that like a coward's way? Like if you have 100%
Yes.
certainty in it, right? Wouldn't
Yeah.
you have no problem comparing it to anything else?
Listen,
Wouldn't you have?
you
not
know
a-
what?
no
Like,
problem?
here's the thing. When you say comparing it, it would mean that something would stand to reason at least to have an inclination of it being, anything in physical form. It's
Yes.
not. There is no indication of something else comparing to what we're seeing because our observations are just that. We're just saying, hey, look, this is what we all see. Is it not? You can even stand on the shore of a beach and say, yeah, obviously the Earth looks like a horizontal plane. Duh. You don't need to be a genius. But then your excuse would be, we're just like, microbes on top of a beach ball or whatever the hell, right? But you still make the observation of the same one that I'm making. Yeah?
Yeah, we both
Obviously.
make the same observation. However, our observations
There you
can
go.
infer.
No, we're not
Would you
talking about
say-
inferences, bro. We're
Hold
only
on.
talking about what we're doing,
Let's-
making the observations. That's true. It's true that we observe a flat Earth. All
Yeah, we
that's just
observe that
obvious.
niggers are bad for society. I agree.
Oh. Somebody.
That niggers are bad.
Shut up, dude. All right, so you now understand we don't need to compare anything to the thing that we're speaking of because everything else, you especially, you would have to provide evidence that your belief or whatever it is of the Earth being a globe has any relevance in truth. It does not. It's not true. So therefore, I can dismiss everything that comes along our way. Okay, what do you got? You think you have evidence? Prove it. And you're going to be like, well, we got formulas, we got this, we got that. No, nothing stands to reason that we could measure, test, validate, run it through any type of empirical means. We're going to find out that it's not true. Therefore, anything that comes against it will never be proven true. Nothing. It in and of itself is like, it stands to reason that it's objectively true that the Earth is a horizontal plane.
No.
Objectively true.
I hear you. Here's my only caveat.
Well, I don't know if you're listening, but
if we both use the same thing, okay? If we both claim celestial navigation works.
My God, bro.
Do you
like
not?
you don't get it, right? You can
Do you
claim
not?
whatever you want. Listen, the physics working on the surface of the Earth as a globe, all this stuff, but you can't, at the very base root of all of this, provide evidence that the Earth is the thing you think it is. At the base root, you can say whatever you want. Well, there's you got all kinds of wonkily donkily stuff happening on the curved surface. Yeah, okay, but how do you know it's curving? Who gives a shit of what you think about's happening on the surface that's curving? How do you know it's an actual curved surface? That's what we care about.
Again, we can make inferences at first, and there's nothing wrong with making
We're
an
not
inference.
doing that here. It's
No, you said evidence that we like. You want to go outside and see evidence, right?
well, not only that. Can we test? Can we validate any of the claims
Yeah,
that you're making?
Yeah, you can
Really?
validate it.
Yeah.
You can definitely validate it. Yeah.
How? Tell me
So,
how.
for example, we look at the moon. We both know it's the moon. But for some reason, the orientation of the moon rotates depending on your latitude.
My God,
We can
dude.
test this by having two people on different latitudes,
Hush,
and we can see, oh shit,
bro.
it doesn't make any sense
How
on a
does that
flat
tell
Earth.
us
There's no
that this-
explanation.
Oh my
How
God!
is that? How is
That's
that
an
give us,
inference.
dude?
That's
How
an
does
inference.
that give us any indication of the shape of the Earth? How does that tell us
Yeah.
anything about?
Okay,
the
because if we all see the same side, the same face of the moon, but it's rotating, it should tell you. You should be able to make an inference on, okay, how is this working on every other planar surface I stand on? This is not the case.
You moved.
Let me think. What shape am I standing on at that point to make it the case?
I was
What
begging the
shape am I
question.
standing on? My God, dude.
Begging the question at the Earth's a sphere, even though within his example he moved, and he said that's not a good enough explanation, even though he moved.
He changed latitudes, and the moon's face
you changed
changed orientation.
location, and you were surprised that the thing that you are orientated differently to is orientated differently to you once you moved. Fuck me, shock, horror. This can only happen on a curved surface, he says, yet you experience this every single day when you fucking move.
If I move like into a room, we shouldn't be seeing the same face.
The same
We're still
face.
seeing the same face.
Bro,
I
The
have a
same
clock
face.
on
Why,
my.
why, within the heliocentric model, do we still see the same face? What's your excuse?
Why do we see it?
Yeah, why?
I know the claim is it's tidally locked to the Earth.
No, yeah. Why do we still see it? Not because it's still the why. What's the why? Because we should, if we're changing orientation, see more than 50% of the lunar surface. If we were to start moving around it. So, what's your excuse within the globe model? What's the excuse, dude?
It's tidally locked. The moon.
No,
That's why we all see the same
the
face.
object, not the reason that causes it to be tidally locked. It's why do we not see any more of the lunar surface? The reason why we do not see any more of the lunar surface is in your model, distance to the moon. So the moon's far away. And?
No. It's not because the moon is far away. Because we can see difference. Because we're both. It's also both bodies are rotating, so it's not just distance.
You're an idiot. Yes, both bodies are rotating, but in your model, the reason why we don't see more than 50% on the moon, if you got two people standing on either side of the Earth, is because of the distance to the moon. You do not have the angular resolution. Duh.
Okay, now what is your excuse why
Hold
this
on. No, we're not gonna give
orientation?
No, we're just at
Distance. Who cares?
At this time, just hold off, Hush. You're always here, so I have to put you on mute for a cooldown. We're gonna see if we can move off to some different people that have joined us. Welcome to the forum. If you guys have just joined us right now, we got Hugh Drew 561, and we got Palace Cat. Welcome to the forum. You guys are brand new. You can ask some questions, or perhaps we can ask you some questions. See if you have any answers to validate the claim if the Earth is a globe or not. Welcome everybody who's joining the forum, who's waking up. We got people on our side too, so say hello, say what's up. We'd like to hear from you.
Yo, Drew, you wouldn't be in West Palm Beach, would you? That 561 area code?
Nah, brother, it's not my zip code.
I was just checking. That's mine. I was just not trying
You're
to.
all good. I get that a lot.
Oh, so Drew, so thanks for chiming in. Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe?
What's that?
Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe?
Sure.
Okay, what do you think would be the best evidence for that?
I listen to the people that studied this shit over 30, 40 years.
All right, give us an instance of someone that's given a good study about this.
I have no clue.
Okay. So do you think that you're just taking it on faith that someone's talked about the Earth being a globe and it is just a globe because you think that it is?
I don't know how to answer that. I guess.
No, truthfully.
Yeah.
That's all. Okay. Well, we'll see. That's the thing. We're examining how people just have this belief in the Earth being a globe, but There's no real evidence that it is based on images and videos and such. But there's no way to validate any of those things. Not in any real way that makes it known to you that the Earth is an actual globe. You have to take all this information they're giving you and kind of put some trust into it. That's what basically it sounds like you've done. You put trust into the information that's been given to you, but there's no way to really validate the surface being like curving, due to the fact that being a globe. I think that's really important, though, don't you? You?
So, I guess. So, what would happen if someone out here proves that that's not true? Then what happens? Like, what's the result? What's the end game?
Well, the result is there would have to be some hard evidence, and if that's been proven, then I'd like to see it.
And then
So,
after that,
do you know do you know anyone that could actually do that? That you know of?
No.
Well, I would like to meet that person that say they can do that.
Yeah, right. But I was asking at the end of that, like, if it is true and someone can prove it and have all the evidence and all this, all that, what's the end game out of it? Like,
Well, the end game
is
is
it just the conversation? Like, I don't.
well. Here's the thing. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you like this. You're giving me a hypothetical that would occur, right? And in this hypothetical, if that were true, then they would prove their case. But here's the reality, right? The truth is that in over the many years we've been doing this, every person from the top levels of academia come into this room and try to present the case that the Earth is a globe, have never been able to solidify the point that it is an actual globe. So we have a contradiction. We have your wishful thinking that somebody might come in here and do that, and then the reality that no one has ever done that from top levels of academia.
Wait, that proves that it's a globe or that it's flat?
That proves that it's a globe.
Okay.
Never has anyone come in here and proven that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
And I guarantee you, we give people the floor so they can do so. I want to hear people put their best foot forward when it comes to this. And we're doing it also live on YouTube, so it can also show some transparency that we're not just shady characters just trying to, bottleneck people into the certain canned responses. I want you to really think on any way that you can describe the Earth being a globe. And, let it stand to reason that make it known to everyone that you know or you just believe. Is that fair?
It's fair, brother, but I think you got the wrong person because, like, I don't.
Oh, man. I mean, you're just the everyday
like,
Joe. I mean, yeah, I'm just really having a conversation with everyone. So maybe you're not the guy. Maybe perhaps you're not the guy.
I don't think like you understand because I have trouble explaining things. So I don't like
Sure.
I always look at like why people do certain things. So like I get what you're doing. Like if there's no evidence of something logically or whatever, prove it to me. And if you can't, I'm gonna tell you things of the reason why you're wrong. Right? I get that, but
what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that, but like,
okay.
There's so many other important things to talk about.
I know, but this being one of them, which is it's the way people critically analyze information. So critical thinking is absolutely paramount to navigate this earth, right? Like you have to process information. So critical thinking is a huge part about how we interpret things that are being told to us. So if you think that there's bigger fish to fry, I'm telling you, this is one of the biggest fish that you haven't fried yet.
But I'm not disagreeing with you. Like okay. I came in like, okay, I really don't know, dude. Like I went to school, they told me these things, and that's it. Like I don't want to try to prove you wrong, and I really don't.
It's not about that.
I don't even know why I'm here, honestly, bro. But like,
well, here's the thing. Bro, maybe by divine appointment. I mean, we don't know. But here's the thing, right? So you are understanding that this forum is designed to help people critically think and process information versus you might think it's just some meme on the internet. It's not. People don't realize how to analyze and critically think about things being presented to them. What we're giving people here is the opportunity and the space to realize that they haven't been doing so. So right now, maybe you haven't thought about it, but now that you are, it's kind of like a conundrum. It's like, well, that's weird. I've never really thought about the Earth being a globe in a way that I can prove it. But now that I'm given the space to do so, I can't do it. I'm not the guy. That's fine. But what a lot of people have been taking along for, as many years as anyone has been alive, is that the foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe and there's nothing more to look into because it's already been discovered and known. And when we're kind of poking and prodding this information, it sounds like people just have a belief, which it sounds like to me that's what you're carrying at the moment, if I'm being honest. So yeah, it's rooted in critical thinking, man. It's not just the topic, because we can go to many different topics, right? But this one specific one has to deal with the reasoning behind why people think the way they do. And it gets really people to dig down into how they analyze information. What's the process by which you would interpret information? And most of the times, it's you trust the people that are giving you the information. That's what it sounds like to everyone. Yeah, somebody told me the Earth's a globe. Somebody says that it is, but I trust that because, why would I have a reason not to? It's it's the leading idea.
I mean, if you really think about it, majority of us depend on trust on everything. I mean, look at contractors, look at engineers. We trust these people to build buildings, build vehicles, do this, do that. So when someone has experience in this field or whatever, they're not just what you're talking about, but just everything in general in life, you kind of have to believe that you trust them to have done the best job they could at what they did, building the bridge.
Yeah, in this particular instance, though, I'm actually examining the fact that when it comes to the thing you're standing on, nobody knows what that is. As far as like those who think it's like a globe, they're trying to put it in the framework of like it's an oblate spheroid, it's this, it's that. But overall, the entirety of the Earth is unknown by everyone.
So
the whole thing, like the whole entire thing, there's no, like, even for us in here, we're just describing what the surface of the known world is. The surface of the known world is a horizontal plane. So the unknown world would be the entirety of the whole Earth. All of it, whatever it is, in its entirety is unknown. But
you also have to understand, like people, like, I don't want to say normal lives, that have normal lives, but like, if I were to get an hour worth of what you say, right, of what you, I'm not going to say believe, but what we know, or what you say right, about the Earth.
Yeah.
People are going to look at me fucking nuts. Like, they're not even going to listen to me. Even if it is true, bro, like, outside of here, like, no one's going to...
Well, think about it, Hugh Drew. If I could just draw a comparison, right? Think about a long time ago, man. People used to think of all kinds of mythologies, right? That the gods were, these planets are, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Neptune. Like, those were actual gods, right? A long time ago. And now you have thinking that, human progression would mean that people are advancing in their knowledge of things, and this came about to where now people are not saying that they're gods, they're planets, they're other things, right? So it didn't just go from a form of like not knowing and thinking of mythology to like now knowing and categorizing them in some kind of scientific inquiry. That didn't happen. All it was is just a rebranding of how people don't know still today. So they gave something mythological gods, names and stuff. And now today, it's a bit more scientific. They got like these specific, constituent parts that one of those things up there in the sky is made of. These elements that they're made of, gas giants and all that. So we're no further from back then than we are today. It's the same. It's just rebranded and renamed into something different. You get what I mean? It's still the same belief idea, but just different. So if you were to say this, those things up there aren't what you think they are because you haven't proven it, they're going to look at you like you have three heads. They go like, what? What are you talking about, dude? We know this is true. And you're like, dude, a long time ago, if you were to told a guy, yeah, those lights in the sky up there are not gods. They're like, dude, yes, they are. That's Jupiter right there. I'm looking at it. Were you saying that's not Jupiter, the god Jupiter? That's him. It's right there. I'm pointing to him. And it's in the same fashion. That's what they're doing today. They're pointing at those things and saying, dude, come on. Those are planets, dude. That's a gas giant. Duh. We all know this. They're doing the same thing they did a long time ago. It's just rebranded and renamed into something different. This is the psychology behind all of this, dude. So yes, they would disagree with you because the masses have been indoctrinated to think of what the popular idea is, just like as it was a long time ago. So it's no different, Hugh Drew. Just rebranded and renamed. Does that make sense? It's like a direct comparison to like how people used to think a long time ago to how people think now, and there isn't anything different. There's no new techniques. There's things that they tell you that is happening. Well, we got a lot of technological advances, and we're using this and that and all kinds of stuff. But dude, at the end of the day, they'll tell you this is our best guess. You get what I mean? I just want you to see that that's what's happening, Drew. It's
Bro,
the same
I
thing.
play devil's advocate all the time. I just like you just called on me when I was doing something, and you put me on the spot, so I just said yes, just to like not to shut you up, but it was just like, yeah, okay. Like I look at both sides of the story a lot of times, and then I make my conclusion. I agree with you. Like, show me the evidence. Like, if there's no fucking evidence, then I don't want to fucking hear it, right? So I agree with you. It's just that honestly, I don't know why I clicked on this channel. It is intriguing, but like for me, it's not important, so I won't retain it. So you can, I could be here for a whole hour, and you could say the most knowledge you can ever do to this topic, and I will not retain it, and it's pretty much pointless as far as on my side. On your side, you can probably go, okay, well that's +1. I finally got someone that actually understands that they've been lied to their whole life. Like I get it.
You know that that's what we're not. First of all, yeah. If that was the heart of my aim, I would be here trying to argue myself till I'm blue in the face until the cows come home. I'm not here to do that. I'm here for clear exposition of the fact that people such as yourself and everybody else just have a clear belief, and it's just really. It's a belief in occultism. That you don't know that. Of course you don't. You think it's real science that's going on. But it's occultism. It all has to deal, like I just named these planets that have mythological god names, and you can't disagree with me that the origins of these names came from, the occult. So all of these pagan origins that these things have just been rebranded and renamed to now like what you think is true scientific endeavors. And there's nothing different from occultism. So you're just in a giant cult, essentially. But you can be happy in that occult too. It's like you don't have to do any. Your mind doesn't have to do any work, Drew. You could just drift along and say like, yeah, I don't really give a shit either way. But the fact of the matter still is here that our exposition of the topic is that minds have been exposed to the information that the Earth is a globe and solar system and galaxies. But there's no evidence of that. And people are just believing, like they did a long time ago, in the occult. That's all it is. And we're here to expose that. I'm not here to convince you, bro. I don't care if you walk away from this and you're like, oh, dude, that's profound. I don't. I want at least the mind to bounce off of whether they know or not the Earth is a globe. And we hear every day. Sometimes people are indifferent. Sometimes people do give a shit. They're like, I really want to know. Never know who I'm going to speak to. Like I said, maybe by divine appointment you came here. Who knows? Maybe somebody out there that's listening on YouTube needed to hear this. We don't know that. All right, but we will.
That's fine.
Say again.
So yeah, that's fine. Like I said, bro, like this whole thing, I'm not trying to bring this down because obviously it's a channel for this. I think I clicked on the wrong thing and I just got stuck into this. Like. Honestly.
Well, at least we got some good exposition. That's on our part. You might have just got nothing out of it. We got good exposition. As to another mind who is indifferent. And the reason behind it. Because you've been conditioned to be indifferent. That's all.
It's interesting, Alpha. I don't think the internet is a great cross-section of the society at large. But it is interesting that most people would be happy to stay in ignorance, even if there was something new, new information, or the truth were to be, given to them. They really don't care to have it, which is which is kind of terrifying that most people reject new ideas, reject new information, don't even consider it, especially if it basically refutes their current paradigm. Kind of a problem.
It's weird too. It says who, but I think that the current education system is meant to enslave minds versus like change them to be critical thinkers, because they're brought up to be thought of as yes men and to obey their masters and to capitulate to what's being said by authorities. So it is true that Hugh Drew would have this in different perspective because he's been like conditioned to think this way all his life. He's never thought how to use his mind critically and to analyze information, just to accept what's been given and not to give a shit about anything else. So a mind is enslaved, and it's happy to be because it doesn't have to think. The authorities will do all the thinking for them. So, I mean, you can't do anything more. I mean, for a mind that's been like that. So
yeah, I mean, you can't save everyone, man. It's just how it is.
It's not about that. You know, it's about having the opportunity to present whether or not the information can be substantiated. And of course, we're showing that many people are ill-equipped to do so, or just don't care. Either way, we want to expose the fact that this is the case. But a critical thinking mind will be able to differentiate whether or not it can process the information, as like the one we were saying, that the information about the globe has just been nothing more than occultism. Because it's steeped in occultism, heliocentrism, the sun god Helios, like all this came from occultism, and you're just in the biggest cult there ever was. And then it's like, I mean, what do you want to do with that? You just want to keep thinking that that's the case? That's up to you, man. If it helps you sleep at night that you don't have to think of anything and you let other people think for you,
see,
hey,
that's
man,
the
you
problem,
do you.
bro. Like, I just said this topic. I didn't say anything about everything else. I am a critical thinker. It's just on certain things.
I don't think so. It leaches
100% of the things I listen to.
This erodes, it corrodes, right? Because if you accept this, there's no real way to say what you wouldn't accept of the gambit of information that comes at you at light speed every day, because you get dings and pings from your apps on your phone and all kinds of stuff. And how are you processing that information? And when you hear something saying, well, new scientific discoveries have shown that there's a new planetary system only 5 light years away, you're going to look at that information and be like, cool, bro. That's so cool. Anyways, let me get on about my day. You don't care. In other words, this information that's coming at you doesn't have any filter, bro. There's nothing to stop this information from coming at you, except for you being able to process that and discern whether or not that's true based on anything real. That's what I'm saying. There's no filter, bro. You're just either accepting it or saying, nah, it's not important. But you're not saying, wait a minute, how the hell did they come up with this?
What is that saying that if you can convince someone of absurdities, you can convince them to commit atrocities? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a profound quote, because I think it was one of the premier atheists that quoted that saying. I'm not sure what the exact guy was. You guys might pull him up. He's one of the leading atheists. I think he was one of the founders. But yeah, he did make that quote, which is like kind of crazy that he said it, because that's exactly what's happening now. The absurdities that people are believing are helping people to commit these atrocities, right? Like, why would they want to go and fight for oil that is limited when there's like we have like an endless supply? Like, there's been just going into that like a little bit as to like why even in this particular arena, right? Like you'd say, like for the earth being what it is, it's bountiful, it's plentiful, there's enough for everyone, right? But they make it seem like this. This planet idea as limited resources, and we're running out. So we got to get as much our hands on or whatever we can. When you look at
the scarcity, the globe is the scarcity world. Everything is scarce.
You got to fight for all this stuff, and it's like, dude, how many times can you plant something in the ground? It will give you crop, to feed people. Like you got seeds, you got methods of, farming and stuff. But people don't look at that, right? They only look at the things that are happening in the news, and they base their worldview on that. So maybe that's what Hugh Drew's just used to. He's used to just basing his worldview off whatever information's coming at him. And like, yeah, I guess that must be true.
I'm telling you, I'm not.
Well, and that's the case. That's the case. What I'm saying is what's happening in here, because your worldview is determined by how you process information. That's what's determining what you think the Earth is, dude. What's determining why you would say that, North Korea is in disagreement with the U.S. or whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is. Information that's being processed by you is being filtered through how you discern things. And what is the standard
maybe
for that?
maybe not him directly, but how many people are, instead of doing productive things, are actually spending so many resources, time, and actual people are sitting down and NASA or these space agencies just wasting taxpayer money. Like, people have to go to work to pay these billions or trillions of dollars, just wasting time and resources and money just in a lie, nonsense. And it has huge ramifications. Your children being told this lie as well. I mean, it definitely affects people, directly or indirectly.
It gives us a peek, and I think Says Who was kind of encapsulating it. He's like, it just gives us a window into humanity. Somebody that didn't really intentionally click on this place actually wound up here. And even though that was the case by accident, Drew's actually finding out that this place here, this forum, is built on how people process information. And he's saying, well, he's not like one of those guys that don't process. He's like one of those guys that does have a way to discern. And I was asking for, well, what way is that? Because if you're accepting the Earth as a globe and all the things that come with it, what makes me think that you have any way to discern whatever else information you're listening to is, put through a critical thinking process? I don't know that. Sounds like to me like you're accepting everything that's, CNN saying, whatever these like leading news authorities are putting out. You're just like, yep, I got it. Yep, that's it. Got my morning cup, got my news, got, everything's happening like the way it should or not, based on, whatever information I'm hearing.
And who does that?
What, the discernment?
Yeah.
You.
Anyone, everyone.
You should be able to. I mean, you should be able to say, wait a minute, how can I know if the war in, whatever location is occurring the way it is? Like, am I just going to, okay,
just because I said in this topic doesn't mean I'm doing it for other topics.
Yeah, so why won't you do it here?
Because I just got here. I know nothing about this,
yeah,
bro.
That's great.
Like,
but what I'm asking for is like, yeah, that's fine. You just got here. What I'm asking for is, why wouldn't there be any like way to think about or process any of the information that we would speak about in here? And for you to just be a bit nonchalant about it, just like, doesn't matter, really. We got bigger fish to fry. I'm like, dude, no. If you can't process information, critical thinking and the way you process information in this room is a big fish that you haven't fried. Maybe you should.
Well, I'd like to speak about that for just a second. Drew, you've had the ball, the globe Earth, the heliocentrism shoved in your face your entire life. It's not like you just got here. In fact, it was probably one of the first things you were shown when you entered the Earth. So, how have you critically thought about it? Do you think you're spinning right now? Let's just ask that one question. You feel like you're spinning on a ball?
I'm not really familiar with this topic, so
it's a simple. Excuse me, you are too. Are you? Do you think or do you feel are on a ball that's spinning right now? You know what I'm talking about.
I would say no.
Okay. So someone told you you were on a ball and you were spinning, and you just blindly believed him. So it's not a matter of you just got into this topic. You've known about this topic your entire life. You never critically thought about it. Are you politically active, Drew?
No.
No. Okay. Why not?
Because you can never tell who's lying and who's telling the truth.
Well, there you go, right? So what other topics have you kind of had your eyes opened about in life? What else have you scrutinized?
You mean like just like critical thinking? I mean, it's almost everything.
Okay. Well, I'm just, if you're not politically active because you know that ultimately the quote-unquote controllers are probably lying to us, right? That there's kind of no point to be involved in that silly game as much as you possibly can be. Try to avoid it, right? But so if that's something you understand, then this is something else that I'm actually, trying to convince you of anything, but if you want to know the truth, if that's something that you like, if you'd like to be well informed, and not only well informed, but actually knowing what is true, like Alpha said, knowing how to parse through what's true and what's not, how you critically think about things, then this will really sharpen up your toolbox. You can be further freed from any idea of control, right? At least as far as your mind is concerned about where you actually live, because you live on the earth. It'd be helpful to know a lot about where you live, because this is where you're going to get your food from. This is where you get your water from. This is where you get your air from. This is where you get your shelter from. Kind of important. But, it's up to you. Like I said, we can't convince you of anything. But it's an interesting one. It'll really mess up your head for a while.
I think he's reflecting on what you said, maybe, or maybe just not focused. No one can.
Well, I'm pretty sure when I came in, correct me if I'm wrong, but I basically said sure. I don't like. I'm sure the Earth is a sphere. It's not flat, but like I still didn't get any information on why it's not or why it is flat.
Oh, it's measured that way. Everybody uses it and measures it that way. Even the people who survey the Earth, people who make your maps, people who build on it and navigate on it, they all treat it as flat and stationary, and they measure it that way. There's actually no measurements of a ball anywhere. It's just an idea.
See, now we're getting
just a mathematical.
I felt like I was a little attacked here. I wasn't critical thinker, as some of you would say or said, even though, first of all, you have no clue who I am, and second of all, I had no information on what you guys were talking about when I joined. So how was I supposed to come in and?
No, it's not about you. You're basing this off of us attacking. No, it's not attacking. This is the condition of what you said based on our interaction with you at the short amount of time that you did when you joined this place. You said you really don't care, right? It's not a part of something that you think about. So you were a bit indifferent. So you playing the victim right now, it doesn't really help your case, because the obvious truth was you joined this place just because it was random. You didn't mean to. You said so, right?
Yeah, you didn't want to talk about it. So if you would like to have the conversation now, you can go into it.
Yeah, you can have the conversation, but the playing the victim part doesn't need to happen.
Not,
you don't need to say I was attacked. You guys were attacking. No, it doesn't. You could just say, look, man, I just came in with the preconceived notion that this was not the place I wanted to click on. But
correct. But I was just going to say I wanted just to join and like hear a conversation, which I should have said that in the beginning, but you kind of called on me, and I was like, well, I guess I got to say something because there's fucking 30 people in here, so I didn't know
maybe
like,
with
how
good reason,
this works.
Maybe this is a good way for you to realize, maybe to come out of your shell. Maybe you're, what do you call it? The people that don't really like to speak and just stay in the corner, the sheltered folk that are out there. But maybe this is a good way to break away.
It's not that. I just know people in here have more information on whatever you guys were talking about, so I let people speak. because they
Right,
they
but
know
it's,
more
see,
information.
there's also a saying, a closed mouth don't get fed. So all you got to do is speak, dude. Say, hey, can you guys tell me what's going on? Like, what do you guys think? Or use your words, dude. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. Perhaps you can learn something you didn't know before.
Correct, but there wasn't anyone speaking, so
So make
I was
a
thinking about
conversation.
just leaving.
Oh, it's up to you. It's your choice.
No, I was seeing at the beginning because no one was really saying anything, so I was like, well, might as well just next, even like because it was I misclicked anyways, but I don't know, man.
Okay, well, let's just bypass all of that. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't know. Sorry.
That's what we're getting to, dude. Like, you're saying like, well, I just want people to say some things about what you're saying. You were telling Says Who, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Right on. Well,
usually when I do that on maybe not just server, but they're like, oh, well, what's the point of being here? Get the fuck out. That's why I don't do that. I try to answer, but I couldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
like I said, I'm terrible with answering things. Like
we're
I
making it known. We're making it known to you. This is a very open forum that would like to hear some good inquiry into like what flat Earth is. Perhaps you want to find out if the Earth is a globe or not, and we can ask you some questions. But it's definitely a back and forth. It's a great way for us to interact with new people that don't know about this topic. But know this, man. You don't feel like you're going to feel attacked if we disagree with the things that you're saying based on your idea of the Earth being a globe. It's us showing you that there's a reason for us to have that disagreement. So do you want to talk about anything? Like, do you want to at least come from a point that this is the reason why you think the Earth's a globe, or perhaps you want us to show you positive affirmation that the Earth is flat?
Meanwhile, Jedi, could you like mute yourself? The typing is lighting you up every time you're hot micing.
I'm typing, I'm scratching my head, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Drew? Still with us?
Yeah, what's up?
Are you busy doing something? I mean, if you're busy
I am,
doing
bro.
something.
My bad.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it does sound like that.
I do 3D printing, and I'm trying to do this model. Sorry.
All right. Well, perhaps you just want to sit and chill. How about that? You can do that too.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah, if this channel is distracting you, go to a different one where you're less distracted.
No, it's not
wants to
like
be-
distracting as far as it's just me like answering things. Like I can listen to you guys, but I probably won't catch everything.
Hey, can you make like can you print a globe model that you can attach water on the outside of it? Can you do that?
He probably wasn't listening, Gemsy.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I guess all we have is Martin K. I don't know who else is. Someone I haven't spoken to. Is Martin K a Glober? Pretty quiet today. Hey, what's everybody doing?
I'm a Glover, Miggy. You want to talk to me? I was 10 years ago. I'll try to take my brain back to 10 years ago, and you can.
You're trying to
go
think that
through
far
the
back?
process.
You remember what it was like to be a Glober? Were you into like all that space, like videos, and you were looking
When I
up
was
at the
11
night
years
sky?
old, I got for Christmas a lunar lander with Major Matt Mason. That's pretty much enough said about my indoctrination. You know what I mean? I literally played.
We got Matthew here.
Oh, you want to talk to
Matthew Lawrence knows all about the globe. Talk to him. Go ahead.
Oh, he doesn't. He just has stories.
He thinks he knows, don't you, Matthew? You get your
Yes,
best
I
guess.
do think I know.
Your best guess. It's his best guess. You guys go ahead.
I thought you said all you have is stories.
I would call them explanations, not stories, but yeah.
They're the same thing.
Matthew has better explanation.
Sounds like one of Donald Trump's quotes. We got the best explanations. All the best explanations ever.
That's right. Nobody else
The
has better
greatest
explanations.
Nobody has better explanations like we do.
Gonna make
It's like-
explanation again.
Explanations for the wins.
He has an explanation for his belief. At least in definition, right? A statement.
The
Or an action
political
for a belief.
Viking. The political Viking got his popcorn ready. He said, "Explanations are worthless without demonstration." Demonstrate, Maddie. I guess he's gonna enjoy his popcorn while you.
Yeah, explanations are just a way of describing the observations we see.
Bob's your uncle.
No, descriptions would be descriptions of the things that you see. Explanations would be, actually showing us how or why in a demonstration of how things happen.
Yeah.
We don't need to do that. Shoot.
The description would be the sun is moving across the sky. The explanation is the earth is a ball spinning on.
And what's missing is the demonstration of that.
Well,
so let's talk about something we probably all agree on. But I would say we all agree that water is H2O. If somebody says water is H2O, is that a description or an explanation or a demonstration? What would you call that idea?
It's a description. It's a description.
Another thing we know about water is that it doesn't attach itself on the outside of spinning globe. It doesn't do that. The real water doesn't, right, Matthew? It doesn't.
Well, in some scales it does. Like you can take a basketball and get it wet, and it will stay wet for a while. That's water sticking to a globe.
There you go, Dempsey.
Damp balls, mate. There you go. Damp balls prove the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah.
You got to prove that water can stick to a globe.
You're really going to go with wet basketballs, Matthew? That's the
Yes, it's an example of water sticking to a globe.
Yes. Wet basketballs, globe or clipboard. Where you at, brother?
Hey Matthew, what happens when you have a wet ball and the sun hits it? What happens to the wet ball? Does it get dry or does it stay wet?
It gets dry and the water disappears, evaporates.
I'm more convinced every day. Like Matthew Learns gives a valid counter argument, and these clowns just laugh. Oh my goodness! Somebody agrees with you, Matthew. You got one cheering you on.
very compelling argument, Matthew. Good job, man.
Yeah, what else can we do? What can you say to that? You know what I mean?
How what's up, nigger monkeys?
Wait, what?
They want to talk about why the niggers are bad for society.
You're probably going to get muted soon, dude.
Yeah, a bunch of people popped in.
He's looking for his daddy, but his daddy's not here. Go to another channel. He might be in a different channel if you calling for his name. The N-word. He's looking for his daddy. But he's not here though.
You speak the lingo? Yeah, hey, lingo. Good lesbian.
Lingo?
A good lesbian.
Oh, good lesbian. If you're there, go ahead and open up your mic. Let's have a conversation. Oh, they're showing good lesbians showing a image of the globe Earth. Is it the blue marble? Yeah.
Jedi, sorry, but it seems like you need to mute yourself.
Shut up. Thank you.
All right. All right. So good lesbian, if you're there, go ahead and open up your mic if you have an argument for the Earth being a globe.
Is that picture supposed to be your proof, or are you just proving that people can paint and draw things with the computer? Which one? I'm not sure.
Wow, guys, they really got pictures. I never thought about that one. Maybe it's a real pic, but you better investigate it.
Well, I mean, yeah, doesn't sound
Maybe
like
they're flat. I think they're a flat earther, just showing that the picture's fake. Maybe I think that's what it is.
Lengo is their name. I am Lengo. Politics Shogun, Libertarian Right, 14 other roles. Conservative, traditionalist, capitalist, pro-life, free will, Christian, Protestant, man, straight, gamer, student, shit poster, investor, zoomer. It's a young person, yeah? Hence the reason why good lesbian is an introvert and not wanting to get on the mic. Because he's probably an iPad kid. Grew up with an iPad or something. Never been exposed to real conversation, perhaps? Maybe. Unless you unmute and prove me wrong.
Clearly a flat earther. You're a flat earther. Shall I read this up for everyone? Anyway, point is, comparing water sticking to a tennis ball and water sticking to the earth is obviously because a tennis ball has little mass, it doesn't create a lot of gravity. The earth is very large. It creates a lot of gravity, so water is attracted to it. I'd love you to unmute yourself.
Inshallah, unmute yourself, man.
So in that explanation, they're wrong about gravity? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, we got Killer that just joined. Killer
Yeah,
would say,
it's me.
is the Earth a globe?
I don't know, man. I never saw it.
You
Yeah,
don't know.
Killer
You
was
never
here
saw it.
last night. Yeah, there.
Damn, so like it's like 30 people sitting here and like nobody speak nothing.
Well, we're just waiting for you to actually provide some evidence if you think the Earth is a globe. Are you able to do so?
Damn, you guys wait for me.
Yep.
I'm.
Or anybody, actually.
Oh
So you're-
fuck, bro.
you're
You
the
ruined my
guy who just
experience
came in
now.
here. Do you have any evidence, sir? Or no?
What evidence, bro?
That the Earth is a globe.
How the fuck you expect me to have evidence, man? I'm a guy on the Discord, bro.
All right, good.
So no then?
That's a no.
Yeah, no, I don't have evidence.
Hey, that's honest right there. I think most
Thank you
people would be
for
better off just saying that.
Yeah, starting off with that. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, says who. Thank you for being honest. Go ahead, go.
Thank you.
Moving right along.
But what is your guy opinion on the shape?
Oh, we don't have an opinion. We just see reality for what it is, and it's a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Okay.
But you don't see that?
I don't know, like what you're aiming.
Horizontal plane looks like a flat Earth that extends outward, horizontally, everywhere.
I don't know if it's everywhere, man.
Well, it looks like from from your vantage point, it looks like it extends outward, right?
Yeah, but like depend like like where you are and how you're looking,
Well, we're looking horizontally across the surface.
Real quick, Meg, have you ever stood on a beach, buddy, and looked out at the horizon? Does it look like a ball? Now I'm shutting up.
Yeah, but like how you expect to look like a ball, to be honest?
Well, the size of the Earth would dictate that an observation being made on the surface would show at least the surface curving in some way, in some form, and we could be able to detect it and measure it in some way.
So it's not pardon. So it's not possible to measure it.
Well, we're asking, and is there any evidence that it has been, Killer?
No, bro, I don't know, man. Like I really don't know.
That's the thing.
anything
Yeah,
about the
this
topic.
is the point we're making, right? This is the point we're making.
Okay, but like, why then the flat Earth community don't like measure it?
Well, we are saying that the surface is measuring flat. In other words, it's a horizontal plane measured from sea level. So there's going to be elevation profiles from like land topography. But what we're saying is that it still extends outward as a horizontal plane, even though we have land topography. So it's
Okay,
still horizontal.
I'm sorry. So, like, from my perspective, we're gonna say, for example, if we fly the plane straight, like on like 10,000 kilometers, and we're gonna say all the time, we're never gonna like leave the how you say the Earth. We will always be like still in the air.
Yeah, what's your point?
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Good proof.
Yeah, what's
Sorry,
your point?
Mickey.
No, so I mean, like that's my question. Like, is the plane always gonna be in the air, or he gonna like leave the air, and enter the space?
I get what you're saying. You're trying to say, is the plane going to go off into space?
I'm sorry for my English. Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, because it's using aerodynamics, which means that it can only apply the same
Not literally. I'm sorry. Not literally the literal plane, But for example, like imagine the plane who can go like in the air and he can go into the space, If the Earth it's like spherical or like round, at some point, if the plane it's always going at straight, like he should like leave. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that doesn't happen.
Okay. But like, did we have did anybody like test that ever?
Yeah, people that fly planes.
The
every day.
data shows it.
When they reach cruising altitude, they just go straight level. They do straight level flights on a horizontal plane that they're flying over, and they reach their destination horizontally.
Okay, but like in that sense, like that's mean there is like no end then.
What do you mean there's no end?
But like if the plane can constantly go straight, and not enter the space.
Yeah, but we're the only thing the plane is okay. So we're gonna
not
do
plane. I'm sorry for
like
maybe it's wrong example. A rocket, like whatever, Superman who can fly, like no matter what, the object who can fly,
Yeah, you're talking about is it possible to go to space? Is it possible? Is that what you're asking?
No. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for like what I'm trying to explain. Like if the Earth is like round, like a flat. If the Earth is flat, and if you constantly fly straight, and like you're in the air and you constantly fly straight, like is there gonna be the point where like you are not like anymore like in the Earth? You're not. You know what I mean?
No, they're
fine. Oh, we're in containment.
You're trying to say where's the end of the edge of the Earth? He's trying to ask.
No, yeah, but the plane, because you're saying airplane, right? Airplane?
No matter if it's airplane, like whatever, like the bird, like whatever, what can fly. You know what I mean? Like where is the edge then? Like somebody said, yeah.
Yeah,
that's what he's asking.
Yeah, no one's making a claim to an edge.
No, I don't say it. Like that's what I'm asking. Like that's my question. Like I don't understand it.
Oh, I don't know what you're asking for.
I think he's asking if something can fly forever, where would it go? Would it reach the edge?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, no, but that's a hypothetical though. We have to use practical examples of something that's real world. If I use a hypothetical, think about it like this. Think about it like this. If I use a hypothetical, I have to invoke a lot of things that are practical. So I have to use
understandable.
But I have to invoke things that we can do, like people that fly planes. So if that's the case, then how people fly planes are not just randomly going into one direction. That's not how it operates. You have to use this is why I'm saying this is not applicable. You need to use a real world example for your hypothetical. That's the only way that this could make sense. If you use a hypothetical that's far-fetched, it does not make sense. I can't use that as an example and then counter you with an example that's going to say anything to rebut what you said. Because you're giving me a far-fetched hypothetical, which means that it's a crazy hypothetical. I can't counter your crazy hypothetical because it's not practical. You cannot do the thing you say you're doing.
Okay, so if it's gonna be like easier for you to understand, with like no examples, if it's Earth the flat, where is the edge?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. No one is making a claim to that.
No, I don't say claim. I asking the question, man. Like what claim?
Yeah. So
I'm asking
if we're not presenting the Earth with an edge, then how can we tell you the Earth has an edge? If that's not one of our claims, right? If we're not making this presentation to you, hey, the Earth has an edge, and then you say, okay, where's the edge?
But that would be the question. Experiments
hold on. But you would only ask that if we made the claim. If we said, hey, the Earth has an edge, then you could answer or ask the question, where's the edge? Then you would ask that. But you don't ask the question that you're asking right now, where's the edge, if we didn't present that to you. If we didn't give that to you, you can't ask for where's the edge.
I didn't know how to explain on the English. That's only the problem.
Yeah, the
English
limitation,
is not my first language.
The limitation to this realm is unknown.
So the flat Earth, like it's not only like the Earth is flat, like it's going like into it's not paranormal. How is it in English?
No, you can't give an explanation right now like you want to, because I'm
explanation.
Giving you,
I wanted to ask the question. I didn't want to explain.
I'm telling you right now, Killer. I'm telling you that it is unknown. The extent of the realm that we exist in right now is unknown.
Okay, why we can't measure then?
It's not about measuring it. The extent of the realm is not known because it cannot be validated. I can't tell you, well, it's about 10 million miles away. I can't tell you any information because it is unknown.
Okay, then, like, what is known?
What is known is the places we have traveled, the places we can go that we can validate. Everywhere you can travel, we can know, we can validate. The known world is a horizontal plane. Yeah.
From like what perspective?
From your vantage point, if you want to travel somewhere,
from the human perspective, but
what else perspective? From the sea lion?
If you
what perspective?
You have the animals. You have the animals. You have this like some things.
We don't do that. We're only doing it from our vantage point. People can report back. I've been to such and such place. All we can do is tell you where people can travel. That's it. That's all. We can't go somewhere where nobody's ever reported to say they've been. Yeah.
Okay, man, but like I still don't understand how that explains.
I do understand, but what you're not understanding.
Yeah, I don't understand.
When we do not know certain things, like the places you think we can travel to, those places you want us to go to the edge. We don't know information to the extent of this realm. We do not have that information, so we can't tell you.
How we can get that information?
Okay, how we can get that information would be that perhaps you or somebody else would travel to such a place. But guess what? Even if you travel to a place, how far do you think the extent is?
I don't know, man. Like
that's the problem. It could be 10 million miles away. It could be 100 million miles away. It could be 1 bazillion, gajillion, whatever you want to make up number.
Yeah, but that's why you travel to you have expeditions.
Do you have enough gas to get there? Do you have enough food to get there? How far do you think you have to travel? If you check this out. Let me pose something to you. If you don't know where you're going, how would you prepare for a trip where you don't know the extent of the trip?
Okay,
how would you prepare for that trip?
Yeah.
No, Killer, answer my question.
Yeah, I will answer. Yes, I will answer your
answer
question.
directly. How would you prepare for a trip?
The same way, the same way, the people, when they try to, when they travel to find, when they go to the India, but they accidentally, find America, when they go like on all these like expeditions. I will do it like that, man.
Yeah, well, what is that? Tell me, what are you taking with you when you don't have enough gas, don't have enough
What
food.
you mean? What you mean? What you mean? I don't have. How you know that I will not have? You know.
Okay,
But
then
what-
tell me.
what-
Then tell me what. Listen to me very
Okay.
carefully. You
Okay.
want to prepare to go to see where the edge is. What are you taking with you?
Bro, I'm not doing logistic like that's.
That's
not my
what I'm telling you would be needed, sir. You would need to
Okay.
be prepared logistically if you're going to go travel to someplace you've never
Yeah, but-
been.
yeah,
you don't.
but
Number
me
one,
personally-
killer. No, you don't get this. Number one, you don't know the extent, so you can't
Yeah,
prepare for
yes.
a travel, dude. You don't know the
How
extent.
do you mean people discover America, bro? How do you mean people discover other like continents? They didn't know. man.
Nobody,
They traveled.
nobody did. This was already a land that known about, dude. It was already settled. What the hell are you talking about?
How do you mean it's already known about it?
Yeah, it's another cool story you're trying to bring up. Maps were already made in that time, so nobody discovered anything. People got lost. Yeah.
Okay,
This was a known territory.
Who discovered these maps? Who make these maps? You know, the people needed to discover the places
That's
so they
a whole
would be
nother
able
conversation.
to make. Bro, I
Yeah,
speak about original people. The same way how they do it, I will do.
Okay.
The same. Is that enough?
Let me paint you a different story or a different picture. All right. At that time, people were allowed to explore without any kind of bar, or what I'm saying is they didn't have any limitations, especially by a greater authority or an authority that had more guns than them. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to compare apples to apples. I want you to call your local congressman, and I want you to have him lift the ban on exploration. Okay? Everybody call their local congressman or the members of parliament or the, let's just call it the banking cartel, and have them lift the ban on independent exploration of the earth. Can you do that for me? Then we can have an apples to apples comparison.
Okay, understandable. So, like, you want to say, we don't know because the governments.
No. Wait.
Sure.
Even if we were prohibited to go logistically to go certain places, let's just say that would be the first red tape, and then you would somehow overcome that in some way. Let's say you got the permission.
Okay.
I'm asking you to tell me, how would you prepare for such a trip?
Damn, bro! Like I don't understand. Like what you don't understand.
Oh my
like,
God!
I answer
I'm
you.
speaking
I answer
clear
the
English. You should
question.
be able to, like.
I
you should be
answer
able to
the
understand
question.
this.
I answer the question, man. I answer the question. Like, do you want me to tell you? Like, I will have like this many sardines. I will have this many toilet papers.
Yes.
All right, yeah.
Bro. Do you think?
That's what I'm asking.
Do you think?
Oh my
I'm sorry,
God.
man. I'm sorry, man. Do you think that in my free time I sit at my home and I prepared myself to travel? Like into unknown.
All right, that's an excellent point.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, dude.
He's showing you that if you
telling
were
you
to
this.
go, you wouldn't know where you were going. Where you would go, how much gas you would need, how much.
I understand
food
that,
you would
man. I
need.
understand that. I understand.
No, you don't, because you think it's possible. Why don't we do it? Why doesn't Flat Earthers do it? Dude, even if you overcame the logistical
expedition, man. Expedition. It's called expedition. Okay, you go to one point.
Just wait. Stop talking, yammering through me. Okay, so even if you overcame the fact that you could travel to certain places, where the fuck do you think you're going, and how much gas do you think you're gonna have to get there? There's a problem here.
I need gas.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if it's a boat or walking or whatever the fuck you think.
How the Vikings are come to the UK.
You don't tell me how the Vikings did shit, dude. I want you to tell me how the fuck you're gonna prepare for something going into a place
I'm sorry,
you don't
bro.
know
Like,
the
are you
destination
retarded,
to.
bro? I answer the question multiple times, bro. In my free time, I don't sit at home thinking about how I'm gonna
Gives a
prepare
fuck,
myself.
dude, you're asking the question now. You're asking it right now to us. Who gives a fuck what you did in your room? I don't care. You're asking the question now, which means that at least you're thinking about it. So think about
bro,
this.
I look
Think of
schizophrenic.
it. Killer, fucking think about this. If you're going from point A to point B, right? Where the fuck is point B, dude? If it's unknown.
I don't care where it is. I'm gonna
We
discover,
fucking do. If we're gonna go travel someplace, I'm not just gonna say, "Hey, put a tank of gas and a couple of sandwiches, and let's go head south. Let's just go south. Let's just keep going south. We're just gonna find the extent of the realm. We might die because we might never reach it, but we don't fucking know. We're just gonna go because Killa has an idea that all you gotta do is fucking put some lunch sacks, you know, and perhaps like 2 gallons of gas, and just fucking go south. And then we're gonna touch the edge.
Of gas, bro. Like what you speak about? Like, man, do you really
idiotic idea that you think that we're just gonna travel somewhere and reach the extent of the realm,
maybe
dude?
the idea is like actually like really good, but like yeah, you are mad because you don't think
You're
about
a goddamn fool, dude, to think that we're just gonna jump on some vehicle and go one direction and think we're gonna reach the extent of the realm.
What vehicle, man?
Yeah,
That's our question.
Fucking vehicle, dude.
Bicycle, bro. Sit on the bicycle, you know.
Oh my gosh, dude.
You're a fool.
You're a dumbass.
Dude, you've never thought about this question.
He played that game.
Yeah,
he played that game.
You've never thought about this question up until this point.
Of
up
course,
until you could ask it.
Because I don't care about that question, man. You know, like you are flat Earth.
Then why the fuck did you ask it?
Am I right? Am I right?
Why did you ask it?
You guys believe here in the flat Earth. Am I right?
Dude, why did you ask the question if you don't care about the answer? Why?
Because it's clear now he has a problem with the people and not the subject. It's clear all the flat tards are fucking flat tards, so it's the people and not the subject, obviously.
Well, you know what's interesting too is that even drilling down to the reasoning behind why he would ask it, now he doesn't care because he's stuck. He doesn't know how to rectify the fact that even if he had permission to travel on the surface
Nigga, you
of the
just
earth,
speak too much. You speak too much. You don't saying nothing, man. You don't saying nothing. You speak too much saying nothing.
I'm speaking about your ignorance on having the question being asked. Well, just go to the extent. Just travel to the edge. Dude, where the fuck is that? How will I prepare for a travel if I don't know where I'm going, dude?
I will not give you. How will I will prepare myself, you know? I will not
no
tell
shit,
you.
Sherlock. That's what I'm fucking saying. That's what I'm telling you.
What you
how the
saying?
fuck will
What
I
you
be able to,
telling me?
dude? How would I be able to prepare for a travel that I don't even know where I'm going?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you need like YouTube tutorial? You know, because for your fucking American mind are too much retarded to understand something. Like you need YouTube tutorial to prepare you for something like that.
You don't even understand.
A YouTube tutorial. Okay, so look. The question is for you.
I need YouTube tutorial.
Dude, relax. Why are you freaking out? Why are you freaking out like a 2-year-old, bro? Are you alright?
I'm not, man. The way how he speaks, the way he energy, I'm gonna give him the same. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Don't blame other people for your freakouts. This is your problem. So he's asking you a very simple question. So what is the edge? Why are you freaking out? Why are you freaking out? Because I'm talking, and all of a sudden you're going to cut me off. You're going to cut me off because I'm talking to you calmly? You're a dick.
Yeah. Away he goes. Idiotic, dude. It's like, I'm just going to jump in a boat and just travel.
No.
Let's go to the extent.
Hello, Sins. I know you don't think the Earth is flat, bro.
Quick, before you get started with the next guy, I would throw in a shout out to Helio.
No, Dave. Sins, I know you don't think the Earth is flat, do you?
No.
All right, I'll mute.
There you go, you guys.
Who is this guy?
Sins at the top. He doesn't think the Earth is flat.
Have we spoken to him before?
No, negative.
Okay.
Nobody's picking it up.
The conversation went that direction because, of course, that question, it's like, well, why don't you just travel to the edge? Like, nobody even mentioned an edge, number one. Number two, how is that possible? Humanly possible. Let's travel to a location we've never been to or even know where it is and prepare for that. It's like, let's just keep going, man. I don't know where we're going, but we're going.
Alpha. And that was the perfect time to throw in Helio. Always said, I would definitely get on a plane at point A and not know where point B is.
What were you saying? Who was it? Somebody just woke up.
Yeah, Alpha. Who wants to sign up for a trip where the temperatures are so cold they're fatal within minutes?
That guy. I sure as hell ain't going that direction.
Yeah, you run out of fuel, you're dead.
I mean, you guys are welcome to try to find the extent of the realm, dude. I'm not. That's not a part of what I want to do.
Yeah, what's interesting is that we don't even know if going south is where we're going to find the extent, right? Or north. We don't know that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, how would you that whole question, man, it's just so much problems.
It's the power of the propaganda, right? So that little illustration where you have a disc-shaped Earth in space with water falling off the edge and boats and stuff. Most people have seen that, and so they just instantly trigger to that, like, oh, well, where's the edge end where the boats fall off? They always ask.
Yep.
It's powerful propaganda.
It's not that, but when they talk about that, it's just like Miggy said. It's just getting over the hurdle of the fact that you will be travelling horizontally. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about the edge. Where's the edge?
Yeah.
Because they can't handle that. You will be flying horizontally for 3,000 miles to 6,000 miles, to 9,000 miles, 12,000 miles, 100,000 miles an hour. You'll always be flying horizontally, travelling horizontally. But they want to talk about the edge.
Yeah, who is Sins, by the way? Ranger? Is there somebody?
Yes, I'm not sure somebody, but I think. Oh my God!
Oh, you think you know who this guy is? Like from a?
Nah, my fault, gang. I'm new. I'm just, you feel me?
No, he's new. I was just saying.
Oh, he's your friend.
New and he entered and he doesn't believe it. No, I don't know this person at all.
You don't know.
Oh my God!
Sorry. All right, Sins.
I was just setting you guys up. That's all. I guess I just have to say.
So do you in any way think that the Earth is a globe, Sins?
Low key.
You're using some of the Zoomer vernacular, yeah? Low key? Okay, low key. That means, and I can interpret that. That means you kind of know, right?
Yeah, I guess.
I think that's what I know what that word meant. All right, so I'm not a.
I always thought he meant he was kind of shy about it.
Nah, low key means that they kind of know. Like that's what it means. Like somewhat. That's what low key means.
I mean, I'm 50 next year, man. I didn't have a clue.
Actually, AV, it's kind of confusing. It could mean a lot. So, like, if you say, "Oh, I like that girl over there," or no, the girl asks you, "Do you like her?" and you say low key, but you actually like her a lot. It's kind of confusing. So you never know.
Oh, it could be the opposite. But I guess in the context, right? Like what's being said. Okay, so in this case,
indeed.
I think he agreed with me. He kind of knows the Earth is a globe. I think that's what that low key meant. All right, sorry to harp on that word. All right. So, in what way, low key, do you know the Earth's a globe?
All right, bro. So boom. I'll say like how you can see the moon, and that's like in a way, you know how planets are. In a sense, not really.
Okay, you're saying you're seeing something in the sky, and that's giving you some kind of mind to think that the Earth is like those things.
I would think like, yeah. I don't think planets are flat.
Well, you're comparing the Earth to that thing up there. So in other words, in order to have a comparison, you have to have a way to relate the Earth to look like that thing up there. So give me one comparison of what is similar to the thing you're looking at. What on the Earth is similar to that up there?
Are you talking about like the sun?
No, it doesn't matter. The moon, the sun, anything that you're looking at. Give me one clear comparison to that up there to the thing that's down here that you're standing on.
I would believe it's another planet, right?
Yeah, I'm not talking about what you believe. I'm talking about draw me a clear comparison as to like how they're the same.
Because if you're looking around, we like know what planets are. I would see like stars and stuff, every other thing, right? I don't know. Like,
interesting question, right?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Just think about it, right? Like next time you think about like those things up there, like what we're standing on, just think about the comparison. Like try to compare anything that you can think of what those things are to what you're standing on, and see if you can find any kind of comparison to that. Is there any other way that you can low key think of the Earth as a globe, other than that?
I would say Mars got water, but they say we travel to the moon. All right. We have we got satellites. it down.
You said Mars has water?
I mean, I think that's what they were saying.
Oh, how did they prove that to you?
I'm not even sure how they did it.
Oh, that's something to look into also, right?
Indeed, it is.
Okay. So we're just dealing with at least the things that they're telling you that the Earth is a globe. It's a giant ball that you're standing on. Trying to figure out how that's the case. So I'm asking you questions of maybe how you can perceive it that way. And if you can't perceive it that way, you can say, well, shoot, I don't know. Right?
Also, we got the little spinny globe thing, you know.
What do you call that?
What do you call that?
I don't know. What do you call it? Is it Earth?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
It shows the different parts of Earth.
Well, the spinny globe that's on the desk. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, but what's the comparison from that to what you see outside?
Comparison.
Yeah.
Everything is so close, you feel me? Compared to that big.
Well, then you can't compare it, right?
Not really from my experience. Yeah.
Or you're muffled, Sins.
Oh yeah. Not really from my experience like that. Like you really can't like that.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is how can we draw a comparison to what they're showing us to what the Earth is outside?
How can we draw it?
No, a comparison. Like you got a globe in one hand, you're looking at it, you're spinning it around. I want you to compare anything from that to what you're seeing outside.
Continents. Standing on it.
So you see a continent on the globe. Have you seen that in real life, the way that looks?
I mean, not really, bro. But like,
there you go.
You got a map. You got a map of the U.S. You know you're in a state or something. You can see that on the map. Like you know it's there. Like,
well, I see land. I don't see the actual outline of the state. You talk about high aerial visualization, right? Like from up high.
Basically. Yeah.
You could see from up high, but you can't see like the state lines that are drawn out like on a map. That's just not perceivable. You just see a big lumpy landmass.
True.
Okay. How do you know it's the curved surface? Like the way you see on the globe?
There's a lot of geographic technology that got like
name one.
Stuff like that. I don't know. Is Google that advanced? Google Maps? No, maybe.
No, that's just a map. You're talking about technology, which means a device would be used in that specific context. Anything?
Just about that, probably.
Okay, so no technology was presented by you. You said there was technology, so. Finding a little bit of trouble here, Sins?
Yeah.
Wasn't as easy as you thought it would be, huh?
Yeah, bro. Got me in a hot seat thinking about it like I never thought about it before.
It's all good, bro. I'm only here to challenge you, man. Like that's it. Hey, you can just take this as a challenge. That's all.
Oh yeah.
And something to think about too. I mean,
yes.
What the takeaway is, I want you to think about the comparison idea that I've given you. If somebody has questions about it, you can also question them. Well, let's do a comparison. What can we see from what you're presenting, like the globe or the moon or anything that you see in the sky, and compare it to the thing you're standing on when you go outside? And try to have people think about it in that way, because that's the only way that it becomes real to you and me. It's if it some way has some sort of comparison to the physical and natural world. And if they can't do it, then it stands to reason that it can't be exactly what you're making the idea of looking at a globe or a map or the moon, because you can't compare what you're seeing on the real world.
Don't we have visuals from satellites? Don't satellites give us visuals? No.
Yeah, well, think about it. Like, so what visual have you seen from a satellite?
All right, not specifically I seen a visual from a satellite, but I did see a video. This guy was recording, he had a balloon and he let it go up, and looking down at the earth, it was looking kind of globish, I'm gonna lie.
Okay.
Like normally, how you
Do you
see
think
it.
that had to deal with the Earth actually curving or the lens itself? How did you make the distinction? It wasn't the lens giving that impression, and it was the actual Earth.
Because I'm so sure it was curvy at ground level too in that video.
I just want you to use your mind to think about how it's possible, since that it wasn't the lens and it was the actual Earth. How did you make the distinction? It was the actual Earth and not the lens.
Shoot, I'm not sure. It's just
There you go, bud.
Or we can just examine some information, see if you can find that video or something like it that proves your point.
Yeah, you could do that too. Search for a video if you want. Present it. We'll look into it. You know, I want you to do your best and to think about it in any way that you can. I'm giving you that opportunity, man. So, we'll investigate each claim as it comes, one by one.
Okay. I see.
But I'll let you look into that, and then maybe we can take the heat off of you for a little bit and see if there's anybody else that wants to chime in, and perhaps maybe we can just turn to the panel for a little bit while you do that.
Yeah, word. I'm looking into the video.
Yeah, man. So, welcome everybody once again. Just been kind of hanging out here with you guys, doing my stuff. Been having, so far, man, just really good interactions. To the effect of having the exposition happen. So, I've been having a jolly time today. Hopefully, you guys are too. Having a good day.
That's what's up, yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm still up from 3 days ago, 2 days ago. I don't know.
Holy smokes, dude! You haven't had sleep or what?
Not yet. I got sent some new medication from the VA, so you know how that goes.
Yeah. Always hope for a good outcome, bro. Anyway, anyone else? Welcome.
I don't know, man. I just smoked some weed about it.
You know it.
Cool thing about where I'm at, it's medically legal, so the prices aren't freaking outrageous.
Same thing.
I was able to get 5 cartridges for $25. Hella good deal.
Might have to dip here in a little bit. Just wanted to have good morning with you guys and challenge a few folk.
You got plans to come back today?
Before you leave, I wanted to offer since I got to come back to whatever this is, I want to be like a background guy to help you get this podcast blown up. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, man. That information is, I am closer and closer, dude. I'm telling you, settling into a new place is not freaking easy, man. Because we went from a larger home to a smaller one, so there's a lot of stuff to get rid of. I gotta have a garage sale and sell a few things.
I mean, it's just my opinion, but literally the tip of the spear kind of stuff, man. What are you critically thinking about where you live? I mean, nobody takes a minute to think about where do I actually live. It's critically thinking. You guys have a good day. Dead Air Dave off.
See ya, Dave. Thanks for hanging out with us, bro. Yeah, it's I don't know. I've been talking to some people about it, what I want to do in the background, but eventually, yeah, I'm thinking about FaceTiming. I don't know. I'm going back and forth from that because it seems like there seems to be a bit of animosity with people actually showing their face, and other anti-FE types like taking it to the nth degree and trying to find out where this person is geographically and locate their spot and like do all kinds of stuff to them. So I don't know. Like that's a thing. All the weirdos on the internet.
I mean, that's definitely a thing, especially for flat earthers. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's why I was like going back and forth, man. I do want to do FaceTime because I think that's a whole big thing. I don't really care, but at the same time, I don't want to jeopardize, people I care about with some random coming to my place and doing something stupid, having to deal with that whole drama. So I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, but I really want to. I want to have it to where it's like FaceTiming. And then, because my idea was having it set up to where we have like a panel and you can pop on if you want to, like on a Zoom call, and people could see you. If you want, it's a choice, or not. You can just come in like a Discord call. But people get to realize who we are. Actually, 24/7 has like really been in the forefront of having the arguments like put down, and like we always like want to reformulate what we do, like the style and the forum and all that stuff. So we work hard at it. We've curated a platform here to where it's not just Joe Blow flat earther speaking. These are very concise, very curated points that we've made. We don't allow for just the esoteric flat earther to take charge of our forum and just start speaking. We don't do that here. You better know your shit when you start speaking. Let's put it that way. We're going to call you out. Like, no, well, hold on a second. We don't do that. So, yeah, I think, I don't know, it's my opinion, but we do like focus on the ones who have the microphone. Like that to us is important, right? Like who speaks on the subject. And a lot of you guys have spent years doing this. So yeah, it's, you've built up like a reputation from keeping it like logical and concise and all these things. So we're trying for people who are wanting to be in that same realm that we are to be of the same mind. We don't want to waffle too long, which is what I'm doing now. You get what I'm saying?
Yep, we in here using the KISS method. Keep it stupid simple.
I thought it was keep it simple, stupid.
I'm trying to be nice, Miggy. Jeez.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I just want to let it land where it's, But yeah, this whole thing is, I guess with the platform that I was gonna be doing this would be Flat Earth wouldn't be the only thing. It would be controversial topics that would be able to be validated. Like I said, not to shake the foundation of the core principles that we've already established. Because then you dip into esoteric topics and then you don't have a filter to discern from what they have relevance to, like anything we want to talk about that's controversial. So I have particular different topics that I think are controversial that I want to speak on, but Jimsy knows one. I'll give you one, but parasites. So that would be one that I think would be a topic I want to talk about. And the different types and the different ways they affect the human body. Like I said, this is not a health channel, so that doesn't need to be brought up. But that's what I would use in one of the forum that I want to have. So, yeah, dude, Drace, there's a myriad of different topics, dude. But yeah, it has to deal with the process of critical thinking. So that's why I was telling the guy earlier. He's still with us right now, Hugh Drew 561. That's what I was telling him. Like it's how you process information, and whether or not it's true, it would have to be validated. Things you would have to have information to support, right? And to back up, why we would say this would be the case. So it wouldn't just be pulling things out of the air and just saying, "Oh, let me put my tinfoil hat on." Like that's bullshit. Yeah. Because there is that, right? So that too, political Viking, you could say that, but it's another type of parasite, though. There is absolutely that. Yes, there is energy vampires. Yeah, and it's not like some crazy sci-fi idea. It's people who would like absorb the energy, like of that you're trying to keep a good consistent vibe going, let's say within, and then there's these people that do not stop. They keep persisting to like drain everybody from like wanting to have productive conversations and such. You know the type. So yeah. I'm sure people are familiar with these types because you know if somebody said energy vampire, you would know who would be falling in that category. Immediately. You would like, I know some of those people.
I typically refer to that as being a congenital malcontent.
Yeah. I like over fences. She's always like coming through with the fine points. Like the ones you just put right now, they literally feed off your energy. They feel happier if they get a reaction. Yeah, exactly. And therefore your mood changes, doesn't it? You become upset that they...
Wouldn't that be like narcissism?
Well, I mean, it's depends on the form of the person because the archetypes that we have here, it just varies. It varies. But they indeed still do the same thing. They're trying to accomplish the same goal. So, example is the Earth is Life guy that was in here earlier, that was propagating his like information of his server being a fair, balanced like place to go, like nonstop draining the text like from people actually having productive conversation to like trying to combat him and showing him how he doesn't have any like platform to say that his is fair and balanced versus this one isn't. So our energy was being drained into like, you know what I mean? I'll tell you who's a good person to identify these type of individuals. He's in here with us right now, Big Daddy Flurf. He's one of the guys who can immediately identify, and just like a few sentences having a conversation back and forth with somebody, who they are. And he could be like, yeah, this is a person I want to invest in because I know that this will be something that I could have a fruitful, effect. But this other one, it would be someone that's just here to drain all of my energy. It's like, I'm not here for that. So, and he gives them an ultimatum, make a decision. What do you want to do? So that draws a line. So there's people that can identify who they are, but sometimes for the audience, we show them like, hey, look, this person's, I have an argument. You just don't want to hear me. I do have the evidence. You're shutting me up and you don't let me speak. And you're like, okay, dude, go ahead and give your argument. Well, so a long time ago when I was trying to speak in this forum, like I was trying to say something and it seems like every time I speak that the person over there and like they do this whole shtick, this spiel that just drains everybody listening to it. We're like, dude, just stop, like shut up. Like, and you know what I mean? And so they're feeding off of that. They're just constantly spinning everybody's wheels and they don't get to the point. And then you get caught in a conundrum whether if you mute them, then you haven't let them get to their point because they never were getting to their point, right? So then the people listening are like, dude, he never reached his point. Like, he never said anything. Why are you muting him? And then you got those who are like, dude, he needs to be muted. So you get what I mean? There's an imbalance, and then people want to hear the person that you shut up, and I don't know. It's the whole thing. Yeah. If you're mad, they win. Exactly, Trace. And that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, man, I wish, the platform, and I'm only touching on these topics right now because we can't really dive into them too much. But yeah, if we had like the show that I do want to have, it's to have these kind of conversations, like talk about these topics that are real. These are, people that we have interactions with that affect others, and controversial topics that will come up. So, well, if you want to do that, you can join me. And then, of course, there's a fine line between that and esoteric, information. But I don't know. I don't want our values to be compromised in any way either. We can always say, like, look, there's a realm for speculation, but at the same time, you don't have to feel like everything has to be empirical. You can say, hey, look, I could think about things a certain way, But the things I know, I know. Things I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know.
I've been studying these esoteric beliefs for the last 3 or 4 weeks now. I got a really good mate who wanted to talk to me about the Kybalion, which is Hermes. Very interesting.
Hermetic principles.
Yeah, the 7.
What were you making up with your research?
Oh, I've read the Kybalion about 5 times now, and then I've read I think the other one is the Key, is what they tell you to read. But yeah, what do I say? I just got this really good mate who's right into it, yeah, and he was trying to tell me how you couldn't understand the Bible until you understood the Kybalion, and everything is mental, blah 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 blah, so on and so forth. But yeah, I'm definitely not finding the connection between the two. And then the evidence that he uses for this everything is mental is the double slit experiment. That's
really?
Yeah, so what and I've seen many videos on it now as well. I've been watching like podcasts, videos, anything I can find on it. And it always comes back to everything is mental and that we create our own reality because of the double slit and the light either being a wave or a particle when viewed. But the problem I see there is it's not just when a human views it, it's when anything tries to count it or view it, whether it's a machine, a camera, a counting device, whatever you want to say. But it's not just a person, yeah?
Those are the videos I was watching in like 2020, so I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
There's I've listened to a lot of these back and forths with this. We've dove into these topics many times. I think what's intriguing to me is that there is a portion of where you can say things are perceived from you in a very specific way, right? Like you perceive the world differently than someone else. There's a lot of subjectivity to it, but then there has to be some sort of standard by which everyone can agree that things are the way they are. Nature, I think, is an arbiter of that. Like, so we all experience the world together in the same realm, right? Like we're not in different places. We're all in the same place. So being objective, we're all here together. And that being the case, we're going to have a view on what something is objectively to say this is what we all experience. We all see the sun in the sky. Like if we're standing next to each other, you're not going to tell me you see a banana. Like it's the law of identity, right? So you have certain logical laws by which the world around you is identified as. So you can't say it's nothing more than what we've all come together and said that it is, right? But there's a finer point as to like what you mean by the thing that you see. Like you can't just say the sun is a giant ball of burning gas that has a core that has this and that going on inside of it, and that's the part where we differ. Because you don't know that. That's an interpretation given to you by somebody who doesn't know either. You're basically basing off your worldview off of some person's idea, and that's your subjective opinion. You can believe that, but you can't prove it. You get what I mean? That's where it starts to vary. But the thing we can tell you is the thing we experience. Is the sun in the sky and the radiant heat we feel from it, the energy, right? That's something that's real. So the interaction portion of it is what we understand it's objective. It's not subjective. So, yeah, it just depends who you talk to is able to handle the conversation. Some are just reducing it to absurdity where no one knows anything and how could you know what reality is? And at that point, all bets are off, right? So,
yeah, this is my mate, yeah? You can't know anything for sure. There's only degrees of truth. There's only half-truths. You don't know that you're looking at the sun. But the biggest problem I've found with this when I've been having these discussions with him, one night I spoke to him for about 12 hours, is whenever you've got any sort of rebuttal or any sort of question, they always revert back to, well, your ears can't hear what my lips are telling you because you're not ready to receive the information. So the conversation goes nowhere from that point.
Yeah.
If you don't make an inference as to what the sun is, people are just going to go with the most logical explanation.
We don't care about that. That's what I've already said. Like, explanations aren't going to be what wins the day. What's going to be the objective truth about the thing we experience is all the effects that we can determine with ways that we can determine with. Like, you feel the sun's radiant heat on your skin. There's something very objective about that. That's not going to be subjective. You get what I'm saying? Like, that can be measured. We're not talking about things that you think the sun is that cannot be measured.
No, so feeling the heat on your skin is literally a subjective experience.
You don't know what the sun is, bro. Just chill. No one knows what it is. You don't have to go and start guessing and
what. Feeling the sun on your skin is a subjective experience.
Yeah.
How is that subjective?
It's not subjective, it's objective. I'm physically feeling skin. It's not opinion based.
No, the subjective part is as it relates to a personal subjective experience. You can't feel the heat of the sun on my skin for me. It's a personal subjective experience.
No, it's not subjective, dude. It's universal. It's an experience that we all have collectively. We can all say the same thing about the experience.
Yeah. So we can come to the same conclusions about our experience, right?
Yeah, it's an objective experience.
Go on.
It's an objective experience.
No, what I'm saying is that, well, when we say objective, I'm talking about objective in terms of stance independent. Because
okay. Yeah, you're not using it within the terms.
Yeah, if you have your own proprietary definition.
When we're talking about objective and subjective reality or truths.
Jedi, you're cutting out, brother.
Thanks.
When you guys say we don't know what the sun is, you're implying that, like, it's seemingly this thing which we just can't grasp.
Yeah, it's constituent parts. That's what we're saying. Correct. It's constituent parts. You don't know what it's made of, do you?
No one knows. Not just this group of people, Cosmos. You don't know either.
Go grasp a piece of it.
Do you? Could you entertain what the sun could be?
No, because that's not what we're doing here. We're not entertaining what it could be. We're talking about what it is or what it's not, and no one can define the sun by basis of what they know. It's an inference, dude.
So we cannot determine what the sun is.
That's correct. That's an absolute true statement, right there.
Okay. So what's the light?
We don't need to ask that question if the answer is already we cannot determine what the sun is. The question has already been answered. We do not know, and that's been answered. So we don't need to further investigate whether or not we can find out any more about the sun, because we've already determined we don't know what it is collectively.
And not just this group of people as well, because people are going to hear when you say we as in just flat earthers. No, we as human beings. We don't know what. No one.
It's a big flaming ball.
Yeah, case closed.
So you don't know what light is either.
Dude, who said anything about light, bro?
Light isn't the sun.
Do you know what light is?
Yeah. Are we talking about the sun anymore, or are you going to concede yet? No one knows what the sun is. And just say that, dude. No one knows what the sun is.
No, I'm not conceding.
Okay, so that's
then he must know what the sun is.
Yeah, then he must know what it is. So opposite to not knowing is knowing. How do you know what the sun is?
Tell us what it is.
Because from observations and from our own mathematics, which is based on observations and physics,
that's what the sun is. You're sea lioning. What's the sun?
What's the sun? A giant ball of plasma, mostly constituted of hydrogen and helium.
And how do you know? And how would you know that?
because that's what we get from spectroscopy measurements. That's what we get for how fission works.
No, stellar spectroscopy is just affirming the consequent. So it's a speculation.
It's affirming the consequent of what?
Well, because I see a band of this amount of, wavelength of light, therefore the sun is burning this gas. It's kind of like saying, I see yellow, therefore it's a banana, when it really could be a canary. You understand? It's affirming the consequent.
So if I press my pedal on my car and it moves forward, am I affirming the consequence to say the engine is responsible?
Yes, because you could be in an electric vehicle.
Yeah, but what if your car's not on? You press that pedal all you want.
You could be pressing it. You could also be rolling down a hill and it's not running. I mean, there's,
So
you have to be a little more specific, Oliver. You're kind of embarrassing yourself at this point.
Could you do some sort of deductive inference?
No, you can't do deductive inference. That would be an oxymoron.
No, I'm saying
deductive inference. The hell?
That's an oxymoron, friend.
Sorry, I meant to say inductive.
No, induction is not science. That's why it's affirming the consequent. That's why they don't use it in science. Science is strictly deductive.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay. So can you give me the steps of the scientific method and we'll find out if you're right or if...
So what is science the study of?
Natural science is the study of the natural and physical world.
Right, and what do we call arguments based on, phenomena?
You call them arguments based on phenomena. The scientific method is a deductive system of, inquiry. So you're trying to conflate one thing with another, Oliver.
Did you just say inductive?
No, I said deductive.
Go ahead and walk through the steps of the scientific method like he asked you to.
What, the steps of the scientific method? So
yes, go ahead and do that.
So you'd have some sort of observation. You don't necessarily have to have an observation, but almost all initial theories are formed from this premise.
False, incorrect. Why would you be conducting any kind of, why would you be going through any steps if you're not even making an observation? You're so ridiculous, Oliver. Dude, you're embarrassing yourself at this point.
What?
So what are you going to be doing an investigation on if you haven't even made an observation? You said you don't even necessarily have to make an observation? Are you insane?
That's like saying you're going to go investigate a crime, but you've never found a crime scene.
Right.
You need to make an observation first. That's the most important, crucial step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomenon. You said that you don't have to. That's like, again, going out and saying, I'm going to go solve a crime scene and never finding a crime scene. You never saw it in the first place. You didn't make the observation.
That's the most beautiful analogy I've ever heard.
Thank you.
Right. So what I'm saying is science could deal with more abstract type concepts to do phenomena.
Good. What do you mean could? Science could? Science could? What the hell are you talking about? You want to make science whatever it is you think it ought to be. Isn't that right? You're going to turn into your own little plaything. Right?
What? I'm saying it always...
You want science to be your own little plaything. You're even turning the scientific method into some kind of subjective endeavor for you. I want science to be this so it fits my narrative in life. It's pathetic.
You're just ranting against a straw man.
Oh, okay. So why did you say science could do this or it could do that? What is science, by the way? What is natural science?
You dumbass.
The study of the natural world.
Yeah, the study of the natural world. So you'd have to study the natural world, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a method to this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The first step is to observe a natural phenomenon.
In the vast majority of cases, yes, that is typically always how
Okay, give me a scenario where there's not a situation where we're going to observe something happening naturally. Give me a scenario where that's not the case, where we're not making an observation. This should be interesting.
It's typically where you could be dealing with something very abstract, where you may be working from first principles.
Oh, I see. So is abstract in the natural and physical world? Or is that created within your mind?
Well, any thought is created in the mind.
Right. So this is not the natural and physical world, then, isn't it?
Your mind is not the natural and physical world.
No, it's not. It's supernatural. It has no physical attributes to it at all.
What?
Yeah, your mind.
Right.
Okay, can you show me how much your mind weighs? Hey, just tell me how much your mind weighs. How much do your thoughts weigh?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about when we say the mind.
What temperature is Can you give me a temperature of those?
Probably the temperature of the interactions of the brain.
Oh, you think the brain is the mind. See, you're even stupider than I thought. They're two different things, my friend. The brain is an organ.
For the sake of argumentation, you can call them two different things.
No, they are. Yes. The mind would be the concept, not the physical thing that you were trying to obfuscate towards. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that the mind, right, is the aspect of a functioning brain.
Oh, so it's an aspect. So once again, back to the supernatural, conceptual.
No, because I'm not calling it supernatural like it's outside of nature.
It is outside of nature. It doesn't have any physical attributes. Tell me again, how much do your thoughts weigh?
I don't know. If my thoughts were composed of like X amount of neutrons, I could say neutrons.
Oh.
I mean neurons. They were way.
Are your thoughts made of that stuff? Can you show me that? Can you test that for me?
They could be. I'm not making any commitments.
What do you mean they could be? Why would you say they could be? You guys are so stupid with it. It could be. Maybe someday, if you hope. Do you hope that this will be the case? Could be.
What argument are you making here?
I'm making the argument that your thoughts are not in the physical and natural world. They do not exist there.
Okay.
They have no physical attributes.
But they could be.
Right, so can you translate your thoughts across the world then? Can you send me your thoughts by fax?
What? I would have to actually make them become physical, right? Because my thoughts, which are supernatural, now I have to actually speak. Isn't that right? Now they have some physical attributes. My voice has a physical attribute. There's a vibration that occurs, and the air moves. In the microphone responds, and there's electronics, right, that get them to you. So.
Yeah, right. So
since it's a fax machine, you'd be writing it down.
So where does that derive from?
Where does what derive from?
The sounds you make.
It comes from my body, which is physical. Why are you even asking such a stupid question? I just described this to you. I said my vocal cords. Are you paying attention?
Right. So you're just a robot that produces sounds.
Bro,
well, if you want to think of it that way, I suppose so. But the natural and physical world is not going to have to do with the abstracts of your mind, is it?
Oh, right. Okay. So we're making a materialist commitment already.
No, you just
yeah, sure. The physical and material world. That's right.
Oh my God! Why don't you understand that? We're talking about something very specific.
So this is where Big Daddy Fresh will be like, "This guy is just here to waste your time."
Yeah, I know that.
This is where I say that none of you have read into the philosophy of mind.
We don't need to do that. We're just cooking you on how you don't know what science is, dude. We don't need to get one to those other.
What he's trying to say is, if the Earth is flat, everyone must be robots.
No, that's a non sequitur.
Yes, you said there's certain examples where you can deal with the scientific method without observation, which is the first step. You sound crazy.
You can do the scientific method without the dependent variable? Fuck.
Come on, bro.
The thing is, I would have this conversation with smarter people, but I'm willing to leave the point since I'm talking to you guys
right now.
What do you mean? You think you're talking to a robot?
Yeah. What do you guys do? Are any of you like doctors
Who
or
cares?
researchers?
Who cares? Let's stick away from the people. We were interested in what you said, that you complete the scientific method without observing.
Yeah. So you're just gonna be anal about a point that I don't think
you're
you're
the
ready to
dumbest guy
understand.
here. You're talking about the people, and you're the dumbest guy here.
Really, I think you've lost the point, Cosmos. You don't know what the sun is. You don't have any way to determine that. Now you want to talk about philosophy of mind, and if we're doctors, to show that you know what the sun is. Let's just rip the band-aid off. No one knows what it is. You don't know what it is. Let's come back down to earth where we can know things. Please, for the love of God.
Okay, how can we know things on Earth?
We can test them because we're on the Earth. That's how we know things on the Earth, because we can test them.
By what method?
And depending what thing we are trying to inquire about on the Earth that we can access.
Yeah,
so like the surface of the Earth, for example, we can access that and we can measure it. We can figure out its orientation. If there's a rate of change of slope, for example, we can measure it because we're on it.
And what answer do you come to?
It's horizontal. The orientation of the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
Yeah, I'd agree with you if you constrain the criteria.
If we're talking about the surface of the Earth being horizontal, then it can't be curved. That would be a contradiction, wouldn't it?
No, so that's why I said you can constrain the criteria, and that can.
Well, we're talking about the surface of the Earth being horizontal.
Right. So when I look around, I could say within, like, say I'm in a mountain range, the surface of the Earth is definitely not horizontal. So we can't say it's horizontal.
The orientation of the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
No, because in a mountain range that wouldn't hold true.
No, that would be a deviation. That would be an angle from horizontal. So the grade of the hill, for example, you'd get that from your horizontal reference. You get vertical from the perpendicular to horizontal, so you can describe the mounting from these orientations, the surface of the Earth being orientated horizontal.
Yeah, but I could just pick an orientation and then say the Earth is like... I could be in a valley and then say it's like a convex orientation.
A convex orientation? What?
Yeah, I could just be in Yellowstone.
What does orientation mean to you? Being as you seem to like to choose... Yeah, being as you choose the own meaning for the words that you use, what does orientation mean to you?
So it's like oriented on some sort of plane.
There you go.
Yeah. So I could just be on
the plane of the Earth. Yeah, we're talking about the plane of the Earth. For example, let's say the surface of water, which we're told takes up 70% of the surface of the Earth. That will be, and is used as, and is measured as, a horizontal reference datum, mean sea level, for example. So you can talk about the altitude of a mountain or the depth of the seabed.
Yeah.
Good. So that's horizontal to surface of the Earth, that reference datum. The surface of the Earth can't be curved if it's observed, measured, and utilised as a horizontal reference.
No, if I was on a concave surface, I would just pick a line.
Don't worry. You're not. Don't worry.
You can't have a concave surface and a horizontal surface existing at the same time in the same space. It's a contradiction.
So it would be concave.
No, it would be horizontal.
Oh my God! I think you're right. He just wants to redefine the word horizontal. That's all he wants to do. Redefine the words.
He does mean curve. He's basically. But there's mountains, though. Really, bro.
Yeah, there's no way on land to tell that the Earth is flat.
There is.
Shout out to the oceans.
There's no way on the land to tell that the Earth is flat. Fuck me, that's going to be a problem for construction.
Are you what Earth-sized structure are you constructing?
You said there was no way on the Earth, dude. We find level all of the time on the land. We can use, for example, a water reference datum.
Okay. So, yeah, you can use a datum.
Yep. Use a standard of measure. You can survey the land, for example.
How does that tell you what the entire surface looks like?
Doesn't tell me what the entire surface looks like, you fool. We're now on the land. We were talking about water earlier.
But you should tell him, hey, Cosmos, you realize you only need to test a certain section of it. Like, you don't need to test the whole thing, like 5 miles, like a 5-mile stretch of the Earth or the surface of the water. That's all you need to do to test it, to know if the whole thing's curving at a certain rate or not. Like, you realize that, right? Like, you can't have a whole bunch of 5-mile long flat surfaces that make up a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. You realize that doesn't make sense, right?
Why?
You might not realize that because those surfaces.
Every 5 miles, you come to an edge that's like that's an actual angle, and you'd be going over like it would be an edge. Do you know what I mean by edge? Like not the edge of a sphere, but like it'd be flat for 5 miles, and then I step over a step, and it's flat for another 5 miles, and do you even understand what I'm talking about?
Cosmos, can you type in Google really fast? Can a sphere have any flat surface? Anywhere?
Yeah.
Cool. And then while you're at it, you should just take a look around your current environment and see if you can find a surface that is any one surface that is curving and then not curving at the same time. I would present to you that there's a dichotomy going on in how a surface can behave. So that would be true for the Earth as well. So as Ryan was saying, if it's curving here, it's curving everywhere. If it's not curving here, it's not curving anywhere. Super simple.
So what the other guy said before, it just shows that you generally don't understand circles in geometry. If you find me a flat surface on a circle, it's like
circles are flat.
Are you trying to say circles?
Sphere. I said sphere very specifically. Sphere.
Take a sphere then. It's going to apply by the same limits.
Circles are 2-dimensional objects. Spheres are 3-dimensional objects. The surface of a sphere is curvilinear. So the curved surface. When we measure the Earth, it's horizontal. Horizontal and curved can't occupy the same space at the same time.
The sphere exactly backs up what I was saying too. Even if you took a small patch of that sphere and noticed it was curving, then the whole thing is curving. It's like pretty simple.
Yep.
But he's arguing to the death something so simple.
It has a slight case of everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. It's just
I see. Indeed.
No.
Cosmos, is it possible to have a 10-mile section of flat level water on the surface of a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles? Is that possible?
Probably not.
All right, there might be hope for you yet.
Yep. So
we do have flat patches that large on the Earth, measurably so, observably so.
What is this? Your black swan?
Well, it's not just the swan, by the way. It's not like that's the only flat area on the Earth, my guy. You could go test this in lots of different places, which has been done, and you could do too.
Yeah. So what are you testing?
Exactly what we just talked about. That flat patch on the Earth that's claimed to be curving everywhere.
It's not testing, it's measuring. We're measuring flat.
Measuring flat with reference to what?
Sea level. Sea level.
Yeah, so what are you observing?
The water.
Yeah, this isn't science, this is math. We're doing math to measure.
Science literally incorporates math. So
sorry, we're not doing science here when we're taking measurements, and no, science doesn't incorporate math. You can abstract math from science. Fuck me.
This goes back to
that's what incorporates.
Sorry, what step of the scientific method says mathematics?
Right, that is what incorporate means.
What step of the scientific method says mathematics?
I'm saying it doesn't need to. It can incorporate math.
Okay, so we're not doing science here, just to be clear.
Wait, just does anyone else hear that phone ringing? Because we totally called that earlier. This guy does not know what science is. We called it way long ago.
Oh, dude, that became obvious when he said that you don't always have to have an observation first.
Yeah, facts. Anyway, let's just get back to the observation. We don't need to school this guy.
Yeah, so just show the observation.
Yeah, we'll do that. Go ahead. Wait, you've seen it before. You brought up the name before it was even dropped. So why don't you tell us about the observation?
Yeah, it's the only shitty example you have, and people have explained it ad nauseum.
Are you sure? Okay, great. If it's been explained ad nauseum, why don't you break it down for us?
What? So, a oil rig with like a second horizon at sea in the background.
Second.
Yeah.
How many horizons are in the image? How many horizons are in the image?
Definitely looks like we've got more than one.
What? Sorry, it looks like the surface of the Earth meets the sky more than once, does it?
What?
It looks like the surface of the Earth meets the sky more than once, does it?
Yeah, it may look like you have a mirage there.
Sorry, a mirage would be an effect of a phenomena or an object close to the horizon. We're talking about the horizon itself.
No, you can have a mirage of the horizon.
You can have a mirage of the horizon.
Oh, we need a number, Jedi. We need a number. How many
does he know what the horizon is? What is the horizon?
If you're gonna have a mirage of the horizon, then you would most definitely be seeing. Do you know what the fuck a mirage means? Mirror image, dude. Like so. But I was gonna get in his ass because I heard him say it's like the only one we use. How about fucking Nat Geo? How about when I go to the beach at Coney Island in Brooklyn? How about everybody who can actually do it with their loved ones? You're cooked, bro.
Facts.
Like this fakery fake shit that y'all do online doesn't stand up when a real man 6'2" is standing at the beach going, "Tell me that shit is not where you think it is." Oh shit! Oh shit! Tell me you see it. Tell me you see it. Tell me that's a hologram. Tell me.
What?
Yeah. That's too complex for you, Cosmos. We need a number.
Yeah.
There's multiple horizons in the image. Give us a number.
What are you doing that's complex? Like, what are you guys working on that's complex?
We just need to keep it simple for you. Give us a number. I'll post it in the chat one more time. You said there's multiple horizons. Give us a number. How many?
Maybe more than one. I'm not sure.
No. You're okay, let's go and identify them. So can you take out like MS Paint and draw them where they are at? If there's one, then where's the second one?
This dude is tap dancing. Maybe more than one. Oh my God.
Wait, guys, wait. No, answer. Say the same thing. Say the same thing. Wait, babe, look, babe. How many horizons are there?
I didn't know there was more than one.
Oh no! Somebody quit that, please.
When we're looking at the oil rigs, what are the oil rigs doing? Like, what do they appear as?
Doesn't matter. The oil
They're
rigs
not
are not
doing
there for
shit
anything
because they're
about the argument.
inanimate fucking objects.
Oh, so wait, so oil rigs are inanimate objects.
Yeah.
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 So they are right.
Quite logical.
So when we,
That's subjective.
so when I see that, I didn't know cranes warped and bent like that.
Remember, Cosmos.
Thanks for the
You said
concession. Pew, pew,
you've heard
pew. That's a concession.
You said
He
you've
brought
seen
up Mirage earlier. Does
Eddie-
Mirage bend and blur solid objects? Like, what is happening?
He said he's heard
Right.
the argument many times. So, what is the argument exactly? Is it about the cranes being bendy or something else?
No, it's about what you said. Anything a flat earther says is wrong.
So why? So right. So, does the oil rigs normally look like that? Is that what they
Hold
look
on,
like?
Cosmos. We're going to tie you down to two things now. You said there's multiple horizons. We're still going to need that from you. And number two, you claimed you've heard the argument ad infinitum or whatever you said. So, what? First of all, we need the amount of horizons in the chat. That'd be nice. And then, what's the argument? Is it about the cranes being bendy?
Yeah. So do we usually have bendy cranes? If you want me to put a number, I can just put a number. 30.
Oliver,
there you go.
Oliver, you're obviously avoiding the question. So could you tell me in the modus tone where it brings up the oil rigs, please? That's all I need from you. If you're not going to answer that honestly, like you haven't answered anything honestly today, I'm just going to mute you because this is boring.
Well, he's already muted. I think it's cooked. He said there's 37 horizons. You're done.
37. Wow.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he knows what a horizon is either, chat. Dude, honestly, Elijah's girl in the back just cooked them on the fly. She said, I didn't know there was more than one. Yeah, because there's only one. This guy's fucking retarded.
That's awesome.
And now he's saying no 390. You're absolutely roasted into oblivion. Air fried, if you will. I don't think there's any of it. We squeezed all the juice out of this one, chat. You guys want to continue? I'm just getting annoyed hearing every sentence start with so
Actually, I'm getting annoyed. Like, I Googled what is a mirage on water and then clicked images. And it's crazy because every image that looks a little funky dunky, you can tell that that's right there. It's just some effect happening on the surface, just like you see with sand in the desert, just like you see on the regular roadway. It's the same effect. Now, when they try to throw one Glober reference in there, when it's just something cut off, it's totally different than everything else. Totally different than everything else. And that's supposed to be... Actually, no, they don't have any images of ships appearing from beyond the horizon. I see one from UBC that just looks like it's cut off. But everything else that is mirage-y looking, none of that looks like the Black Swan or anything else these Globers be saying. I don't even know why we say, like, we literally let them say refraction and then deadass like ran with it for 5 years. Like it's supposed to mean something. Like, go outside, you loser.
Well, this is embarrassing because when they say every time, just like he did, oh, I've seen the argument a ton. I know exactly what it is. Cool, what is it? Well, so there's bendy cranes. It's about the horizon, and then he's like, well, there's
horizons. That's maybe one or more.
He said multiple horizons.
I gotta love that, dude. It's a concession and a cope at the same time for them to be like, but bendy quanes.
Bendy quanes.
Yeah, they have no idea what causes the bendy cranes.
Yeah, as soon as you hear bendy crane, they don't know the argument. The end there.
They don't understand photography.
So, anyway, good luck pointing out the 390 horizons, clown boy. He's in the chat crying. Ay, ay, ay. You gotta ask smarter questions. Really? How many horizons? Well, I would answer it smarter if it was a smarter question. Does that even make sense? You're the lowest IQ in the panel right now. Don't know what science is. Don't know what horizon is. Don't know what mirage is. Like, what are we doing here? You don't know what the sun is either.
I bet he thinks that science proves that Earth is a ball.
We got the clip, chat. Amazing. Let's get the clip out. Hold on, we gotta play this back. Trace, can you play this for us, dude, through your thing?
Play what?
A lot of envy.
He said play what? It's the clip in the chat.
It would take me like a minute to set everything up, and if it's a video, I would need to transform it into an MP3 before I could play it.
I got you. I'm just gonna grab my iPad 1 second.
Yeah, while we're waiting for that, let me explain to the YouTube audience how photography works. Okay. He took a video of those oil rigs platforms. The camera used MPEG compression on it. There's your first generation of compression. Then he rendered it into a video. During the rendering process, it gets compressed again. That's a second generation now video. Now he uploads it to YouTube. YouTube decides, well, I want to compress it to save space. So it gets compressed a third time. Now you have 3 generations. Now people download that video, they might get recompressed again. Then they take a screenshot played through a player that may or may not be good at uncompressing these things, and that's how you get bendy cranes.
Even still, that doesn't fuck up where the horizon is. You can compress it. You can upload it to YouTube 100 more times. You're still going to see the horizon behind the oil rigs. Period.
Yeah, the horizon is a little bit more stout of an image than the cranes are. The cranes are thinner, so the MPEG compression is going to do its best to save space instead of keeping nice straight lines.
I'm about to play this clip real fast, dude. This is iconic, bro. Shout out to Elijah. You always are doing this for us, bro. I love when you do this. Just go up to some random person and be like, hey, where's the horizon? Oh, yeah, it's right there. How many are there? Oh, just one. Meanwhile, this guy's in here trying to be smart. He's like trying to come off as an intellectual. And he's like, yeah, there's multiple horizons. Okay, where are they?
I can play the clip.
I don't know.
In the sky.
I'm ready to play the clip. You want to hear it?
Yeah. Cool, good, perfect.
They're all sharing this.
We just need to keep it simple for you. Give us a number. I'll post it in the chat one more time. You said there's multiple horizons. Give us a number. How many?
Maybe more than one. I'm not sure.
No, you're okay, let's go ahead and identify them. So can you take out like MS Paint and draw them where they are at? If there's one, then where's the second one?
This dude is tap dancing. Maybe more than one. Oh my God.
Wait, guys, wait. No, answer. Say the same thing. Say the same thing. Wait. Babe, look, babe. How many horizons are there?
I didn't know there was more than one.
Oh, hilarious.
Bro, this clip is going down in history. Well done, Clipcord. Well done, Elijah. Well done, chat. Let's get some W's in the chat. That was amazing, dude. This guy got absolutely air fried. So easy. And it's these guys that try to come off as intellectuals too. That's the best part when they're like, I'm intellectual. What do you mean? I'm in here trying to cook on how the earth is a globe, blah, 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 blah. And everybody in here is frying this guy. Incredible. I think there's not more than one. Awesome. Well done, Elijah. Well done. Perfect timing. Damn, that has made my morning. Super W.
I love it when they say there's more than one horizon. It's so funny.
Well, they do lots of different types of clips with this. They'll be like, well, I don't know if those numbers are correct. It's like, wait a minute. Aren't we like the conspiracy guys? Why are you, Joe Normie, trying to say the numbers on Google are fake? Well, that one always like blows my mind when they do that. Oh, fake, numbers are fake. Huh?
What? That's what I'm saying. Like people. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they're afraid to really see how, because this shit is ridiculous. Like when you ask the questions that we ask, or you present the cases we present, like there is no alternative other answer other than, yeah, we're pointing out some facts. There's no other answer. So it doesn't matter if we're talking to a crackhead on the street or your favorite professor. The truth is still going to be the truth. And it's crazy that people don't really understand. Like, they just think there's still a bunch of flat earthers in basements and stuff, and it's like they can't understand what's going on. Like, they have no idea how religious their worldview is. Like, until you've seen a motherfucker say, well, the earth is rising up to meet your feet, and you're thinking, well, how can that happen on a sphere if I'm here and my sister's in South America? Like, yeah, you can't. The shit's crazy, man. You can't make this shit up. You can't make any of this shit up.
Yeah, you can't.
Oh yeah, the air moves with the earth, and how there's like crosswinds. Look at the clouds; they're going in like 3 directions right now. What are you talking about? Everything is shit is insane, man. How insane it is, though, and the fact that people don't recognize it yet, like on a mass scale, like, oh yeah, this shit is bogus, like Santa Claus. Like, I don't even. Maybe we have. Maybe it's like the media, which is actually a very small number in comparison to everybody. Even social media, is a small number in comparison to people who really do shit in real life. Like, everybody's not on social media. Social media makes it seem like that. Everybody's not on social media. Not that heavy. Like, everybody probably damn near is flat earthers, but the media does a good job. The entertainment folks, the politicians do a good job in making you think you live in their world when really they're thriving in our world.
I'm saying,
I like this world.
I got thing too. Flat Earth. Hello.
Hey yo.
What's up, Ratatouille?
Yeah,
What's
I just
going
got
on?
banned from the atheist chat. I just got flinged here. What's going on, guys? I listened to the guy
Yeah,
for
he banned me for
minutes.
a
I
lot.
spoke for 2 seconds and he muted me. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Have you talked to flat earthers before?
What happened?
Yeah, we know how you got here. So, have you spoken to flat earthers before?
Nah, I really haven't. What's going on, guys?
Oh, welcome to the channel.
Hey yo.
Hey, relax, okay? Relax.
So, what makes you think the Earth's a globe, bro?
Honestly, I don't really care whether or not if it's flat or globe or whatever, man. Like, Me, I just worry about like my religion, which is Islam, which does not contradict either position.
This isn't a religion server, so
Mm-mm.
this is 24/7 flat Earth. So if it doesn't interest you, I mean, I don't know why you're here. Then.
Can I ask a
Bro,
question?
like I told you, bro, I kind of just got flinged here. Like I didn't even know what happened. So,
Well,
what are you guys' religion?
Simple. Do you think the Earth moves?
Moves?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't feel it move. I don't know.
Okay, so, like, when you say maybe, is there some reasons to think that it would move?
Well, a lot of people told me that it does.
Okay, well, people say all kinds of stuff.
They do, man. They do. Like some people told me that there's like a man god and stuff, which is kind of wild to me.
Elijah, what do you think?
I think we should hit him with the gas pressure thing. I think that'd be fun.
The gas pressure. No.
May I ask a question after him?
Yeah, go ahead.
Also, I'm from Svalbard, like up in top world, and in the winter the sun doesn't come up. It's perpetual night, and I'm wondering why.
Wait, where'd you say you were from again?
Svalbard.
Holy shit, you're Mexican?
No.
Mexican.
Finally.
Anyway, so your question is, why is it nighttime all the time?
Yeah, in the winter, the sun doesn't come up. It's perpetual nighttime. And I've asked. Oh, it's the same thing for the sun. Oh, okay. My apologies.
Did somebody help him out?
Oh, I just thought it was Drace is saying it's the same thing. So.
Yeah. I was gonna say something. Jace probably was gonna mic up. I thought.
Yeah, it's essentially like the sun is too far away from you, so it's below your horizon, so you don't have daytime. That's night. Like, you notice, probably because you live there, that as it becomes closer to summer, the sun starts peeking up over one spot in the south, and you can see it for a little bit, and then more and more each day, until it ends up being like the sun ends up going in a circle around you, dipping towards the north. Right?
Yeah, and it stays up. It kind of like sits on the horizon in the summertime.
Yeah, that's how we just observe it from our position, but that's just how we observe it from our position relative to the sun. It doesn't really say anything more than that, because we don't know how the sky works exactly. We can make assumptions about it, but then we end up getting into the same problems that the globe believers are in, is that they stack so many assumptions that as soon as we debunk the bottom assumption, or the earth is curved, the whole cosmology just collapsed.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just an explanation for things happening in the sky. It has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, though.
I don't know what to believe, because I've been told one thing my entire life, but I've never actually thought about it.
Have you experienced it? Is the question.
Have I experienced what?
The Earth as a globe.
No, I've never been to space.
Right. So mostly when you experience Earth, does it? I mean, what do you see mostly? Does it feel like or do you experience it as a planar surface?
I don't know what that word means.
Like everything's mostly horizontal.
I don't really leave Svalbard very often, but from what I know,
Did you ever feel the Earth as a curved ball, like any kind of way? Do you see it falling away from you?
no, not really. Everything's kind of flat here.
And it's pretty much how everybody experience the Earth. As a flat, stationary plane.
We have like mountains and stuff, but that's like
Right. There's there's topography, there's valleys, mountains.
Yeah, that's where I'm from right there. In the side shot, that's Svalbard. And I come from a place called Njolsrud, and that's like in the east. I bet it's an old Russian mining town.
You know what's crazy? Or is this a new conversation and I'm interrupting?
No, you're not interrupting. Go ahead.
What's crazy is people are literally under spells. Because why the fuck else can't you accept water's level?
Plus, where he says he lives at is pretty flat.
No, that's why I'm saying, like, I just came in random. I don't know what y'all. I'm just thinking, if it's not spells, then why can't people accept? Well, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Okay, well, water is level. Okay. When you're measuring an elevation of a star above the Earth, you're treating the Earth as horizontal, flat, level. Like, it's very simple, unless you're under a spell. Because level means curved, right? Contained means it stays in the vicinity, but without containment. Like, what are we talking about? Like, these motherfuckers are under a spell.
But even curvature from an aeroplane, man. I've flown 3 times, or 6 times actually, return in the last couple of months, and I have stared out that window the whole time.
Right?
All the land, everything, and it is flat as fuck, man. There is nothing.
After being a flat earther, you take a plane. It's not the same. Now you do see some weird shit, like, and you look at the water. There's these grooves in it, like over the ocean. Like once you get high up, and if the water's really still, it's like, what am I looking at? It's like, anyway, you got a flatter to know. You see the specular reflection of the sun. The clouds are flat as fuck. Everything is gridded up when you hit the coastline. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just straight highway after it's all in squares. Like, it looks like what it looks like. And it also measures like what it looks like.
It's staring you in the face, and I've been arguing this for a long time. Like, they are partially, if not fully, hypnotized with this globe belief. Like, just like a person who's hypnotized will look at something and see it as something else, he will see the onion as being an apple, and he'll bite into it and, that's a really good apple. That's how far they're hypnotized. They're seeing the earth curve where it isn't. And then they brought up the lemon
There's
illusion.
two horizons? You're hypnotized, bro. What the fuck?
At that point, you're hypnotized.
Well, there's the geometric one, and then there's the, what? Yo! Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's all good. He was trying to say that in the black swan images and stuff, there'd be many horizons, to try to explain it. I don't think he understood the definition of like what a horizon is. He was just like imagining like extra Earth curves and it all bending up and like I don't fucking know what he's imagining, but it's crazy.
Well, I think he realized he was getting himself into trouble because he said that there can't be 10-mile flat patches on a sphere. Then we go to show him a 10-mile flat patch, and out comes the trolling. There's 300 horizons. There's 37 horizons, but the crane is bendy, blah, blah, blah. I'm higher IQ than the whole panel. All right, bro. Just take your exit then. Goodbye.
And they do say that. Like, when what they refer to as locally flat is everything you see to the horizon. Well, how the fuck is it a sphere then?
I love that. That's one of my favorite things because it's locally flat all the way up to the horizon, and then you can rise hundreds of feet into the air, and that local flatness just keeps expanding, expanding, and expanding. Their curve just runs away from them.
That's
Some
why we
people will
say, how
say
do you
there's
have a rate of change of slope of non-zero on a globe? That's why we say that. How the fuck can you be saying it's flat to the horizon, but as a globe, it's a globe? That don't even make sense. That's like saying, well, yeah, it's flat to the horizon, but slurpily glurks, glurkly glurks. Like, if I made those words 2,000 years ago, they would mean whatever the fuck I wanted them to mean in your mind. Because you are now spellbound by me, the magician. Thank you, bitch.
That's when they'll start saying Earth is a disco ball Earth.
Oh, man, I needed you guys this morning. Oh, it's the afternoon.
I would say slurpity glurpity glurp is a verb, but this is a family show.
Verb.
I don't know how you say that island's Fladbard, but he's correct. You don't need a visa to get there. You do need a visa to get into
Mexico?
No, I'm trying to see it. Hang on. Oh, Norway. So you got to fly through Norway. So you got to have the visa to get through Norway. But once you get out to this island where this dude lives, you don't need a visa, and anybody can just live there permanently, work there permanently, buy property there. You can just move there.
Speaking of moving, I was talking about doing a show in 24/7 today. There are people over there. Indio's over there. Sunny's over there. It seems like it's mostly flat earthers in here. You guys down to jump over there?
I'm down.
Last one to leave is gay.
Facts. Facts. We need to get YouTube over here, though. So jump over and we'll move the YouTube. Last one to join is gay. Facts. Shit, better not be me. Helio, can you move the YouTube, bro? I'm gonna send him a message. Yep, guys, we're going to 24/7. Head on over 24/7. If you need a link, hit me up in the chat. Carl, Ryan, T, Trinity, T-Dub, Says Who, Rayleigh, Orion, Morvis, Mike, Mark K, Mark J, Jenna, Gemsy, Fat Batman, Dank, Crit, Necros, Sins. Who the fuck is that guy? We're going over to 24/7 chat. 24/7. Head over 247. Go ahead, guys. We're going over to the live stream voice text in the chat and live stream to 24/7. We'll get Flat Lloyd Wright to put his bot over here. Oh, it's already over there. Perfect. Perfect. Guys, the YouTube is live 24/7. We're going over. Just want to announce so everyone. Cool. Guys, keep heading on over. I'm going to ping everybody. Car. Jump to 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. 24/7. I'm just going to ping all y'all ninjas. Rayleigh, Orion, Morvis, Mike, Martin, Gemsy.
But I had to set it in motion again because during the night it fell still.
Yeah, they
We
can't
got an
seem to get past.
invasion.
They can't seem to get past the thing of mechanical phenomenon versus now. They want to mix those. They want to mix those two things together.
Yeah, if you do, let's say, mechanical science, then all you have to do is specify that in your question phase, and where they intermingle, you have to put it in bold letters, like, here we
What the
mix.
fuck is connecting and disconnecting?
There's a lot of people connecting.
Oh.
And CB is connecting and disconnecting, and I hope he's now connected.
I'm gonna ban him.
I sent a message in the chat over at Politics. I said we're over here, and it went from 14 to 24 all of a sudden. Like,
CB, you're getting banned for being late. Getting banned.
Oh shit!
Sorry. We were cooking. Honestly, we were cooking, bro.
Yeah, I kind of hated to interrupt because I didn't listen to
That
the
is the
conversation.
only legitimate excuse. 304 is looking up.
Was CB the last? Yeah, I think he was the last one here, actually. CB.
Oh, CB.
Wait, no. Wait, shit.
And he is in California.
Picking up the crumbs after the cooking.
No, he called the last one in. He is gay, and he was the last one here.
Gee.
Now he's got to wait till the next last one. I guess I don't know how that works.
That's all right. I'm happy as
Do you
well.
think he did
CB, so we're all good.
AJ, do you think he did that on accident, or he was just like that was his way of coming out of the closet?
I think that was the way I was gonna say. He was trying to give us a hint.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
got him.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You all joined a active chat. We were talking about the scientific method and how people abuse it and misuse it. And everyone is quiet. Oh man. Don't lean on the monkey.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, we all know what it is, right? It's like a culture, a Western cultural thing to just use science as like a buzzword to like stop discussion and stop debate. Because once you invoke like this is a fact because science, as soon as you say that, everything is supposed to stop, right? Otherwise, that person's a science denier.
Yeah,
It's weird when they personify science and invoke that as though science can say things.
And it is like the appeal to authority and demeaning the opposition because it's science and you're not a scientist. Like, it's a form of disrespect towards the one you're talking to.
Yet I'm sure most of them wouldn't know what a natural philosopher is.
Boy, it feels good to be home, baby. Yeah. Where's Elijah?
Tag him directly.
There are a few new rules, like if the toilet paper roll is empty, the one who emptied it has to replace it with a new one. You know, like
You gotta replenish. I wonder if anyone's seen that video. There's a really funny video where this guy like takes the last Diet Coke or something, and they're all super fucking mad at him. Like, what did they teach you when you were younger? You gotta replenish. Super funny. I'll see if I can find it. That's a good point, though, Monkey. We gotta establish some new rules in here. And I hope you all brought your dustpans and your brooms because we're gonna clean this place up.
New rules about new rolls. New rolls. You said a new roll of toilet paper. Oh, yeah. Once you've cleaned the shit up, time to get a new roll.
oh, well, and then within a week you get the toilet paper roll.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
But you came in with, I think it was 13 guys, and you didn't bring any globies?
No, there was none over there either.
Oh.
What, is SpaceX launching something? Y'all freaking watching the YouTube live stream?
Don't know. CB got us all hyped up to come over here, and it was more exciting over there.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Don't lie. Well, this is lit. I'm just multitasking. I gotta get the replenished video. We gotta get the show going. I'm cutting my hair in the
Dude, we've been
background.
going.
I got
going without you, man.
Come on, man. I'm multitasking, bro.
Get your shit together. Hurry up.
I'm spinning plates over here, literally.
Well, listen. You need to get one of those chicks to spin plates for you.
Sure, I need the AI to
Have
help
one
out.
of your 304s set up dates with the other 304s.
Yeah, that would actually be prime time. I'm gonna drop the replenish video in the chat right now. You guys, if you haven't seen this, it's super funny. This is worth a watch. Super. What the fuck? You didn't.
Yo, TV, tell the chick if you want to move up in the roster hierarchy, you got to maintain my rosters.
I'm gonna use that line now. I'm gonna tell you how. I'll let you know how it goes. That's funny. What about Zeka? Law of the laws. Also, we don't need to necessarily.
Hey, I'm here. How you doing?
What's up? Are you a flat earther?
Absolutely. I've been in here about like 2 years. 2 years.
Okay, that's right. All right, well, let me start the show then here. Let me create this event. I'm running short on time, chat. I gotta start moving. Let's see here. The theme of the show today, or the goal, was to sort of, boost engagement and talk about how to navigate, how to yap, how to talk on the VC. We can get advice from all different types of people. There's going to be people on YouTube who pretty much only listen, and maybe they'll have some advice on, hey, this is what I think is really effective. I like when you guys do this. I don't like it when you do that, etc. Those guys that have been on the mic for a long time, and they can share some of their high-level chess moves. If a Glober does this, you can say this. or maybe someone that's recently on the mic that was not a big speaker before can share their testimony on how they sort of transitioned, over to a speaker. Everyone has advice. And so I'm just curious to hear what that is. I'm going to start the name of the show. We're going to start it off. We're going to ping some people. And then, yeah, guys, if you want to share like how you navigate on the mic, would love to hear that. Any advice you have for people who maybe feel like they want to start speaking? What advice would you have for those people? When it's dead, what do you do then? So it's more about like a VC masterclass, a VC yapster class. So go ahead.
So I can do that part. So you just join the VC and do the topic and just wait for your co-host to show up eventually and introduce the show like an hour late that we've already been talking about their shit.
Oh, I'm getting roasted already.
No, seriously, we've been going, but we haven't been like, what we've been doing is not like general. We've been like Monkey was just doing like how to argue like the scientific method, like and what it is and how to like we were using like specific examples. We weren't talking like the general, interaction. We were just like doing specific types of like argumentation and how to deal with specific people. And some methods like what Wolfgang does. So he was going over what he does, and I was going over what I do, and we're talking with DJ, and so it's been pretty good. I mean, there's so much more that we can cover because there's so many ways it's going to cat, as they say.
Yeah, very good. And everybody's got their own perspective on that. No pun intended, perspective. But I was talking about like let the Globers talk until they present a contradiction, right? And then instead of reacting like hostilely towards that contradiction, just speak nicely to them, give them a platform, put them on a pedestal and drill down into that contradiction. And pretty soon, like I said before, they'll start saying something like straight lines could be curved. Like they will. You just listen. If you just approach it calmly and let them keep talking, then you ask them.
That guy the other night, that's what you're talking about, right? The one who said flat and curved are not a dichotomy.
Yeah, how weird. Well, it depends on how you look at it. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it. If you look at it with your eyes, that's the determining factor.
I got another tip for, like if you're in a live stream or if you're in a voice chat and a new person comes in, whether it be a Globie or a Flat Earther, don't go straight to, let's say, the Earth arguments. Just have a nice conversation. Like meeting someone on the street. You're not gonna start or pick a fight. You just have a nice conversation. Hey, how are you doing? Rather than going into, let's say, Flat Earth modus. Because, and it already starts off uncomfortable, basically on both sides, because it's not on equal footing. Because we as Flat Earthers know what we know. So we always have that kind of air of the upper hand, because especially the old-timers, we know the arguments. We can hear the arguments a mile away. So when someone new comes in, maybe just ease up, talk about this, that, the weather, and then transition into the Earth talk. That might, ease the tension between parties, because then the Globers can see, hey, Flat Earthers are humans too. And maybe on the Flat Earth side, oh yeah,
sometimes
that Glober is a human too.
The triggering point, I try I every time try to have that chill discussion with the Globers. But what triggers me every time is when they try to teach me like those globe stories like I never heard them before.
Exactly that's what we were talking about. That was one of the conversations we were having. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Yeah, Necros. Yeah, Necros. That's their. They have
It's
a
like
bias,
being
Necros.
on a beach ball.
Well, Necros. It's because they have a bias, right? They're just preconceived notion that flat earthers don't understand the gold model. That's why they don't believe it.
Yeah, like
So
you're born
when they
flat.
like you just don't understand it. That someone just didn't teach it to you well enough, and that if they teach it to you so that you understand it, somehow you're just gonna magically become a glober. But that's not the case, right? We actually do understand it, and that's why we do not believe it, is because it's full of contradictions.
And remember, you're on home turf.
Sorry.
You're on home turf. There's no need to be worked up about it.
Yeah,
like
that was the point I
enjoy
liked, and I didn't want to miss it. Yeah, he said it earlier. We had an example in the other server where we identified the guy was a young guy and we had to take it easy. Yeah, I agree with that. Sometimes we can just let them come in and have a regular conversation, because at the same time, it might be 3 or 4 more Globers in there like, no, I don't like how they did that guy. I'm not going to say anything to. So, yeah.
Yeah, but what Necros is talking about though is legit. That shit ticks me off too, though, when they come in like that. But it's like that's not a us problem. That's a them problem, right? That's their own bias that they're carrying around on their freaking shoulders, and it is irritating to deal with it. But like, it just comes with the territory.
Like,
yeah, I think
when
Indio, I always blame myself after discussion when I find that I was triggered. I was really triggered and I was angry during the discussion and I started yelling and interrupting also. And before that, every time I try to tell myself, "Don't get triggered. Don't get triggered."
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to echo the point. It's like I feel like as flat earthers, if you guys have the truth on your side, it's important to be more grounded and more disciplined and more like emotionally sound. Because if you have the truth on your side, you don't need to get as triggered and emotional. The people that are wrong and the people that are like believing in nonsense, they're the ones who are going to get angry. And then I think if you just let them, like the truth needs less defense than someone who's like spouting falsehood. So the more you're able to remain calm. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't get angry for my side. I don't get angry because I fear that the flat earth can be debunked. No. What triggers me is that Glober that I am talking to, he's interrupting me and he's trying to interrupt me to tell me some stories that I already know. He's forgetting that I was Globe Earther and I know what he knows. Those stories, I already know them. So I'm trying desperately to get him to listen to some points and go verify it for himself. I'm not trying to convince him. That's what triggers me. Not defending the flat earth.
One way to go around that is allow the Glober to tell you something. For example, and that's what we were talking about earlier, is they will fence a lot with the word science. So if the globe is part of their science, it should be part of the scientific method. So they should have direct measurements of the Earth as a sphere in one of their science papers in their observation phase. So you lead them along and you ask questions up until the point that they say, yeah, but it's just science, bro. Then you can say, oh, it's science. Can you present me the scientific observation as documented in the scientific method? Because now you're claiming science. Please present the science in the scientific paper. If they don't have that, then it's it's no longer science. They cannot go back on the word. They go on a wild goose chase, which actually started this conversation in this in this server earlier. That's why we were populated. There was this guy who was asking, oh yeah, this, that, and the other thing. And I said, well, if you claim science, then there should be at least one public available science paper with the scientific method in it, where in the observation phase they measured the Earth. For example, for anything gravity related, they need to measure the Earth locally to see if the crust is thicker or less thick, because that's how you blame your gravity. They need direct measurements. And then you solve their problem, because they are going to Google it, they cannot find it, and they walk off. There's no hard argument, there's no back and forth about, you're an asshole or whatever, because now you give them something to look for, because they are convinced it's out there, and they go on a wild goose chase.
That's a good point, and I actually have an analog to this. So, pyroclastic flows, right? Like, scientifically analyze pyroclastic flows, like landslides and things like that. And what they do is they go measure the particles of like whatever the landslide was for. They measure the average size and the shape, and so in the observation phase, they'll have that thing. They'll have the direct measurements of the particles and say, hey, if the particles are this size, then you won't have a pyroclastic flow. But if they're this size, then you will, right? So that they have the direct measurements in the observation phase to reach a conclusion. Now, if they want to say, like you said, gravity is caused, correlates to the Earth being a sphere, they need the direct measurement of the sphere part before they can go any farther.
Yeah, and they have to present it, and they know if they're intellectually honest, because that's you always have to deal with the honest and the dishonest. But if they're intellectually honest, you actually send them on a wild goose chase that might actually educate them.
Yeah, but that will work on some people who have critical thinking, and you won't have those types of problem with them. He will turn flat earth like us. So people who can think like you just saying. So if you present those arguments, what is science? So tell me if there is a scientific experiment following the entire scientific method where we can see that the Earth is a globe, like you said. So we flat earthers turned flat earthers because of that kind of thinking. Now, what I am thinking about, what we do with the average stupid glober, those bricks that we talk to every day during years.
You gotta,
you're going into it with a bias.
Yeah, well, let me address this, what he said. One thing you can do is, so one of the first things I want to do to probe a new guy is figure out how they determined what the truth is in the first place. Right? They tell you a lot about themselves by what they think is evidence and what they think is evidence. Like, so some people think, oh, the evidence Earth is a globe is everybody says it. The evidence Earth is a globe is because all the scientists believe it. Everybody believes it, right? So that they're telling you what their standard of evidence is. Oh, there's pictures from space, so that's their standard of evidence. So you have to figure out how they determine what the truth is in the first place. And then once you know that, you can tailor your argument to satisfy their criteria for truth, or point out how their criteria for truth doesn't actually find the truth because it's fallacious reasoning, like the appeal to authority, right? I believe it because all the scientists believe it. I just ask them, how do you know what all the scientists think? How do you know what the consensus of science even is? Is there a poll? Is there a study? Did they take a survey of all the scientists? They like Flat Earth or Globe, and they surveyed every scientist on Earth to figure out what they thought, right? So like their arguments start falling apart when you start analyzing their methodology for truth. And then once you've said, hey, the way you're thinking about it is flawed, you should be thinking about it like this, right? And I know we get pushback. Obviously, we get a lot of pushback where they think that their method for truth is sound, but it's not sound. And sometimes they've never really thought about how unsound it is.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like how today the live stream started was me verifying 2 trolls, like literal trolls that were in the VC check-in putting up fake accents. And I allowed them in. And one of them kept trolling while the other was sort of trolling, but he actually tried to look for what I told him because he realized that while his buddy was trolling with the voice changer and the soundboard, he was genuinely getting honest answers for his questions. Just because I looked through the troll and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to deal with this seriously. I'm going to deal with this politely. I'm not going to be baited by the trolling. I'm going to tell them that I feel like they are trolling, but I'm still going to behave as a genuine question. And we got to the point where we were actually having a somewhat of a debate. And I told him, well, if you're so sure of yourself, please come back with a scientific paper where the Earth is measured in the observation phase. And I could hear him Google it. I could hear him typing on the keyboard. And then when he couldn't find it, he was offline. So even with a troll in voice verification, I already knew they were trolling. But you can still get through to them if you remain calm and collected and just be respectful, even though they are less respectful because they are trolling. Suddenly they realize, oh, hey, the one kept trolling and he got muted and called out on it. And the other one, he kept his awkward fake Russian accent. But at least he got thinking. And I think a lot of flat earthers are being triggered into, oh, these people cannot think after a certain amount of time. Like, oh, I'm dealing with a Glober, it's a stone wall. Every stone wall has a crack. And the crack is easier to find when you're calm and let the other ask the silly questions. When you ask silly questions back, and then when there's a mutual back and forth, and then you come with, let's say, the hard questions. Like, oh, but have you considered this? And suddenly they have to think. So, sometimes it's counting to 10 a lot more than you would like to, but, that counting to 10 does help.
One, two.
You're banned. No, I'm just kidding. The ones that aggravate me the most are the ones that ask questions, and then you might get 3 words out before they're talking straight through the answer. They don't want to know. Those are usually some trolls. They don't actually want to know. They just want to ask you questions and then insert their beliefs into your answer. It's the most obnoxious thing.
I can riff on that. You should be on the lookout for people who say things like, I'm just here to interview you. I don't have a position. I'm just going to ask
I'm making no claims.
that almost every single time that's cap. I've never seen once where that was genuine. Because they come in here, they ask questions, and then they start defending. No. It's not, don't fall for the fake interview vibes. That is not real. They have a position, for sure. Make them defend it.
I'm just here to learn, man. I just want to know what you guys believe.
Yeah, most times that is not always true. It's not always true when they say, I just want to know. It's like, no, you don't.
It's never true. It's never been true, not even once.
Yeah, they want to learn by using their mouth. They run their mouth instead of running their ears and processing the information that can be brought to them by their brain. They don't use that. So how they will learn? By talking.
Yeah, but you could, like, it depends on the person, of course. But if you feel someone is very talkative, then let them talk. Let them feel comfortable. Let them be, oh, look at me. I got the upper hand because I'm talking. Well, they will make mistakes like every other word. And then once they're done talking, they're out of breath. Then take one thing and rather than refute it, go for the deeper question. Because they know their, let's say, their science communicator website out, they know what the basic thing is. And then ask deeper questions. As if, okay, so you're going to talk to me about refraction. How does this refraction work? And how was that applied to Eratosthenes?
Hello?
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 What's up?
The live stream is up. You're live on YouTube right now.
We are live. 37 ninjas in the panel. Let's go. Yeah, for anyone wondering, we're holding a masterclass, a VC masterclass, or should we call it a Yapster class? We're serving up Yappuccinos, Taco Lattes, Caramel Taquiatos, Espressos.
Taquiate.
Yeah. So we're just sharing testimony. If you're somebody that, like Beige, for example, you like to speak on the mic, right?
Of course.
Yeah, so we're like teaching people who don't speak on the mic how to do that, or giving some advice when a Glober does this, you do this, or when it's dead, you keep the show going. Just go ahead and share your Yappuccino advice.
Yappuccino.
Yeah, tell us your methodology.
You know what a caramel macchiato is? It's when somebody tries to talk over the top of you. Because macchiato means over the top, on the top.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote down a few things while I was listening to you guys talk just now. So I could go over a couple of things that me personally, I find helpful and I think are important in these conversations. So, I just wrote down a couple of points. Probably some of the ones that you guys have probably already gone over them, or some of them already. But, so, I mean, basically everyone has their own style, and that's what makes it such a powerful panel a lot of the time, because some people are better at explaining really technical aspects of how satellites work and, deep math and things like that. And then other people are better at talking to new people about 101 stuff. And then other people are better at just being there to carry the entire, panel along and to keep it moving and that sort of thing. Right. So, and some people are there to debate. and some people are there to help wake people up. But I think everyone's important, right? Some people just want to crush Globers, and some people aren't interested in that. Is my mic coming through clear?
Yeah. It's just what you said. It's pretty.
Yeah. Well, just let me finish up, and then So, all right. Well, what I find helpful for myself is building rapport, right? Getting like some respect from the person that you're talking to. I think that it doesn't matter how good your arguments are. If the person doesn't respect you at all, they're probably not going to listen to anything that you say, right? So I usually try to start like, asking them. Instead of just asking them, like, what's your best globe proof, right? Prove your globe. It puts them on the defensive. And that does kind of touch on that point Necros said about it's annoying when they start trying to preach to you about things that you already know. But sometimes you can set yourself up for that, I think, by putting the conversation in their hands and not giving them any kind of like introduction to what's actually going on here, because most of the time they don't really know anything about our arguments. They think you think it's a disk in space, and I think all of that needs to be cleared up at the start before you even get into it, right? So some of the things I wrote down was the building the rapport thing, as I covered, setting yourself up for failure by asking them for their globe proofs to begin with. I think it's better to control the conversation yourself, but in a polite way. And then I think first, like Monkey said before, like gauge where they're at, have a little conversation with them, ask them how they got there, have they looked into it, and then you can kind of work out like what level they're at and how the conversation should go from there. And then, if they don't know that much about it and they're new to it, just explain that we don't expect them to know everything about the globe, and try to gauge whether it's just a belief or whether they actually know it as a fact. I think it changes the way the conversation goes. If they say that they just believe it, or if they say they know it as a fact, I think, it's going to be a completely different conversation. And yeah, another point I had written down was, I think I already mentioned it, is to like lead into the conversation and just like stay in control of it rather than letting them choose the path of the conversation. And then I think the first thing, like before getting into anything, is to explain like a disclaimer, like what we do in the check-in, that we not the Flat Earth Society, right? We don't think it's a disk in space, where we don't think Australia doesn't exist, and about the propaganda that if you look it up, you're going to see images of disks in space, that sort of thing, right? And explain to them what we mean by flat Earth, where we're coming from, and what we don't claim, right? That we don't claim to know everything. And that we don't even claim to know the shape of the Earth in its entirety, that sort of thing. Because sometimes I hear conversations go on for like 2 hours, right? And the flat earthers are making the craziest, awesome, like technical points. They're crushing them. And then after 2 hours, I'm wondering, why isn't this person listening to them? And then they're like, well, you guys don't think it's a disk in space? Right? Hours into the conversation, and they probably would have been taking a lot more in if they didn't think we claimed a bunch of like crazy nonsense. So I think that's super important. And even though another thing I had written down here, one of the last things was, I don't think it's bad for us to provide evidence, even though they hold the burden, right? They come in to see what kind of evidence we have. And I think we have some really killer evidence when it comes to the long distance observations. It's even not fair to ask them for evidence knowing that they don't have any to offer. It's just basically trying to get them to admit that they've been lied to their whole life. And I don't know if they get defensive, they get the cog dis. But if we present some evidence, or even explain the type of evidence that we have, rather than even just going hard, like right into explaining technical evidence, right? Just explain the types of evidence that we have and how it's a huge accumulation, and see if they even want to look at that. And then, yeah, like all of these have probably been covered already in this conversation, but I think we do have very good arguments at this point, and we don't really need to get angry. Even as frustrating it is, and I still get angry all the time anyway. But I think if they're staying calm and we're getting angry, even if you're absolutely destroying them in the point, it comes off as to the audience as that the other person's, getting the upper hand because they're staying chill. And then the very last thing I had on the list is it is super annoying when you're having a polite, this is just me bitching now, right? When you're getting somewhere with someone, right? You built the rapport, they're listening to you, you're having a good, polite conversation, and then all of a sudden someone else that's more hostile jumps in and starts like giving unnecessary aggression into the conversation. And sometimes when that happens, it instantly puts the Globe Earther into they're getting dogpiled mode, right? And they get defensive, and then it can just go downhill from there. But I think it's awesome when people are putting assisting information in the side chat with what you're talking about. And I think it's important that we let the Globe Earther know that keep an eye on the side chat, because there's a whole bunch of people putting in like visuals to what you're talking about. So yeah, that was all I had written down anyway.
Yeah, those, yeah, that's great. Those are actually all good points. And I think what's also, you could actually add point 6 is that all those together, right? So you got somebody, you're giving them these technical explanations. You lost them freaking 30 minutes ago. They have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And then someone starts yelling at them, right? So you have like a compounding effect that's even worse than each one individually. They're already like, oh my God, these guys fucking know what they're talking about. I have no idea what they're saying, but I'm gonna listen anyway. And then someone starts fucking calling them a fucking an idiot, right? Now they're like, fucking great. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm out of here. But I think one of the worst things we've done over the years, and like it took me like maybe I've only realized this year, is that the disc and space thing, right? We've had Globers in this topic for years that can't steel man any argument. They still don't even understand the arguments because they're still stuck on what they think we think the flat earth is, right? And they never listen the entire time. So I think it's prudent to, like, every so often within the conversation, have the person like repeat back what you said, or say, hey, what have I told you so far? Or like almost do like a review to make sure that they're actually even understanding what you've been saying the entire time. Because this topic is hard to express verbally because it's geometry. And typically, we learn geometry on like a blackboard or a piece of paper. And we're sitting there going, well, there's a curve and there's drop over distance, and, the earth should curve down and all. We understand that easily because we've been talking about this for so long. But someone new to the topic, like they can't create the mental structure in their mind, like almost like the visualization, to understand what we're even talking about. And you have to kind of like, I think everybody should do this, is go back and every so often in the conversation, go check to see what they understand so far.
I got like two things. The first thing is for the golds and the moderators and the admin, don't be afraid to moderate flat earthers. Like, if a flat earther goes out of line, someone of staff, gold or up, has to, even though Glober might be partially in the wrong, but two dogs fighting, two to blame, but don't be afraid to address the flat earther. Because
they actually got better at that over on Politics server.
Yeah,
Heretic runs a pretty tight ship over there, where he'll ban or mute a flat earther, no problem.
Yeah, and that's a very important thing, because if you take the moderation role, you have to moderate both parties. And when Globers see that there's a bias in moderating, it doesn't help their mood. The other thing, what I always do when I notice that they don't understand what my view on flat earth is explain to them what I think flat earth is. And what I think flat earth is doesn't mean it has to be the same for every flat earther. and I make that clear. I just say, hey, flat Earth to me is just a comparative measurement between nature and the globe model as taught in school. If someone else has a different idea of what flat Earth is, tell them. Because then you get them out of that fantasy of what they think, what you think of flat Earth. And that can clear a lot of air.
Facts.
Yeah,
One of the
100%.
biggest complaints I have about our ops is that they have no idea what flat Earth is. I spend a lot of time on that, actually. Like, you might have heard me ask somebody to take a piece of paper and a pen and draw the flat Earth. Because right there, you can kind of reveal where they're at. They might draw a circle or whatever. You're like, okay, well, we can talk about that. Or you've heard me talk about the universe, right? They'll come in here and ask questions like, where's your edge? What shape is it? Just turn it right back on them. Where's the universe edge? Oh, I don't know. I don't really think about it like that. Cool. We don't either. What shape's your universe? Oh, I don't know. How would I know that? Exactly. How would we know the shape of everything? So, yeah, that's something I do a lot as well. Is just sort of reframing this idea that it's like a disc and showing them that our worldview is actually probably not that far off from theirs when it boils down to it. If you line up 10 random people off the street and you told them flat Earth, almost all of them are just going to picture a solar system with a bunch of planets and then like a flat one in it. So it feels like it's my job to rip that idea away from them, and then they're like bare bones and naked on the ground. We can help them out from there, you know. Pause.
Yeah, when they barely know their own globe, how can we expect them to know what we think of flat Earth? Sometimes you have to take them by the hand and guide them. And the same goes for if they ask questions about space or planets or whatever. Even though I have my own ideas and theories, and everyone has their own ideas and explanation and theories, most of the time I say, oh, I don't know. It's not a topic I care for. Because then you don't get into that speculative part. And you don't get caught up in endless drama about who did what, when, where. I haven't been to space. I don't know.
Well, I've resorted to asking them. They're like, well, what about all the pictures that we took of the Earth from space? I've resorted to like, okay, why should I believe them? Why should I believe just people claim they took pictures of the Earth from space and they say this is what the Earth looks like? Why should I believe them? And that pretty much just ends it, because they can never give you a good reason on why you should believe it.
It's like that guy who went to Narnia, entering from that closed locker, and he came back and said, "Oh, I went to Narnia. There is the pictures from Narnia. Here is the talking lion. Should I believe it? Like, and if I don't, it means that it's not my standard of evidence. Believing that space is real, the Earth is a globe, by just some people taking pictures from there." So,
what I do in deal with that one is I point out how they might have the standards of a Bigfoot believer. It's like, well, there's pictures and videos. You go, okay, so if I'm a Bigfoot believer and I said there's pictures and videos, you accepting that? Well, no. Okay, great. So you sound like a Bigfoot believer, bro, with your pictures and videos of your globe. You need more than that.
There was one single guy in the political and religion server. I talked to that guy. It was the only one who gave me that honest answer. oh yeah, because I asked him, so if I give, is it your standard of evidence? Because he told me pictures and videos are proof, are evidence for the globe. So I asked him, is it your standard of evidence? So if someone want to argue about unicorns, Bigfoot, Santa Claus, does that person have just to give you some pictures and videos of those things, and you will believe it because it's your standard of evidence? And he said, oh, you're right, it's not my standard of evidence. Yeah. So why do you believe it's a globe if it's not your standard of evidence? Just ask them. It's not their own standard of evidence. They don't use it. They just claim it when you talk about the globe. But when you ask them facts, so is it really your standard of evidence? Because you just have testimonies, videos, and images. Testimonies about those people who went to space. So those testimonies and pictures and videos are just something that you can believe. So is it your standard of evidence? People can argue about anything and can push videos and testimonies. I can give you videos and testimonies about the existence of unicorns. So you will just have to believe that. Ask them and you find that it's not their standard of evidence. They won't believe that unicorn exists. But they believe that Earth exists using those evidence.
So Necros, so one of the arguments used to be like, there's a live stream of the Earth from space. And there's a website called Nessie on the Net, which is like a live stream of the Loch Ness Monster. I'd post that.
I use
like, this is a live stream of the Loch Ness Monster right here, man. The Loch Ness Monster is real because it's a live stream. Pointing out that their standard of evidence is nonsense.
Yeah, I use Cocomelon live streams. Cocomelon, you know that, those animation for kids.
No, I don't even know what that is. What is that?
No, it's animations for anime for kids. It's like cartoons for kids.
Oh,
and
God.
It's 24-hour, 7 days. So yeah, all the time. You just put kids live streams, and you will have many channels. The major one is Cocomelon. It's non-stop. No. Because in their mind, a live stream can't show something that is fabricated. So I can't live stream.
No, it can. That's Necros. I hate to interrupt you, but like, it can, until it has to do, you pointed it out, until it comes to the globe. And then there's standard of evidence. Like, they apply a completely different standard of evidence than they actually believe in to the globe.
Yeah. And I heard that, you hear that many times from Rob Noxious. And he doesn't get bored from repeating that same shit every time. You can explain it to him, and you can ask him about his standard of evidence, and he will just start rambling. And again, he will claim videos and images from space, like if it is an evidence about the globe.
Well, I mean, that's why we say they have cognitus, right? Because they'll hold contradictions in their mind, no problem.
Thank you. Yes. That's the major issue. So you won't find big problems. You just have to do like what was done with me. Nowadays, my method is just planting seeds. I don't really care about people, if they understand or don't understand. So if they have some critical thinking, they will just start researching and they will find the truth by themselves, like it happened with us. We are not aliens.
Yeah, and actually, it reminds me of something DJ said that we should present them evidence. Now, generally, as a general principle, I agree with that. But a lot of these guys, what they think in their head is like this. Even though they don't know what it is, they imagine that there's a whole bunch of globe evidence that says, hey, we measured a globe. They think it exists out there somewhere. And then you present them evidence, hey, we measured it, it's flat. So then they just say in their mind, well, there's evidence it's measured flat, and there's evidence it's measured a globe. even though they don't know what that evidence is. But this is what they this is what they think, and they go, why should I believe you over them? That your evidence is better because there's millions of scientists that have measured the Earth as a ball. This is like how they think in their head. So, like I said, as a general rule, I think presenting evidence that the Earth is flat, I think it should be required. But the people on the other end need to actually be receptive to it and actually be applying some standard of determining the truth of a matter is, as opposed to like trying to take the easy way out. I mean, because I bring this up because we had a guy, he had 3 PhDs, and he said, well, you might have laser tests, but there's more laser tests that show the Earth's a globe. And I said to him, like, how, there's none. Like, how did you come to that? He's like, well, stands to reason because there's less flat earthers than globe earthers. There's more globe earthers that have done laser tests, and those globe earthers would have measured a globe. And since there's just more of them than there are flat earthers, there just must be more globe earth curvature laser tests. And this is how they analyze the information. If they're not applying an actual standard, right, looking at each individual test, experiment, measurement, the validity of it on itself, and they just try to take a. Oh,
Yeah, you're back.
Did you cut out? I just cut out for 1 second.
Yeah, at least I heard his point. And yeah, and I agree. For me, you don't have to care about those people who are suffering great amount of cognitive dissonance issue. You care about those people who have that critical thinking, and you will see it. You can see it during the discussion when you propose something and they start thinking, and from their responses you see that they are thinking about the thing. Yeah, they are processing the information and they are responding to that. So you can focus on those people and stop caring about the others. Yeah, I don't think that we will succeed to just open everyone's eyes. They should do that by themselves. We can't do that for them. People who can do that for themselves, yeah. I'm glad to give him informations and take his hand till the end of that tunnel.
I have a piece of advice I want to share as well. Something I've noticed that happens a lot is we'll say things like, we couldn't find the curvature, or we don't know X, Y, and Z. And I think in the Glober's mind, they're hearing that it's like a failure on the flat earthers' part. Oh, the flat earthers don't know. I think it should be important. Like we talked to that Cosmos guy earlier in the politics server, and we talked to him about how, like, we don't know what the sun is. And I think in his mind, he's like, yeah, it's because you're a flat earther. You don't know, blah, 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 blah. But I think it's important to highlight it's that no one knows. Be careful when you say we couldn't find the curvature, because they're going to think that, oh, that's probably why you're a flat earther, because you couldn't find it. But I think it's important to highlight that no one's going to find the curvature. It's not a lack of earthers. Be careful. I know that they think this in their mind.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's why I will generally say, oh, I haven't found the curve in nature. But if you think, and it's you towards the Glober, if you think someone has found the curve, then it should be in a scientific paper, and that should be freely published. Go ahead, Google. I have searched online, I have searched in nature. Now it's up to you. And I don't care if they remain a Glober or not. And I give them that's leeway, because I know from experience, like it's useless to convince someone, because what I want them to do is to go check for themselves.
Yeah, but there is a major issue. So those globers that you explain to them that no one knows, you will just have to explain to them what is the difference between knowledge and belief, and how can an assumed variable in an equation change the entire equation. Like for them, they claim it. The globe have the biggest explanatory power. What does that mean? The globe has the so much assumptions. Explanations are just assumptions. So for that, that's why they see that the globe is so cooler than the flat earth, because you say I don't know, but they don't say I don't know, they assume shit. They assume things. Why the sun is doing like that in the sky, because the earth is a ball. So like Eratosthenes, he assumed a curving surface, a ball, and he assumed the distant sun, and he assumed parallel light rays. So the entire equation, like 50% is based on, like 70% is based just on assumptions. Will they just see that? No, they don't see that. It's explanatory power.
Yeah, but you point out that those are assumptions, and then you send them on the goose chase. Well, if they're not assumptions, then they have measured it. When it's measured, it's recorded. It's the same issue as Indio with the guy who denounced the laser test, because if so many flat earthers did a laser test, then a tenfold of globers did the laser test. The difference is the globers didn't document it. They never document their Earth measurements.
Well, the thing is, how that conversation ended was, I have to go right now. I'm going to go find those laser tests, and I'm going to come back. And that was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, but the thing is, it planted a seed, and not everyone is ready for flat Earth. And what a lot of flat earthers try to do is try to get people over the line at this point in time. Sometimes you got to be happy with just planting seeds.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we try to wedge shit in, right? We try to shoehorn the foot into the shoe, man, when like your foot's just too big for the shoe. No matter how much you try to shove it in there, they can only take in so much information at once. And I don't think anyone ever came to the flat Earth and like, oh, I went in VC talk for an hour and now I'm a flat earther. I don't think that would ever happen. No one should expect that to happen.
And it would be dishonest, because within an hour you cannot process all the information that you need to process, let alone do a test while having that conversation. Because that's preferably my standard for a flat earther, is that a flat earther has done his own test. Why? Because you can speak from experience, which comes across as more confident.
In reality, you are fighting against the wall, because from my experience, the guy who talked to me, there was nothing he could say that could change my mind. He was talking to my cognitive dissonance, not me. So I had to free my mind, and I had to just sit with myself alone and fight with my mind to just get rid of that, or just stop it for a moment, that cognitive dissonance that was fighting against that idea, that new idea. Guy was a flat earther. So for me, it was something that I couldn't take seriously. Like he was coming from Stone Age in my eyes. So I had to sit with myself and just check about all those informations that I got since I was a kid, on all those sentences that I said or excuses that I said told him to defend the globe because I wasn't sure. And I found that it wasn't something, it wasn't even an evidence, it wasn't a rebuttal, it wasn't a response. It was just an excuse. He talked to me about planes and how planes are going level, don't pitch down their nose to follow the curvature. Ooh, that was something like nonsense for me. Like he believes on Santa Claus. Couldn't understand that it's logic and it's fact.
Yes, and we should have, somewhat of a respect for the globers that engage with us, knowing that it takes time. Like, not everyone is a fast learner. So just talking about flat Earth and being calm and informative, if need be, inquisitive, otherwise, just in the person, we already know about the globe, so why be inquisitive about that other than gauging someone's knowledge? But we have to realize that a flat earther is not born in one, conversation. It takes time. And sometimes I feel like there's too much, like, pressuring. Like, oh, we have to get that confession while we're on air, or we have to get that confession in this conversation. Sometimes it takes time. And if we allow them, and we show that we allow them time, they would feel more at ease and maybe, break that disrespect towards us with, oh, well, he was nice, he gave his time, maybe I'll do a test. Just the thought, or him saying, yeah, maybe I'll do a test, that's a confession. Even though he says, well, I'll remain a glober, whatever, it's still, he said it out loud.
Well, I think a lot of us have realized that we're not going to get him to, like, oh yeah, the Earth is flat in a session, and we resorted to, like, trying to take, like, a half victory of getting them to confess that the globe is just a belief that they have. And once they realize that it's just a belief, then they can take the steps to go from belief to knowledge by their tests, right? By their own tests. Yeah. And, like, at least this is what I've done, and Alpha does, and a couple other people do. They try to just get them to confess, yes, the globe, it's just a belief. I don't know it to be true. I just believe it to be true. And once they confess that to themselves, then they can, like, start from scratch, right? And go, okay, how did I build this belief system? Why did I believe this belief system instead of, like, the other one that I think is also a belief system, the flat Earth? Which one can I test? How can I figure it out what the truth of the matter is? Like, it's like we're trying to break them down to get to a point where they're not seeing the globe as, like, something that they know. It's just something that they believe.
Yeah,
and I know it's hard, and it's kind of like there's just one more thing. There's a sense of, there's a little bit of ego to it, trying to get them to do this. But I think, like, outside of the ego and the freaking contentiousness that's required to get them to do this, I think it's very important, like, just from not the viewpoint of this topic, but just, like, in general. People don't realize they carry around with them many, many, many beliefs that they don't know are actually true.
Yeah, and a lot of things they don't realize they have the freedom and the capability to put things into a question. And if we can answer a lot of their questions, but if we give them the freedom and allow them the freedom to answer it for themselves, but making them realize that they can question things, it's a good thing. That's a win already. And a lot of globers come in here not realizing that they can even question the globe.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point because the topic is taboo to a degree. You're not even allowed to question it. Yeah, I guess that's probably a good thing is getting past the taboo. Is try to get them past the taboo topic phase, right? It's like there's some topics you can't question, right? Let's just say the thing that happened during the World War II thing, you know, good, like that's the thing you're not allowed to question. Can't question it at all, or you're a bad person. And I think on some level the globe is like that in their psyche, is that you can't question it or you're a bad person.
Yeah, otherwise you're a kooky flat earther. And if we can show them we're not just kooky, but we can also be, normal friends, having fun, being cordial, and having idiotic talks at times. And they might feel like, hey, maybe I can question my own beliefs rather than, fighting those that go against my beliefs.
Yeah, that's a big hurdle that we have to overcome. The media has gassed them up to think that we are so low on the totem pole.
It's not just the media, though.
Society,
I mean, you're getting yeah, society in general, the culture, the Western culture. Yeah, I've said this before. Like the globe is the Western civilization's claim to fame. Like they figured out the globe first. That's why they're smarter and better than anybody else.
Right.
Like if you have the let's say the woke glober, if anything, the globe is the worst form of slavery and colonialization of the mind.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And then suddenly, oh, you give globe. Oh, who gave you the globe? It was the colonizers. Oh, you have globe. Look, you're a slave. You pay for all that globe stuff. And
That's why,
where's
like the
receipt?
dudes from India that come in here and defend the globe, I'm like, bro, no one in your civilization ever considered the Earth was a ball until the British forced that down your throat. And you're in here defending that? Like, have some respect for your ancestors.
But you got to gauge them, and you got to find what approach fits which glober. And the best way to gauge them is just to get them at ease, that they can talk like without the antagonism first. And then you go, okay, so we're walking with the globe. How did you come to a globe? I'm willing to walk on this globe for you. Where do you bring me? And how did you bring me there? And then once they give the shit, then you can walk it back. You can bring them to the shoreline. And you can show them the flat water. You can show them the world map and say, hey, this is your map.
Yeah, jumping in on that point, if I may, for a quick second, Monkey, just to say, when we're engaging with these guys, keeping them engaged with the point that you're making, being able to get to the point of asking them, who touched you in your no-no spot, and caused that paradigm shift to occur? Why do you believe what you believe? What is your evidence? Like, what do you hang that belief upon? And exploring that tends to yield some favorable fruit potentially that can be explored. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it has to do with the comfort that we give them. Like they come into our house and they start yapping and blaring and calling us names. And if you can bring them down to, hey, we're just like you, we're human. We go to the toilet, we go to the mall, we do our groceries, we have to cook and sleep and work. We're just like you. We just have a different view on the world. Doesn't make us different humans, doesn't make us eat or crazy or whatever. We have different experiences. An experience that you didn't have because you believe in the globe. You just said you believe in the globe. And we went for knowledge. Measurement equals knowledge. Have you measured? And then they will go into all the defenses. But they go into the defense from a less antagonistic way than that they came in here because they came in antagonistic. And if you get that away from them by easing them in a normal conversation, and then you go back to, let's say, the hot topic, you find more peace and relaxation and also more respect, or mutual respect. And then it's, basically try to get that one-on-one, or if it's a good group of people without the aggressiveness, you can have a group conversation. But try to avoid that aggressive, attacking conversation because it will just push them away.
I totally agree with what you're saying. And I think for the most part, there's an effort to do that. Sadly, Discord is an environment that sort of promotes that. I mean, it's called Discord, after all. So we try to find this balance between, we want to invite people in, and sometimes we feel like it's not effective to start talking about the weather necessarily because, we want people to come in and hear us talking about the topic. But sometimes there's an effort to do that. But at the end of the day, we're kind of dealing with a lot of people that have strong biases anyways, especially when we've embedded ourselves in, politics servers and religion servers where people are very convinced or very adamant about putting, their ideas forward, their opinions, which they don't seem to want to budge on. And I think that might be our greatest, uphill battle is that I really don't believe Discord is a good cross-section of society. But at the same time, I think that it is, and I was talking about this with Alpha earlier in the other server, but these folks, if they are humble enough to listen to a conversation or just to relax in the conversation, I should say, if they could relax and not constantly be thinking about how they're going to position themselves to win an argument, then we typically gain a little ground with them. But everybody else, I feel like it's 1 out of 10 people, maybe 1 out of 50 that can be relaxed and have a conversation that's genuinely curious. Usually what ends up happening is that when they come in and they begin to find out that they don't have any knowledge on the topic, that everything that they believe or have been informed on is either a speculation or a complete fraud. And then they begin to feel that societal pressure, right? Like they realize they're in a room with a bunch of people, they're being exposed as someone who doesn't know anything, and so they go into troll mode. And they're very defensive and they're very angry, and there a lot of times isn't a whole bunch that we can actually do about that. They usually be they're the ones that end up being like an example. They're good content, right? Where where somebody is so emotionally attached to an idea or so emotionally attached to their self-preservation or their image that then they will begin to do childish things and say incredibly silly things to somehow save face or win an argument. It's an uphill battle. Like India was saying, everybody has their own style. Or maybe it was DJ. And I think most folks do a fairly decent job. Yeah, we could probably do a lot less dogpiling. One thing that I notice about these borderline narcissistic people, and everybody has to be careful not to take the bait, including myself, which is they will say something absurd or they will try to rage bait you, right? Or just say something inflammatory, make an accusation, call flat earthers retarded, your mom's a hooker, or whatever it might be. And then everybody in the room, because it's like, oh, great, we're dealing with one of these people, and they're a butthole. So everybody starts to kind of pile in. In some ways, they are winning when they get people to have an emotional reaction to something that I think they were trying to get in the first place, right? They're trying to get people in an emotional state and not a state where they're thinking clearly and calmly about what's going on. And even for some of the moderators in the room at that time, if one of them isn't having a discussion with one of these individuals, if they've totally abandoned the argument and just want to be inflammatory, then it might be time for a mute. But yeah, we're dealing with borderline narcissists, sometimes overt narcissists, and if we can maintain our composure, then they can just be, a good example. A black eye on the globe side, if necessary, because planting seeds is important. Most of these characters are looking for a fight, and they really never want to concede. So we have to make examples of them.
Yeah, and on the point of actually hitting a cognitive dissonance in a psychological way with someone, it means you have broken through. So if someone goes into full cognitive dissonance, they have realized something that is conflicting with their own mind, and then they start trolling.
Yeah, I would agree.
When we get triggered by their trolling, it is a long-term seed. If we can remain calm and just if need be, set someone aside, bring them back to normalcy, and have a easy, one-on-one or 2-for-2 conversation without the peer pressure of the group, then you might have a short-term seed. But since they displayed cognitive dissonance, it would be foolish to go on until a concession, because then the concession would be either disingenuous and they will go and say, oh yeah, I trolled those flat earthers, or they would do it because they feel peer pressured, and otherwise they just keep on trolling until they're banned. Those things are not productive, not for us. It's good content, but for us as a group that wants to have more flat earthers in the world, it doesn't work. At least not in the short term. The short term is, oh, someone hits cognitive dissonance, I hit a nerve. And we got to realize that we hit that nerve. And not, poke even more, but the understanding that, hey, a nerve has been hit. Maybe it's time to get that person out of the room, have an easy conversation, bring them back to normalcy, so they can process that cognitive dissonance, rather than being pushed further into it, which just creates more barriers.
It's so funny you said a black eye on that globe or something like that. I was like, a black guy.
This morning, there was someone sporadic posted a meme about Black Project and then government Black Project. And someone in lobby read that as Black Project in, let's say, a racist way.
Oh, shit.
So the conversation went from a meme about government Black projects to, hey, why are you being racist? And
that's actually funny.
Yeah, it went downhill really fast. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Why are they fighting over something? I missed something. And I scrolled back and I said, oh, hey, guys, maybe there's a miscommunication here. And the one who was like, oh, this is a racist remark, admitted to the fact that he read it wrong. He was just in a different mindset in reading how it was written. It was real fun. But I think for those who take up moderation, take the time to scroll back, see what actually happened, see what the cause is of what's happening in the room. Because often I feel like there's not much like moderation other than, oh, I'm tired of the Glober, let's ban him. Yeah, and maybe that's me being dishonest or harsh, but sometimes it feels like that, because when I go to Cocktails or I have a conversation with the other side, I find out, oh, it's a really nice guy. But accidents, especially in text, happen a lot. Just because
we're actually Heretic actually brought that up the other day. I think like 5 days ago in the mod chat. Basically, that some of the golds are just banned crazy, and they need to be kind of reeled in. Some of it comes from like some people assume the worst. You know what I mean? They read it and they just read it in the most negative possible light, when there probably could be like, especially in text, and they're poor communicators. Then like they could say something and it could have like ambiguous meanings. But if you interpret it in the worst possible light, you're like, oh my God, this guy's the worst troll. Time to get rid of him.
Yeah, and if you react to what could possibly be the worst way to read it, then the one who wrote it will think that the one who's replying to it is trolling. So it only fuels, let's say,
the evaluation that I apply in text. I say to myself, hey, does this have any possibility of getting better? Right? Can this conversation, can it turn around at any point? Or is it just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse? And like, you have to read it all in the context of the entire chat you've had, right? Or what they've done prior to the server, what their history is and everything. And if they have a history and like each message just gets like more disrespectful, more offensive, more idiotic, more foolish, right? And that like, they don't talk about the topic. So one of the typical things are, I'm going to come in and tell these flat earthers what I think of flat earthers. And they never actually engage the topic. They just basically gossip about flat earthers the entire time. And like, there's people have tried to turn it around and get them to engage in the topic, but it doesn't seem like they're ever going to actually do that. That's kind of like the evaluation I applied before I start banning people. Like, is this going to get better? And like, it's on his history. Probably not. And then it's like, bye.
Yeah, last week I had some Glober appeal to me. Oh, yeah, he's bullying me, and then the flat earther replied, "Well, you started it," or something like that. You know, it was a back and forth. So I just genuinely asked the Glober, if I go into your chat log, what will I find? Will I find the same as this? And then the conversation ended. The Glober was no longer replying to anything. So, you know, sometimes, you know, showing that you can read back does help.
You help them self-moderate.
Yeah.
He was like, damn, I am rude. I'm banning myself.
Yeah. Or like sometimes I choose to ban a flat earther just because I want to hold them to a higher standard. You know? If a flat earther goes off the rails, in my opinion, with insults or whatever, yeah, bye bye.
Dude, they whine. Like, if you have to send a flat earth to the caucus, they whine more than the Glovers.
Yeah. Right. Last week I had a conversation and I saw two flat earthers I banned in history, and I was like to the Glober, well, there are flat earthers probably envy of you because I've banned them for less than I will ban you. And you know, that's just fun when you can say that, because I saw the others that I banned prior, the flat earthers, I saw stop typing, and I can see like the change. Well, for the Glober, it was he read it as me ready with the ban hammer, so I got an insult and he got banned. But that was like a funny thing because, you know, so you moderate not only flat earthers or only Globers. No, you have to moderate everyone. And I think if we do that more, and it doesn't need to be with the ban, it can just be in writing or, you know, a notice of behavior. But it would change, let's say, the atmosphere on both sides.
Do you still give out complaint forms?
No. My archive cabinet is a bit dusty, but I will bring it back into service.
Like, I was listening earlier, like early this morning, and you guys are talking about, telling that guy like how long someone spent in Cogdis. CJ was in Cogdis like forever, dude. Like, CJ was like permanently stuck there.
Yeah. And now he's in temp admin. And
someday
he'll
get promoted someday.
Yeah, he's been temp admin for a while now, so.
Well, it's a 3-judge panel. We have to wait for one of them to die, so it ain't going to be me. So too bad for Jose or me.
Indio called not it. Call not it on dying. Does that mean that you're just gonna be part of that panel forever?
Why not, man? I got a lifetime appointment and a no impeachment clause. Dude, I wish someone would impeach me. Kick me out. Like, motherfucker. I want to go back to silver.
That's what I suggested earlier to you. Just make a second
You
account.
monkey, you're the only smart one. You're like, fuck that mod thing. I'm going to demote me.
Yeah. I don't want the pressure of a, emerald name. Oh, I like the fake gold I have now.
Incognito. It's just your friendly neighborhood, unassuming golden monkey.
I mean, how many other discords like where mods are like, demote me. I don't need this shit. It ain't too bad over here now, but there was times where it was so bad. It was like, and the worst thing wasn't even like the Globers. Some of the flat Earth infighting, especially over religion, is just it's man, it's just not necessary.
Yeah,
From the outside, I think it's so shocking because, to my understanding, at least most of you are theists. So I don't know. It was in VC earlier today. Religion got brought up, and things got, I don't want to say heated, but maybe contentious. And that was kind of shocking to me.
Well, there's certain sects of religions that it's a moral duty to proselytize everybody to convert to your brand of whatever. Right? There's Muslims where this is a requirement. There's Christians where this is a requirement. I don't know if there's any Jews where it's a requirement. I think they're trying to keep everyone out. But I'm sure there's Hindu sects where it's a requirement. So, like, I don't want to point the fingers. There were certain religious denominations that were in here which felt that every belief they had to be defended, and they had to die on that hill no matter how mundane that belief was. It's just not necessary. You know what I mean? This ain't the place for that.
It's the same as women. Like the biggest threats, other than globe infiltration, is the religious infighting and the fighting over women. Like,
oh geez, the puppy dog effect.
Yeah, yelling white knight towards each other, all that kind of crap. Like, can't we just be names on the screen, voices on the loudspeaker,
Where there's some overlap there where the religious arguments turn into tribalism. Oh, you said something to my person, my friend on the Discord, and they don't like you now, and now I don't like you. And now, like, because you don't like that person, now the people that are his friends don't like you, right? So you end up with this tribal nonsense. Like, all from a disagreement over something like the Trinity. And if you believe in the Trinity, you're going to go to hell. And if you don't believe it, you're also going to go to hell. So, like, they end up fighting about this, like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't say in the Bible, believe in the Trinity or go to hell. And Jesus never said anything like that. And neither did any of the fucking Israelites. And neither did God. And no one ever said that shit. But they'll argue over this thing right? Which I would say that nobody knows what God's judgment would be on that, but they're gonna fight over it on a flat Earth Discord to the detriment of the server because of personal fucking alliances they have, which have nothing to do with their actual faith. It's like they're just using the faith to further a tribalistic, war party. How many times people try to create war parties on this server, man? It's kind of hilarious.
As if there is not enough war in the outside world.
But we also had the same war party thing based completely on friendships, right? Alliances to have nothing to do with religion. Like the whole Karen V thing, that had nothing to do with religion, and that was kind of like the same type of thing. People pick sides, and we're like, I'm on this side because I'm defending my friend. My friend's doing some fuck shit, and I don't care because they're my friend.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. I think partially it feels like a deliberate disruption of this server, and sometimes it feels like an organic. Yeah.
I don't think it's targeted at the server though. I think it's just like some people aren't happy unless there's chaos. And the disruption is just like, I'm bored. I'm going to make everything chaotic because I'm bored. I think it has something to do with that, right? So we'll turn it like, go ahead.
You don't gotta call me out like that, bro. Come on, bro.
You started, that's why you started to beef with Battle Mod, right? You were bored.
Someone feels guilty.
I was like, he's might as well just name names, bro. Just say my name.
Well, from now on, you're called Chaos Bear.
Yeah, facts. Toxic Bear. Whatever you want to call me.
Creation Bear coming to Discord to cause discord. What are you doing?
I'm here to stir the pot, bro. I'm here for the beef. We ain't no vegans in here, man. I want all the beef.
I could read that from you, Bear, and I think that's why we get along.
That's also a topic that's very hot debated in certain areas of the server.
I don't want to be nice, bro. They told us to drink bleach and delete ourselves and stuff. And when we're like, we hit them with some smoke back, they're like, "Oh, why are you being mean?"
Yeah, that caused a different war party that like caused people to leave the server, right? With Geo and all those. Like, you guys aren't nice enough in VC. And now look, go over in Earth Awakenings, and it's the most degenerate, toxic fucking VC on the internet.
Yeah. Let me
It's like, listen, it's all fun and games until you have to get in the game.
Sometimes you don't want to be in the fire.
Yeah, I mean, anyone, all the fucking starters, they suck while you're riding the bench, right? And they put you in the game, and you're the dude that has to perform. And now, yeah, it's not so easy.
All right, I'm gonna hop in the shower for real this time. Somebody else give their testimony, guys. This is a Yappuccino session. This is a VC Yapster class on how to yap in the VC. What to do. So I feel like Amish could chime in as well. I've noticed that sometimes when the panel is quiet or dead, you'll come in and stir up the pot a little bit. I love that. Love to hear more about your thought process on that. Also, Neil, yeah, I know you do certain things. Like you, yesterday, you threw up a trap and you asked. We had a guy that came in and said, "Yeah, I'm a flat earther," and Neil was like, "So, how long have you believed in the flat Earth?" And he didn't fall for it. But stuff like that is some high level flat Earth jujitsu. So, guys, go ahead and chime in. We're giving advice on yapping. I'm gonna mute up and listen for a bit.
Hey, Flat Lloyd, are you there? Maybe he can't talk.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
You and I haven't been in VC much. We haven't engaged much. I was in conversation, or I was in chat with you for a minute, and I saw you trying to hold another flat earther to a higher standard, and I thought that was really respectable. I just kind of wanted to know a little bit of your background. Can I interview you a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, to answer that question first, it does have a lot to do with this place, but also just because of the plethora of information that you get when you type in flat Earth on the internet. Very often you get there's a dome and there's the firmament's made of blue ice and there's thousands upon thousands of lands outside of rings, and you get all these crazy speculations. And
That blue
to be honest,
ice
I think
thing, man.
the person
I can't stand that blue ice. Dude, that is the fucking wastewater from an airplane, dumbass.
And what sucks is some of those are like just straight up shills, right? They act like a flat earther and they're just there to freaking poison the well, right? However, some of them are they're ignorant, right? And they don't realize that they can't prove that. Or it's like the guy who's screaming, but the steel beams are cut at 45-degree angles at 9/11, like, okay, that's true, but can you go prove that? Like, what's it going to take to verify that, right? And things like that. But that's why we were kind of holding him to a better standard. I mean, don't get me wrong, I forgot we were in chill chat, so it was probably unnecessary. But yeah, man, ask away.
So what got you in flat Earth originally?
I actually happened to be observing the sky for my architecture master's class. And we were specifically looking at like the middle of nowhere, West Texas. And we spent actually about 2 months just like camping out there, which was a huge mistake in like January. Because if you've ever camped in like cold weather, it's not the greatest feeling in the world, at least in my experience. But in my case, it was for my architecture class, and we were specifically studying the violet hours of light, like the golden hour between 0 and 18 degrees of the sunlight. And it did occur to me that I was seeing a lot of things that I just never really noticed about the sky, right? Like actually measuring the retrograde and just sitting back and thinking to myself, like, wait a minute, these constellations have never moved. Like that is kind of weird, right? I mean, to be fair, I mean, that's where I had more of my aha moment, if you will, of going like, it was the first time that I said, are we living on a ball? Like I thought my whole life, right? To be fair, in 2012, when everybody was kind of searching the Mayan calendar stuff, sometime in 2011, I was like, I was looking into all these ancient cosmologies, and I was starting to pick up on things like, oh yeah, geocentrism, and that there was this flat Earth cosmology, right? Sometimes in an egg, sometimes in multiple eggs, sometimes in an oblate spheroid. So I mean, don't get me wrong, things were starting to get pieced together over the years, right? There wasn't like, I didn't wake up one morning, I'm like, haha, flat Earth, and just start telling everybody about it. In my case, it was definitely pretty gradual, but it definitely, I guess, started in actually the whole 2012 into the world kind of thing. I'd already known about 9/11 since 6th grade when it happened, so there was already, I mean, I don't know. I woke up pretty early, if you will. I had a contractor grandfather who on that day was like, buildings don't go down that way. And he was happy to share with me, his grandson, and explaining, because he was actually in the demolition business at some point. I don't think for very long, but it's pretty obvious, right? You watch the Science Channel, you watch the demolition of great buildings, like it's pretty obvious. You can put two and two together, even as a sixth grader. In this topic, however, though, I do think it varies for a lot of different people. And one of the masterclass advice that was coming to my mind was something that I use as a professor is remember that you don't have to teach them everything you know in one session, right? You don't have to be fanatic about it. You don't have to increase the tempo. It really is 24/7, and the globe already lost. The funny thing is, like, it never even was. So you really don't even have anything to be insecure about. But sometimes reaching that level of confidence can take a while, and of course, knowing the arguments really well, but that definitely takes time, right? And also when you're explaining to somebody else, you just got to kind of have to remember, like, somebody said it before, they're not going to become a flat earther in an hour, but you might plant the greatest seed. They might not even come back. You may never get any sort of satisfaction from this conversation whatsoever, but I don't know, in the back of my mind, I know that it's never really a waste of time. It's exactly what I wanted to do, and why I even started speaking about flat Earth in general. Because for me, in early 2014, I was kind of going crazy. My mom, at one point, she was like, "We got to put him in an insane asylum. He's nuts." And when 200 Proofs came out, I mean, that was a really big moment too. I was like, "Oh shit, I forgot. Like, look at the ground, not the sky, Chris." So even I made the mistake of, referring to the sky, because that's the way they teach you the globe. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, my fellow flat earthers out there, they're always going to bring up the sky. They're never going to bring up the ground. You know why? Because it doesn't curve, and they've never been shown that curvature. So they're only ever going to bring up the sky. So again, you have nothing to worry about in talking, or speaking up in these conversations. But yeah, I mean, a little bit of my story. 2014, 2015 rolls around. I go to Corpus Christi with a friend with a telescope, another architecture buddy at the time too, and we start looking at boats way off in the distance. I'm just like, fuck, like, really like smiling about it, because for me it was a moment of like, oh shit. I'd been kind of like wondering, what else is it that I'm not getting about this place? Just kind of subconsciously back in the head. And, realizing that it wasn't a ball, and kind of just getting that, I don't know, I think every flat earther has this moment where they really felt the switch, right? Like they really saw it for themselves, proved it to themselves in some methodology. And they start going from there. The sheet or the cloth starts falling apart with all these holes that you're putting into this globe model that you even find out is not even a model, right? Half the time the globies come in, it's hilarious. They think they have a model, and you also know that they don't have one. So, I mean, you always have the advantage. So you never have to worry as a flat earther. But yeah, for me, in most of my cases, the way it ends here on Discord is they run out of things to say for the globe, and they ad hom with like, "Oh, well, you're just a hippie with long hair," or "Oh, you're just, flat earth Jesus." So at that time, if they're ad homing you, you won, right? They literally have nothing left.
Yeah. Something that I really find interesting about you is a preconceived notion I have of flat earthers. That's not necessarily something that anybody in the server has, caused, but I have a great respect for academia. My family's in it. My father's a lawyer. My mom's a doctor. I did sales, go figure. But
you wanted to be the creative one.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in my childhood. I was a middle child. So I just think it's really, really interesting that you're directly involved in academia, being a professor. And I don't mean to call it a conspiracy theory begrudgingly. I just mean it as in like a culturally, what does Flat Earth represent? It's very, in that regards, a conspiracy, which is not something academics normally go for. So that's what I find so interesting.
Globe is a conspiracy. Remember that.
Well, I'm not trying to paint it as one. I'm trying to say, like, culturally, what is it, right? I'm just saying culturally that's where it falls. I'm not trying to make a claim. Right.
It's funny. Right. It's kind of what you're saying. Like, oh wow, it's not so much a conspiracy theory, but it's the fact that wow, there's this teacher who actually looks outside the textbook. Are you serious?
I think that's interesting. Like, does that? Do you ever bring it up with your peers? Does this impact you professionally? Do you like take a look at your material in a different way? I just think it's interesting.
Well, for me, it kind of go hand in hand. And to be fair, I was a flat earther before I became a professor, right? I have my own business and practice in architecture, and I do a lot of like custom residential. And I find that my clients are definitely much more open-minded individuals. They're usually people that are, I'm not going to lie to you, they're really rich, and they teach me about the fiat currency system. They taught me about money. They taught me about money markets, just investing in all these different, things of how even just money systems work. So very often I'm finding myself running into these people regardless, right? People that are thinking outside of the box. Even in academia, I mean, don't get me wrong, some of the old guys, they had a student one time that said flat earth, right? And they came up to the faculty meeting. There's like, I got a student who really thinks the earth's flat. And I did respond. I go, well, how do you know they're wrong? And he didn't say anything to me, and he's a really good guy, really laid back, but he's also 75. He wasn't going to argue with me. He's like, I'm looking for the door, I'm not. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some that are like, they'll just look the other way. However, there's some, they're trying to make a name for themselves. They're very egotistical. They go by the book. And in fact, some of them wrote the book that they're pushing on their students. I mean, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't ever express it to one of those guys. And to be fair, I've never ran into one of those types of guys that know that the earth is flat anyway, just because they're so blinded by themselves.
You were telling us a little while ago about a peer or a co-worker that approached you in the car park and said that they saw you interview Eric Dubay and shook your hand.
Yes, they definitely exist, and yeah, thank you, TiVo, because that would scare the shit out of me, and it was funny. He wasn't a professor or anything. He was an administrator. He was a little higher up than me. But he really was just kind of like an accountant and, just handled all the business. Long-haired dude, all white, slick back, looked like a real awesome, chill guy that I wouldn't even be surprised has maybe even flown through this Discord once or twice. Now hearing about the video. But yeah, he did. He walked up and he was like, hey, are you that guy that talked to Eric Dubay? And at first I kind of like looked behind me and like froze like a deer in the headlights, like, is he talking to me? Is he calling me out? Who else is around? Like, I did have to go all tribal real quick. Like, wait, is my boss nearby? 15 feet away? Like, because it is one of those things that, to answer his question, could definitely get you terminated, right? I learned that pretty quickly during the 2020 stuff. I stood up pretty tall in Texas, and I even gave lectures to the entire faculty body about the effectiveness of face diapers. And I shook a lot of cages, and it could have been the reason why I think I was actually why they promoted me to be in the position that I am of the architecture department. Because I stood up for what's correct, and what, in this case, what the book says, So, don't get me wrong, I know when to use it against them, but when it comes to this topic too, I teach perspective, and I still teach analog drafting. And we do a lot of computer stuff and rendering, and that's all important too to know how that works, which is flat, by the way, not globular. Anyway,
I want to. Can I butt in for a minute? Like, what would the professional He's like, Flat Earth Right's a flat earther. What could they possibly beef with him about being a flat earther? He makes an architectural drawing. He draws a curve, and they're like, well, how do I build this? And they're like, and if he said use a level to build a curve, they fire him for that, right? So,
Oh, they'd laugh. Yeah.
exactly. Like in architecture, using just planar geometry, right? Just straight Euclidean geometry. He should be fired if he was a glober, trying to build things using spherical geometry.
Which is funny you say that because the only time a globe even comes up is for some sort of ideology about how architecture is, man, don't get me wrong, it is probably the most consumption of energy that we do on Earth, right? All the sandwiches, all the water that go into the workers, over time, you know, melting steel, taking it out of a rock, putting it back together. Yeah, it's a lot of energy. I get it. But the only time they talk about the globe is global warming and, you know, recently climate change. They have Mars architecture, but to be fair, just like actually like physics, you have theoretical physics and practical and experimental physics. You have a group of people that are focused on the objective reality, such as like practical physics, whereas the experimental physics guys, like they're not worried about shit. Like,
yeah, you're talking about applied physics. Applied physics is completely different than that other crap.
But we have the same thing in architecture, where you have people who definitely focus on the practical aspects that have to work, period, right? And of course, those lend to talk about actually flat Earth all the time. And in fact, I'm always talking to my students about the horizon, measurements, level, different topographies. And it's really funny how much you can talk about flat Earth without even saying the word flat or Earth, you know, at least in combination. But yeah, it is one of those things that you'd probably have to be a little bit observant to realize, oh, wait, they never brought up the globe. Wait a minute, there is no globe button in AutoCAD. Wait, why don't we use this thing at all? You know?
And to be fair, with all due respect to your mother and father, I don't consider lawyers and doctors academics unless you're a research doctor.
Oh, shots fired. But
I don't know, man. Do you just want to start slinging insults at each other?
No, it's
like
not an insult.
whatever, bro.
They're just not academics. Academic is someone that works in academia.
Okay, got you. I would say an academic is more of an archetype of person, somebody that learns, that is educated, and that values education. So I don't think you become an academic or stop becoming an academic just because you went to school. So, like, whatever, man.
So if you take a bunch of classes, you magically become an academic?
No, I would say that it depends on the archetype of the person. You could take a lot of college, you could get a bachelor's degree, you could not be an academic. Does that make sense? It's a type of person.
I'm just trying to figure out what the distinction is. How do I know an academic versus a non-academic? Like, what are the properties one has versus the other?
They have parties, and they
talk to a lot of them. You'll figure it out.
Their noses turned up a little bit.
Talk to a lot of them. I used to work at General Dynamics and talk to a lot of academics. There was like 1,000 freaking academics, PhDs in electrical engineering, computer science, you name it, every possible freaking field you could think of, because the Defense Department does fucking everything.
What was it you said to me? They didn't get the right degree or whatever, so they're not an academic. I'm just going to tell that to you, man.
No, that's a straw man. I can tell you're not,
whatever.
Tell you're not an academic. But you're straw manning what I said.
I knew what you meant, Abel. Just like, you know, somebody who, you know, puts education or values knowledge maybe at a higher degree than somebody else. Maybe even in a normal, traditional sense like we have under our current societal norms, right?
Yeah, under the definition of academic I used, a lot of you would be considered academics.
Sure, but you do have to understand, like, even in academia, they have a complete differentiation of, like, the associates of arts and science, knowing very well that those are completely two different disciplines.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I would say both aren't necessarily like who's just memorizing stuff and one is actually pressing or pushing or being creative with knowledge. I usually say the academic is actually one who goes, well, what if I make the science of art or the art of science?
I think that there's probably a lot more fringe investigation going on amongst academics and within, the education system. People in that field, those fields of study, learned people, right? Than what is known about, because, like you said before, there's a stigma and that goes along with it, which would force them not to voice their opinions or their findings, their research, etc. In fear of being ridiculed and losing tenure and all that shit.
Yeah, and I mean, why lose all that, stuff that you've been working on and all that stuff just to be like outspoken about flat Earth when it's already kind of put in the documentation anyway? Like, oh, we just assume that it's flat and stationary. Like nobody had to like get outspoken and like lose their job over it. They were just honest. They're like, hey, this machine isn't going to work unless we do and assume this, right? But I actually do the same thing when we're drawing perspective, like a 1 or 2 point perspective. I don't say assume, but I go, we have to look at the level horizon. I teach the vanishing point and why that works with your optics. And it's a really good introduction for a lot of, I think, students that are trying to build for reality. I mean, what's really nice about my job is I get to be really quote unquote scientific and quote unquote artistic, right? Architecture seems to be this really nice blend. So very often, if I'm a little too outspoken about what science really is, because I do ask my students the same thing, like, hey, does anybody in class know what science is? And they'll go, absolutely blank. They don't know, just like you ask it here. Or they'll say, well, it's the study of something, or anybody else, And actually, it wasn't until last semester I had a student actually speak up and go, it's a cause and effect relationship, right? Where you take a control and independent value and a dependent value, and you put it, under some sort of questioning in order to derive an answer. And I was just like, thank God but I did also make it clear to my students, I go, look, only one of you even knew what science was. So as a college student or an academic, right, I challenge you to find this to be much more important and to add to your catalog, because it's going to help you along the way, to tackle more information. And I think the same thing applies with Flat Earth, which, honestly, I think the last time we had one of these like kind of masterclass things, the one I went to was when Miggy was talking about the 3 points. And I got to tell you, like when it comes to this conversation and this topic, like it doesn't matter if you're talking to dogs or gods or April Tools, who's not even listening and is an absolute drunk. Everybody can understand the 3 points. That the globe has been boiled down into who measured the curve any time in history. Okay, 1. Number 2, who's measured the rotation or the spin of this claimed globe. And number 3, how do we have the environment that this globe is in? And if there's been any time that I've even felt in trouble about Flat Earth, obviously not on Discord, but sometimes in real life, right? I've argued with my 75-year-old grandfather who's like, he's like one of those guys who's not afraid to really like punch you in the face, So like, Grandpa, I love you. You asked, it is Thanksgiving, be thankful, But, those 3 points kind of saved me too. Like, well, let me just give you 3 points to think about. And we can come back to it. We can go from there. I don't know, man. I have a lot of fun.
Your grandfather's a baby boomer, is what you're telling me.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, that explains everything.
He's always right.
Yeah, he's always been right. Like all baby. There's a documentarian named David Hoffman on YouTube, and he's been like doing like these like documentary films since like the 60s. So they're like old stuff that he filmed that he uploaded to YouTube. And a lot of them is like interviews with baby boomers and the culture back then and things like even back then they were calling them spoiled brats. Like everybody knew. Like even then that the baby boomer generation are just a bunch of like entitled spoiled brats. Even worse than like nowadays. They call like Zoomers like entitled brats, but they were even worse back then.
Oof. Yeah, I mean that's what I
Yeah,
do.
and like there's a historical record. The guys made the documentaries. I mean, these are like black and white films that he filmed on like Super 8, right? Just Super 8 film. Like, so it's kind of it's very pretty enlightening because he did these interviews like over a period of like 50 years. He like tracked like the generation. And their attitude, like just their entitled attitude, just never changes. They're right about everything. They're never wrong. Everything they do is perfect. Everybody else is just a bunch of fuck ups. You know, it's pretty crazy.
Well, they're masters of disengagement and avoiding conflict, and they have like the ultimate echo chamber. I mean, I'm not saying I don't like people that are baby boomers, you know, but they're wild when they have like lines that they will not cross to even speak of or acknowledge certain things existing. It's wild.
Dude, it is.
I don't like them. They're the worst generation.
It's like there's a floor and a ceiling for ideas that they'll entertain. They'll literally like if you brought some idea that's like beyond what they're like, that's too like far out that like say questions the government. That's too much for questions like the mainstream narrative too much. They literally just will start their shake their head and like start pacing and like walk out of the room, like you said, disengage.
They'll literally walk. It's funny though because, yeah, these are family members obviously that I would have relationships, and even things like a baseball that you could talk about. They'll even have lines within that because I mentioned one time a couple of years ago, you know, we can talk about baseball. Oh, who's in a slump? Who's good? Who's bad? Whatever. But even there's limits to talking about who's bad. You have to give them a chance. But I mentioned the pitch clock, and God bless them, there was because the beauty of baseball to everyone in the old world, which they were a part of, was unending timeouts, no clock. The game could, in theory, last forever. Well, now they say, well, we need to speed up the pace of play because there's things to do. It's strange because weren't they the protesting hippies? And that now they're just
yes. Dude, that's why I say they're entitled. Like whatever is convenient for their lifestyle is the way the world has to be. Even if it contradicts their previous position. That happened like 4 decades earlier because what was convenient for their lifestyle then is the way it was supposed to be. And now 40 years have passed and things have changed and they need a new convenience. It's a whole generation of people like this, which is pretty sad. It's because they had it too good, in a way. I mean, think of you can get a part-time job, get an apartment, buy a car, and afford to go to college on a part-time salary. Like, that's crazy. Like, if they wanted to drop out of school at 16 and get a job that was good enough to support an entire family, never graduate high school, that was doable. That was even doable when I was like 14, 15, 16. You could quit high school, get a job in a factory somewhere, and it paid good enough for you to support yourself. Now, within like a decade that ended, right? Like your level of education now you can't maintain a job with your unskilled able to support yourself unless you were promoted somehow or gained skills that like warranted a higher wage. But during the boomer, but the boomers never had to worry about that. They could literally just go, "Oh, I don't want to go to college. I'll go be a steel worker, or I'll go work in Detroit at one of the auto factories and punch widgets over and over again on a machine." And they could raise a family of freaking 6 on the salary from doing that, like an unskilled labor job. Those days are over, man.
Maybe that's why he was trying. That guy was. I don't know if he's still here, trying to draw that hard line of the academics or whatever. Because yeah, certain people look. These these cities that had all these factories in the Midwest and stuff. A lot of people kind of look down upon them. The people who went to. I don't know. The whole thing's weird.
It wasn't that, though. Like when I was a kid, like that were in academia, college boys, they'd call them, right? They got because my father, he was a college boy. He fucking went to MIT, graduated degree in telecommunications. Like he didn't get any respect from like other men because he was considered like a fucking nerd. Now nerd is cool, but you remember Revenge of the Nerds? Back then, being a nerd was not cool. The Marlboro Man was cool. Being a freaking steelworker was cool.
Indio.
Like being a fucking man's man was cool.
Yeah, Indio, check it out. When that was happening, I was like in high school. Being a nerd was like you could get beat up for that shit. And I used to tell people, listen, we're going to be running this place in about 30 years, so make sure you don't beat up the wrong people. And people basically left me alone.
Revenge of the Nerds was predictive programming.
I think the thing with academics these days is that a lot of the curriculum is programming and not actually learning and applying tools. Like much of the things in academics have proven themselves to be, as long as we believe in it, it is workable. And then I look at lawyers, I look at the psychology sector, I look at doctors. They should have better knowledge through their education. But what do? They use their title to fill their pockets. Because that's the bottom line of going into academia these days. You make more money. That's why what you see here in this kind of chat, people have lost faith in academia because they have proven to be jerks. I can go to, let's say, any psychiatrist that prescribes drugs to mentally ill people. I just have to look at what drugs he gives, and I can tell him he's an asshole or he's true. Sadly, most of them are assholes. Same goes with doctors. Same goes with lawyers. Things
that
on
might
the
be another
individual level.
aspect.
Yeah, things on
Sorry,
the
go on.
individual. On the individual level, you have good individuals, but sadly, academia or academics is the highway to money. society has changed from being, a meaningful husband, the one who takes care of the family, to the one who has to ensure that the family got 2 cars, 3 cars, 3 vacations, a bigger house than his neighbor, etc. Because you have this shift in, let's say, monetary value, not just in practice, but also in the mind of the people. Academia
It's a hierarchy thing.
Yeah, has become a
Hierarchy.
cesspool of people that go there for the money, not what you actually can learn there.
Well, I think it's telling. I said, with all due respect, your parents aren't in academia, and he took it as an insult. How is not being in academia insulting?
Because my parents have devoted their lives to these higher pursuits. It would be like, if like my mom's a doctor, bro.
Oh, what?
Like, that's so cool. The
Yeah,
amount
but
of, like, she went to
practicing now.
college. The sacrifices I've seen her make, it's just insulting.
One's a doctor. Yeah, I got a medical people.
You're
my family, dude.
You're taking it personally. You have to
but
look
it's
at
ridiculous.
it in a broad
People
spectrum.
work hard at a lot of trades, right?
And I make fun of those medical people in my family all the time.
Let me
Sales,
give you
right?
a simple example from my line of work. I'm a street sweeper. If we run out of street sweepers, and I live in a country where we have too many academia. They refuse to go do manual labor. Why? Because they are educated. They rather be on the dole than actually work for a living. And you ask yourself, if I take it personally, what I have against academia, it's their attitude. Because the most of the academia around here, they go to the university when they're 18, 19-year-old. They do booze, do drugs, spend some time in college. They learn the stories, but not the trade or the tools, and they get a grade. And then they are, oh, look at me, I'm in the academia. They're all hyped up. And then, they're just there for the money because they didn't learn shit, because if you go to college campus, be honest, how many are there for the trade?
I mean, I was.
yeah, that's why I say don't take it personally. But if you go to a college campus, how many of the people are there just to be there because, or the parents wanted it, or they think, hey, it was easy at high school, so I can go to university, and then, they get, and I know in America it's different, but here in the Netherlands, you can start drinking when you're 16 without any issue. When the Dutch kids go to college, all they do is party.
Yeah,
Literally,
I think,
all they do is party.
there's a lot of people choose to go. A lot of people, I think, choose to go to college so they can continue being a child, and that universities at this point in time are basically high schools for adults. It's not like they're out on their own. I mean, there's some, but it's not like they're out in the real world working a full-time job and going to university at the same time. They're not doing that. They're basically getting a government grant or a loan, living in university, studying all the time. When they're not studying, partying, playing video games, whatever they're doing. They're adult children.
In the yeah,
I think it's worse. I think right now there's a lot of cheating with AI. It's really scary.
Yo, dude,
But
let me
I don't
just say
think
this real quick. I watched
earlier.
a professor let her class cheat with AI, and they still got it wrong.
Having a meltdown.
Yeah, my baby's really upset.
Yeah, see? You even got the baby upset. Stop telling it it's a globe and it won't cry anymore.
Did you tell the baby it wasn't an academic, and the baby got pissed? Like, you
Stop
know how
lying
long
to
I've been
your
studying
children.
this fucking bottle? I've been studying
Stop
this
lying
bottle for
to
fucking.
your children.
Yeah, I never knew that Night Court all these years was a show about academics.
Yo. So was Cagney and Lacey, and freaking, what is the other one? Matlock. Matlock was a academic show.
Yeah, Law and Order.
Yeah, Doogie Howser, MD, definitely. That was about academics.
Yeah, they got away with a lot on that show. A television show that was about him writing in his journal. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird because like there's trial lawyers and then there's lawyers that teach law. There's going to be some guys who teach law who snicker about the trial lawyers, and then there's trial lawyers who snicker about the academia lawyers. So it's like, it's weird that he has this thing about academia. This person's an academic. This person's an academic. They're all academics. It's weird. Yeah, I get it. And I'll find that with a lot of these people who use the term colleagues. It's like everyone's their damn colleague now. I don't know. The guy who collects the trash, he says the guy who's in the truck with me, we did our job today. These academics, so my colleague and I, it's bizarre.
Well, another thing I think some people forget about academia, and not only just the amount of structured control it has over society, right? I mean, down to like, why is it a 2x4, not a 3x4? It's the standardization of just like everything. And that it's a business, right? At the end of the day, just like the doctor, just like the lawyer, just like but a lot of people forget that like even public schooling, even making all those damn textbooks, even making all the freaking desks, making all the little US flags, all the little globes, like it's a huge business, that nobody's going to want to change that money from not falling back into their pockets. So anytime that you have something that is starting to question or change that paradigm, it's met with force, whether you're an academic or not. Like, such as if I just started teaching flat Earth, they'd kick me out. Or like Eric Dillard starting experimenting on the sun. Like, he's an academic. I mean, don't get me wrong. Me and Matthew Learns are academics, but there's a huge difference between me and him. So you can't really just put it all into one boat sometimes. But I do think people forget that some of the cutthroatness in academia comes from that egotism, but also like some huge company money and grants and just free money made up out of thin air. Cause anybody to lie.
Academic is somebody that is in a field of study, and they are currently and always will be learning to understand the entire field or some particular aspect of the field, and they are actively researching it. They didn't just like go to university and get a degree in something and then they went and started working in that field. When you leave university and start working in that field in some other task, right, other than the study of that field, you are no longer an academic. You have to be studying that field to be, in my mind, considered an academic. Actively doing it. So if your dad's a lawyer and he's also actively like researching like the history of common law, fucking law of trespass or something, right? And he's researching the legal system. not for a particular case or a particular client, but like as a whole, the field as a whole. That's to me is an academic.
That's a good definition. Yeah, like they're practicing or adding to the body of knowledge.
Exactly. Becoming an expert in a particular part of it, or it as a whole, or trying to, or in the process of understanding it, right? Because you have to understand it before you can find something new. I mean, I guess you can find something new accidentally, but it's like Plato and Aristotle. Those were academics, right? They're trying to push the bounds of philosophy and inquire into the human mind and things like that. They didn't just like go to university and then start freaking working for Walmart somewhere in some corporate office with their degree, and then you get to call yourself an academic. No, dude, that shit stopped. When you stopped learning, you being an academic stopped.
I was just realizing by that definition of like adding to the body of knowledge, it's the flat earthers that are actually the academics.
Certainly.
The real
Oh,
one.
but I want to ask you a question. Why in the fuck in the world did the human beings, at least in America, switch to nominal lumber from true lumber? Why the fuck is a 2x4 not actually 2x4?
Well, the explanation
are different.
is because of the gypsum board and like the accumulation of all the different materials to meet a certain R value, right? And what they decided on was, well, and it's gotten kind of bad actually over time. They've been deciding whether they should switch it or not because of the degrading of what they've done to the wood, right? That it used to be a lot more dense, and a 2x4 could hold what a 2x6 actually holds today, right? But in that case, they say that it's because of to make it easier. That way, when you actually add some of the other components, like the 5/8 gypsum board or 1/2 gypsum board, that you get better dimensions, if you will, right? More well-rounded numbers in the empirical scale system.
Yeah, dude, I'm not buying that. Here's my theory. They wanted to sell you less shit for the same price.
Exactly. Yeah, that's probably really the root. They say it's also like the cut of wood too. Like, oh, the machine, like, it's actually to the blade is measured 4 inches, but the blade itself is a 1/4 inch. That's why you're getting 3.75, and then when we shave it again, that's why you get 3.5. I mean, there's a lot of excuses for sure.
Like when I did my house, and I did the rooms so that the interior was that on the foot number, like it's 24 by 18, this one room, but it's got bathroom in it and 2 closets, walk in, and all that other shit. And then when I made those, their internal dimensions were pushed off of the walls. So the walls were that. So that in order for me to set those walls, I had to move my studs out, the wall thickness, to actually make it work. Because if I would have just not followed the plans exactly right, because I don't have it drawn, you got to move your stud over. It's just like, this is a wall. So you got to be a carpenter and you got to know that shit. It's like, you want that interior to be that dimension, we got to move it over 5/8 or more or whatever we're doing. That's something. I'm a computer guy. So I just grew up building shit like that when I was little.
What? Well, about like, I don't know, it was a while ago now, 8 years ago. So like, because a lot of the houses in the New England are old, right? A lot of them are built, the lumber's true. So if you have to fix something, it's a real pain in the ass. So this guy, the house started sagging. So he had to like, and he just like tried to cut something, and then like he cut it first, and then like when he went to get to like the it was like I think it was like a 3x8 or something, but true. Like it was like impossible to get like something strong enough to replace it, to fix it. And then so he just left it that way. Then the house sag got worse, and then I ended up having to go in and fucking fix it for him because he really couldn't figure out how to fix it. Anyway, but it involved like marrying pieces and shit. It's just like stupid to me. Like why you have to go through a bunch of shit, right? Instead of just, hey, I need a 3x fucking 8, and going and buy something that's 3 by fucking 8 inches.
Well, I think it's convenient too that the same manufacturers like making the gypsum and cutting the wood and making, like they kind of set a standard all at once too, because otherwise you got like kind of what Sony and Apple did in the 90s,
You would have to get like 6x6s to cut down to get your 2x4s, because I don't think they make sizes in between that aren't 3.5 by whatever.
But that's definitely the problem with the old buildings, because again, that wood density is like, yeah, they used a 2x4, but it was like the strength of freaking 2x6s, like.
I've been in those buildings before. That wood is crazy hard and dense
and heavy.
Really heavy.
Hell.
Raw cut. You can see the big ass saw blade that ripped those things. There's splinters all over them. That's the real wood.
Yeah, my friend, he rents like a loft with as an art studio, and like it's in an old Civil War. So it's art studios are artists, right? But they put it in like an old building that was built like during the Civil War, and like they changed something, so they cut a bunch of pieces of wood off of it, off the rafters, and he wanted a couple of them, like for his house to like use as like a border or something for his garden, and he like had me carry them down like 4 flights of stairs. Dude, they were like 150 pounds and they're only like 2 feet fucking long, 12x12s. Like, I couldn't believe how heavy it was. It was like carrying like 2 sacks of concrete. It was just wood. It had so many rings in it. Yeah, it was like
wood Discord.
Yeah, that's what she said. No, but there was like so many rings, like tree rings. It was like a 12x12 that was like 2 feet long, but there was so many rings, like in this 12x12 section, like it was crazy. They were like probably 5 or 6 per millimeter. It was super dense wood.
They were super dense forests. The less dense they are, the fatter the rings will be.
Dude, like you look at how they built it, right? So like they have like these giant pieces of freaking like, super hard freaking old growth forest wood bolted together with like steel fucking plates and shit. Like this building is never coming down. Ever. I don't know if they treated the wood either, because there's no like termites or rot or anything like that. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, to my knowledge, I don't think they treated it with anything besides sanding it
wood
and
earthers,
chipping
you
it.
two wood earthers. I got to moderate for a second. Eviet wants proof that the Earth is flat. He doesn't want to see GIFs. He wants proof. Can you guys handle this? I know you can.
Well, I'm not trying to have necessarily a conversation. I know I'll get like pictures of like, oh, if you look at this, there will be no curvature. I know you get pictures. If you look at this, there will be no curvature.
No space pictures involved. Not one space picture will be involved.
I was more just curious on why not to trust NASA specifically.
I'll give you one. So NASA,
yeah, go for it, Golden.
NASA puts rockets in space, right? So for that, and they want to launch things into orbit. So for that, you need a globe. So where is NASA's direct observation in nature of Earth being a globe? They should have published that shit, the method, when they did it, how they did it, in a scientific paper. I got tons of NASA papers following the scientific method. And they all follow the scientific method. No issues there. But there is not one NASA or NACA documenting the direct observation of a globe Earth to validate their claim that they have to do an arced launch to get the payload of a rocket into an Earth orbit. It should be there. It's nowhere to be found. Without that information, you cannot launch things into an orbit. So how do they do that? Those are academia, so they say.
Maybe your dad
So
should investigate.
where is their proof of work? Because proof of work in academia is having written it down through the scientific method. Everything should have been recorded for others to review, repeat, and validate. NASA doesn't provide those things, nor do any other space agencies. Why is that measurement of the globe so elusive to us? Where are all the academia doing their globe measurements? They don't. So you want us to hold held to a higher standard. This is the highest standard, and I can't find the globe doing it. Where the bleep is it?
Did that guy dip?
No, I'm still here. I was just letting Golden talk.
Yeah. Can I ask you a
I
question?
mean,
is trusting NASA's standard of evidence?
well, I would present NASA's the moon
No,
landing
you
and
asked us,
stuff like
but
that.
you had a question. Your question was, why don't we trust NASA? The real question is, why should we?
I mean, you can point to they've been NASA scientists and other employees of NASA have made over 50 patents for things like MRI machines and other such technology. You can see, like they've
So we
changed foreign
should
policy
trust
with the
NASA
invention of the
because
rocket.
NASA has patents.
Wow. Yes, but that's
I'm
not.
well, I'm just
That's not
sort
the
of
point.
pointing that they've done things right, and I'm just saying like
yes, but
we've seen.
You
Our
can trust
company has
on
more patents than
you can,
NASA does. How do you like that?
you can
We have more patents
you can
than
trust
NASA.
things on you can trust on things that you can test. We tested the globe. NASA should, to get to the moon, have a direct observation, direct measurements of Earth to be able to go to the moon. To calculate the slingshot after they orbited the Earth and then slingshot to the moon and then orbit the moon and use that as a slingshot back to Earth. There needed to be calculations of the Earth, direct measurements of Earth. Not just calculations, but calculations based off direct measurements to get it correct. They are not there. So why should I trust any of it if they failed to do the proper science? I'm not throwing away the baby with the bathwater. I'm throwing away the bathwater called the moon landing.
Yeah, the moon landing is easily debunked.
It's trivial to debunk that.
Look, after
And we don't
you
even
see
talk about it because it's so trivial. It's par for the course for us. That's already done long time ago.
look, after seeing Russia's landing and China's landing and then most recent India's landing, the lid's blown off. The cover is blown. It's the fakest stuff ever. I think the only difference is NASA might have faked it better, right?
Not only that, but during the moon missions, the scientists weren't even agreeable about if it was terra firma. If you could actually land on it, because they didn't know if it was a physical thing or not. So it's kind of weird that from not knowing anything about the soil or the makeup of the moon, they decided to go to the moon. Only years before they went out of the atmosphere with the X-15. And from the X-15 they immediately went to Mercury and Apollo without any step in between. That's weird. That doesn't compute. And then you'll have a lack of paper trail. The only paper trail we see are the receipts, how much it cost. But we don't get anything back other than, what they gave you on TV.
Golden, I'm sorry, I'm texting, man. Okay. Oh, shoot. It's hard to have two conversations at the same time, and I'm like going to it with like 4 people in text chat. So
You should just be listening to the people that are talking to you.
The thing is, I'm not even wanting a reply right now, because anything I said takes time for you to A, process, and B, verify.
I remember the main thing you wanted is just to know how NASA came to the measurement, right?
No, I want the documents where they actually did the measurement. So if you do an observation, you document it. It's part of the scientific process. The scientific method demands it. NASA claims science. I got a lot of papers from NASA that are actual science, that are following the scientific method. Whether I agree with how they did it or not is a different thing. The thing is, regarding Earth being a globe, they don't have any observations that warrant a belief in the globe, because they just don't do direct measurements of the globe. That's my point. I haven't found those documents. If you can find them, you'll be a hero.
Yeah.
Because then we have something from NASA that we can, test and verify.
Yeah, it would be interesting. I'm sure whatever I would find probably wouldn't make it to your standard. I don't want to just assume that I can find something you've been looking for in an afternoon. But maybe we can have a follow-up conversation tomorrow, because I think you guys know more about a lot of the science stuff than I do.
Like, I can give you the actual website where it should be on. Like, it's bookmarked because I like NASA documents, so I can share it with you.
Yeah, any resources you guys want to send me, I'm not gonna be offended by it. Please, my DMs are open. They'll always be open. You can send me whatever you guys want.
And once you do a decent amount of research into NASA inconsistencies and obvious fakery, I mean, I've done that much research on it. Even if I was on the globe side, I would not buy into the moon landing missions. That's for sure. I mean,
I wouldn't.
You should have a look into it yourself, before you decide to trust them. But at the end of the day, it's not something that you can validate. So you can find all of the pictures of the Earth and whatnot from NASA that you like. You're not going to be able to validate them. It's always going to come down to whether you choose to trust NASA or not, right? Where on the other hand, we like to deal with empirical evidence, practical demonstrations that anyone can go and check here on Earth. So, I mean, if you've got time sometime, maybe not today, but I'd like to go over some long distance observations with you step by step, and go over the math, right? And then you can look up the math, and we can go over it. We can show you these observations. They're high definition videos, right? Done start to finish, showing the entire setup. And there's huge amounts of them, right? It's to the point where it cannot be a globe the size that they're telling us, right? And there isn't any evidence from the globe side that is to the same standard.
I mean, yeah, that sounds really interesting. Sometime when we have time, I'd love to. But
Yeah,
I've got
just
maybe
as an
40
example.
minutes.
No, that's
So
okay.
I mean, we
Right,
have
just-
like a good amount of time.
Yeah. Well,
the thing is,
really quickly, one last thing, sorry. Right, just an example of an observation, right? So if you have a 20-mile lake, for example, right, it would have to have a certain amount of curvature over that distance. Now, I'm not going to get into the observation now, but just have a think about it, right? If you have a 20-mile lake, according to the globe side, right, it has to have close to 300 foot of curvature, or 260, 270 foot of curvature over that distance. Now, I can show you observations that show that there's absolutely zero curvature over that 20-mile distance. But anyway, we'll go over it another time. I got some stuff to do as well, so
Yeah, we'll have a good day, man.
yeah. Cheers. Yeah, I'll just be listening in while I work.
The thing is, we can shower you with a lot of information. I can shower you with a lot of NASA documents where they use flat Earth over the globe because flat Earth is easier to calculate, or flat Earth is more practical, whatever excuse they use to use flat Earth. But going to a flat area or going to a body of water and measuring the surface of the body of water for curve is easier and quicker than going through piles of documentation. And then still with documentation, it is do you believe? Because it is second-hand knowledge.
Golden, do you think secondhand knowledge is worthless?
No, it should be verifiable. It should be verifiable. So NASA can tell me the Earth is a globe, but that's just a story. If they have scientific papers where they measured the globe and have documented it, it's their knowledge, because knowledge comes from the scientific method when you talk about research and science. With that observation phase being documented, it allows the average reader to repeat and to test. The same goes for the experimentation phase. But when it isn't even put to science, as in put to the scientific method, then it is not even knowledge. It is a story that you either believe or not believe. when it is science, it is knowledge which they acquired through measurement or testing or experimentation, then you can look at it and you can take that for face value and say, hey, that's the knowledge of NASA that I believe, but at least you got a scientific paper to, support your claim. Or you do whatever is written in that scientific document for yourself and come to the conclusion, hey, they were right. I have a basis to trust and believe what NASA told me because I did the same thing and I came to the same conclusion. That's how knowledge works. That's how philosophical knowledge should work. And there's a disconnect in modern society where people think, oh, so-and-so told me this and that. Oh, that's now my knowledge. No, it's not my knowledge. It's of someone else. And to even judge if it is knowledge, I have to be able to verify it. And the ability or the lack of ability to verify it is the issue here. So it is foolhardy to say, oh, I believe or I know it's a globe because NASA. NASA didn't even present it as knowledge in the philosophical meaning of the word. So, that's something they don't teach you in school. That's something they don't teach you in middle school or high school. They don't even teach it in universities anymore, because I can go to a university student, ask what science is, and they don't fucking know. Even though, the university is all about science. No, it's not. Because if it was, you would have in your middle school a book that told you how to measure Earth for yourself. Because it's a nice way to explain how the observation phase of science works. And no one would be in the dark about what the Earth is. No one has to believe images from space. No, you can just verify it on the ground. But since that is not the case, there is reasonable doubt because the presentation does not compute. If this was in a court, all the globe books would fall apart. But this will not go to court, and when it does, there's one flat earther who went to court regarding the globe and flat Earth. He won. But the fact is,
that's fascinating. Who was it?
Oh, Zen Garcia.
How do I spell that?
I'll Google over. I'll do the YouTube search for you.
Weird. You'll look that up, but you won't look up at the Earth is measured round or anything. You won't look that up, but you'll measure that. You'll look that up. Weird.
I thought that was interesting.
So it was It was a civil case where Zen had offered an amount of money in exchange for proof that the Earth is a globe, and a man presented what he thought was proof of the globe. Zen Garcia dismissed it as being proof, so he took it to court, and the court ruled in favour of Zen that it wasn't proof of the globe. Therefore, he was not obligated to pay any money.
I mean, yeah, it's just fascinating. I'd love to read that.
I think it's Thompson versus Garcia 2019, if I'm not mistaken. Here's a link in the text chat.
In which text chat? Can you at me in it?
Who said that?
You just posted it.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
my bad.
Okay.
I was like looking at the other channels and I missed it. Dude, like this is the kind of stuff that I find super interesting. So like, I don't know. Just like this is endlessly more interesting to research than just like getting a picture or a GIF, you know. And I'm not saying like that's necessarily bad or whatever. I'm just saying that like to the standard I would want people to have. I think this is really compelling stuff, and I'll go over it. That's all I can promise you guys is do some research on it, and I'd love to have a follow up conversation.
Yeah, don't get too down on infographics. Those are used in court all the time.
Oh yeah.
And we are still live.
But are we alive?
That
Or
is always
just
the
live?
question. That is always the question, Ivo. Been a good show. Should we keep this thing rolling, or what do you guys think?
I'm 99.9% sure I'm alive.
Bruh.
I'm on Discord. I have to be alive.
I'm 99.99999% sure.
In German, that would sound like no, 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 no. I am alive.
999. It's because I speak German too. It was an example right there. See?
Yeah. Yeah, we're multicultural around here. I
At the
think
show
it's
goes,
always.
CB. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just asking CB how Joe went.
It's not over, but it has been really good.
Not
We
over
got
till the
some
fat
really
lady
good advice.
sings.
Did he go read
Yeah,
the court case from his dad's books out? Look it up through that account. What's he got? LexisNexis or something?
Who? Me?
Nothing, not you.
Oh.
No,
Make
my
sure-
dad's dad. I can't use his stuff
make sure
to
you make-
figure it out.
Yeah, you make sure you charged today, or is you courted today? You made sure.
No, he's dead.
He's not a lawyer then anymore.
It doesn't.
not anymore.
It doesn't even necessarily mean that the court thinks that like necessarily ruled in favor of one or the other. Right? That it may be as simple as this: Garcia stipulated the terms and conditions, and the court ruled that the other guy did not meet them.
Yeah, that could be what it ends up coming out to be. It would just be fascinating to read the information on it, though.
But does that matter if they won a court case, Flat Earth? Because if we went into court, we would just win every time. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, they'd be like, Your Honor, they're stupid. Like,
nope, that won't work in court. Yeah, that won't work.
But Your Honor, they don't trust science.
Oh yeah, bring them in for sure. Bring in the scientists. Let us broadcast live too.
Your Honor?
Oh, then
What
we can
about
cross-examine the witnesses. Oh, we can get them all the way down to cross-examine them to say space is fake. I'll have to say that.
I can assure you, no NASA employee or any other space agency employee will be in court saying one or the other because they have an NDA.
They'll be doing the Bill Gates thing. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Could you rephrase it?
I have no active recollection of that moment.
Could you rephrase it in a way that maybe I could understand it better?
I was only smoking a cigar.
It may even be the case that if you dug deep enough, you could like take some random so-called NASA employee and do some research, investigation, and find out that they're not even actually an employee of NASA. That they're like contracted under some other fucking agency or corporation or something. And that they're not their paycheck is not coming from the NASA's budget. Like that's a possibility. I don't know.
NASA is an administration. So basically what they do is fulfill a question of the government and then outsource it to private contractors. And in some cases they have their own employees, but most of it is outsourced. Because it's an administration, so they only do with the paperwork, not with the actual science.
Okay, I'm done with text chat. I'm gonna stop looking at my phone.
You know, if you have that link I gave you from NASA.
Oh. Yeah, I wrote down 2 links for me to look at, for me to research, and it's probably going to take a long time to get through both of them if I give it the research time that I think it deserves.
Well, the link I gave you is the technical report server from NASA. So basically every open to the public technical report that NASA puts out is in there.
Really?
I posted Crafting the Blue Marble for you. So go ahead and investigate that too, because that's how the iPhone globe came from, the very first iPhone. That's where the globe picture came from, that guy. Works for NASA. He drew the globe that everybody loves so much. You guys present to me as a picture from space. It's got words in the clouds and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, it's not a photo. It's made from photography, but it's not a complete raw image.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of photos put together or something to try to make a picture that looks
No,
good.
why don't you investigate it and read? Why don't you read what that says?
Well, because I said I'm going to just do text chat or voice chat.
Okay, yeah,
I'm going to be honest with you, mate.
Right. Yeah, that's right. You won't investigate too many things. You don't want to see that one. You don't want to see him telling you that some other company gave him images and said, wrap this around a ball.
And
Hey, Golden, do you want me to push back the thing you were talking about so I can look at this one?
Well, yeah, like the website I gave you if you use the search bar, contains all the public research documents. So that is a very long-term project for you, but it gives you everything NASA has published publicly. If you search for globe observations, direct measurements of the globe in nature, it's not there. So I guess I have done it. I guess multiple people have done it because I spam that site like every other day. I can't find it on there. So maybe you can. And I just suck at Googling. Might be the case. Thing is,
yeah, I don't know. It'd be fascinating to sit down and look at.
There are tons. If people post images of NASA saying flat Earth somewhere, you can type in the document number in the search bar there, and it will pop up for you to open. The other thing that Rodwin posted about the blue marble, that's, a guy that photoshopped the blue marble. That's worth looking at because he admits he made it. And the funny thing is, a few weeks ago, someone said, "Oh, I saw the live eruption of some volcano on the ISS live stream." And we all, who were in the chat, we all went looking for that actual event and the actual footage. And then we find out it's the same guy who created those images, and it wasn't even a live stream. It wasn't in the live stream of the ISS. It were photos taken, and he just imagined it was live on the live stream. There are no moving images from that event. But the guy who created those images that he saw online on the website were created by him. And the subtitle said, not photographed by or photographer, yada, yada, yada. No. It was something like created or compiled by. So even those images of volcanoes erupting on Earth seen from the ISS are being faked. Or at least heavily photoshopped. Because they didn't contribute the actual photographer.
That's correct. That you just fly over with the plane, you just bend that thing around the ball in Blender, and that's all you have to do. I've made the Earth in Blender already, and it looks like the Earth that we see in the globe.
We did a whole Christmas live stream with you.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing. Like, when you're dealing with NASA, they basically tell you the truth, except for the NASA PR department. where they do the public relations stuff. Then
Speaking of public
suddenly
relations, did you see what
they,
Sporadic posted? That Trump's cutting SpaceX out?
Yeah, I saw that the other day.
So that means that's the excuse why they can't go to Mars now. Or
Yes.
Moon. Or Moon or anything. We're just winning. It's a complete win for us.
Trump's fault.
it's just, preventing damage. Like I think they wanted to offload the burden of the globe onto SpaceX and others. And I think they didn't want to foot the bill, so they pushed it back.
Yeah, because you could see how retarded their stuff looks. Even NASA's, listen, the shuttle stuff looked great. You compared to what SpaceX puts out. It cut all the corners. At least they had models they were using at one point that looked real.
And back in the day of the old tube TV, you couldn't adjust the gamma, which you can do now. And suddenly you see the puppeteer in the background.
Hey, baby, the Earth is flat.
Imagine
Are we
having
telling a
to
baby
learn.
that the Earth is flat? I'm all for it. Tell that baby the Earth is flat because it is. You got to start them early.
Imagine having
Don't.
to learn to walk on a moving surface.
Yeah, yeah. Don't
That's
give
why
them
they
no
can't walk.
heliocentric
That's why they
mobile over their bed.
That's why they have to learn to walk. Because the Earth's moving.
Yeah. And in the globe model, you will always be on top of the globe. You're always the center point of your existence.
Another win. So when we get it back to the politics server, they're probably this has to be building up by now. Maybe that's why they're just the weirdos are coming in now because they got punched in the face. The anti-flat earthers.
All we need is some. We have to go back to the days of those YouTube influencers visiting our server.
Well, we do get them that run around through the politics server. You can tell when we're being recorded by the way they're asking questions, and then, or some of them have it in their profile, and I'll go in there and while they're doing their stream and all that stuff. But we do still get it. We got it. Get them in here. We have to tell them to come in here too. A lot of them will spiral out because they'll be making an announcement. I'm gonna go in and smoke these flat earthers. I got all this proof. And we don't even give them a chance to even try to. They're spiraling within a few minutes a lot of times. Some of them make it a long time.
I don't want, let's say, the quality of a Johnny Somali. I want a better quality influencer.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't know who we could get. I mean, you need to get Candace Owens and see if you can get her to question us.
Candace would be good because she actually does go into fringe topics. It would be fun to talk to her.
Yeah, well, that would be a good demographic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a lot of questions to ask her about Emmanuel Macron. If anyone's seen that.
I'm not into a handkerchief fetish.
What a great series that was.
Or the slap in the face kink.
Her editor or friend or whatever who takes over for her, who's got that, he's got a smile that he's, and a face that kind of looks like, I got a secret to tell you. That dude feels like he might be Flat Earth adjacent.
I think a lot of people, well, I think there are more flat earthers than we realize, but they just can't come out because of the backlash they receive.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put up a dirty picture just for fun. For all those watching the text chat, I just posted the official, I think it was Apollo mission chart. And if you look carefully at the Earth, it is not drawn as a globe.
Lol. I never realized that. I have this picture. Yeah, that's a flat plane they're circling around. That's crazy.
In later editions of the same chart, they changed it to a globe. But this was the first iteration of the chart that was published. Later editions show, let's say, a globe model or a globe painted Earth. But yeah, I found it fascinating to see this. Hey, DJ, you just want to see what you see, right?
They're trolling the Globers so bad since the beginning. It's ridiculous.
I wonder, how hard would it be to get gun tubers on our side?
There's got to be like YouTubers that focus a lot on religion. I'm sure they could join quickly.
Not religious in here.
Well, not
Not a religion. Flat Earth has nothing to do with religion. The measurement.
Issue with religion is that people will believe in the flat Earth rather than test the globe for themselves. Because if religion is the basis, they will be satisfied with, well, the Bible says this. Oh, the Quran says that. Oh, the Torah says this. They will just take it at face value from a book rather than actually engaging with the earth themselves. Therefore, it is not knowledge, it's just another belief system.
Yeah, I will make that point out loud. Our friend Aviet, I'm not sure how to say your name, but
Aviate
somebody
or
had
Aviate,
asked.
both are fine.
Aviet, okay. I know somebody had asked you if you knew the Earth radius, and that's perfectly okay, not knowing, because I remember a point where I believed that the Earth was a globe. I didn't know the radius. I didn't know the assumed radius and or diameter or anything like that. Only thing I knew was ball, because gravity, and gravity therefore ball, right? And that seems to be common amongst a lot of globe Earth believers, because that's what they are. They're believers. They have this belief in this thing, and they don't know anything about it. But then, I'm speaking from my own experiences. I went through the process of finding out everything I could possibly find out about this heliocentric ball Earth cosmological concept. Like I said, the more I came to realize that none of this makes any sense. None of it can be quantified. None of it can be qualified. None of it can be demonstrated, replicated. There's no experiments that you can do. And as the saying goes, it quite literally doesn't hold water. And it was about that moment that I realized that I fucked up by believing the Earth was a globe. But it really wasn't my fuck up, right? I didn't do it. Like it was done to me. It was done to all of us. We were all convinced, all duped that the Earth is a ball.
He fucked up.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I mainly wanted to join because I think, well, when I first joined the server, I hadn't decided what I thought about post-truth. That was a couple years ago. And then recently, I kind of came to the conclusion that at least culturally, we live in a post-truth world. And I think that's really interesting. And I think that I think that the Flat Earth community is ahead on experiencing what that really means. Yes, huh? And that's why I wanted to join again and be active. I never really wanted to talk about science or experimentation or the Earth. None of that's necessarily interesting or my wheelhouse. But it's probably rude to everyone in the server if I just never engage. That's not necessarily the person I want to be. So, yeah.
Science.
That's why I'm trying
What
to
science are you?
engage a little bit.
What science are you talking about?
I'm notioning towards science. I'm not necessarily talking about any specific science.
What does that mean?
In this context, I mean like astronomy, physics. When I'm saying science, I'm like, I guess like the hard sciences
Astronomy's not
are stuff
really a
that I would consider very
science.
interesting.
Is astronomy a science?
Yeah, astronomy doesn't
Generally.
fall in that category of sciences.
You just make observations, right?
Mhm. Yeah. So yeah, astronomy doesn't fall in that category of sciences. Things like chemistry, biology, physics. These things fall in the categories of natural science, right? These are things that we can make observations on. These are things we can make hypotheses about. These are things that we can experiment with, test, even make demonstrations for some of these things. So science deals in the natural world, natural science. If it's not natural science, then ultimately it's pseudoscience. And a lot of people are running around out there not being able to differentiate between the two. In their brains, it's all everything that's called science is science, and they fully accept that. And somebody in a white coat told them so, and so they'll appeal to that authority all day long, and never be able to separate the two.
Aviate. Aviate? Is that how you say it? Aviate? Aviate? I don't know.
Aviate.
Oh, got an Australian accent. I can't pronounce anything, mate. So forgive me.
You're good, man. I'm not offended.
Do you know how when they say, we've discovered an Earth-like planet? Do you know how they do that?
It's something like they pick up light that hits the reflection, right? And they can determine the chemical it is by the wavelength or something like that.
And that's stellar spectroscopy. What they do is they stare at a star through a telescope, and then if the light dims, they assume that that's a planet passing in front of it. Now, if that light dims every 365 days or close to it, then they assume that dimming of the light is a planet that's orbiting that star at the same rate as Earth is. So therefore, this could be an Earth-like planet. And then they draw a cartoon about it and say, look, we've discovered an Earth-like planet. That's the scientific process that you're claiming.
I'm sure that's really interesting to a lot of people, but as I said, it's just not something that I find particularly interesting.
So how do they observe it when they're facing away from it?
Yeah. So next time you hear them say they discovered an Earth-like planet, just think about what I just said.
Tell me they don't see water. See water and freaking land and bullshit. Like, it's just because it dimmed and they go, oh, it's.
Yep.
That's a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, they can tell there's fish up there that way.
Well, based on the periods in between the dimming, right? They can decide if they can sort of calculate how big that star system might be, right? How big the star is, etc. And then they can determine, based on the frequency of the dimming, whether that planet is an outside planet, an inner planet, right? And whether it's within the Goldilocks range, blah blah blah, and the sort of like, I don't know, mate. It's a load of hogwash. It's all a load of
So much bullshit. Like, I can't believe that they would.
Yep.
You imagine it like they're looking at some shit like in the movie Avatar, you know? Like, oh, it looks just like ours. It's just got, it's got bigger trees. Yeah, it's like 2 times bigger, but it's got water and stuff, What a load of shit.
Yeah, we had that one guy in here before. He was supposedly an expert in exoplanets, like you're talking about. But he didn't have any better idea of how to measure Earth being a globe either.
Yeah, ITA.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was all right. He actually argued for us sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, no, you don't know that. He's telling Globers, no, you don't know that. We can't determine that.
Those are like golden moments when the Globers correct the other Globers.
Yeah, yeah.
That's why we need Globers on the server. Because sometimes it's easier to sit back
Who's
and watch
manning
the
the lobby?
Globers.
Who's manning the lobby, monkey? I haven't even
I
looked
don't
in there. Is it just a bunch of people spiraling out because we can't get them in here?
Oh, Hyder is checking. Hyder is doing the lobby.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. I usually try to hang out in there when you guys are just talking and try to, get in VC. It's free. We'll unmute you right away as soon as you come in. All that stuff, because that usually works, but forgot about that.
Can't type fast enough to be in there. I'm about to reply to someone and 3 people have already replied and then that person's already replied back by the time I've tried to type 3 words.
Voice channels. Voice channels for guys like us, Timbo.
Yeah, yeah. What's up, AV?
What's going on, man?
Just getting ready to start the day. Having a coffee. Freezing cold here.
Oh yeah, you guys are heading towards was it winter?
Yeah, we had a long summer and then it just switched from summer to winter. Just in like a week or two, you know? Just bang.
Big old beef happening right now with Elon Musk and Donald Trump. If you haven't been seeing the news.
Oh, we kind of talked about it a little bit on what that actually means in reality. That means there is now an excuse to stop all the space shit because we have basically scored a touchdown.
Yeah, I'm gonna post something. You guys can take a look at it. Live stream voice text. Give me a second.
Man, it feels good to post stuff in the live stream voice text, bruh.
Yeah, take a gander. Take a gander at what I just posted.
I'm if anybody hops in the chat, pay attention. Make sure they get voice terms. I'm in the lobby. I told them they can immediately. So when they hop in, make sure they talk. Creation Bear knows how to run them off. You have to speak or get banned.
Yeah. This is a no listening panel.
Thought that was my job.
Better not be Starbucks, you piece of crap.
So Elon's government subsidies, like his, SpaceX, all his stuff, all his toys are getting taken away. He's throwing a fit, man. He's just upset about that shit.
Yeah, that means he just lost $38 billion. Fuck yeah, he deserves it. Get him out of here.
Well, everybody's seeing.
You don't like space? You didn't want to go to Mars?
Well, not anymore.
Take any of his Tesla shit away. Any of his Tesla shit away too. Shouldn't be subsidizing any of that electric shit either.
Hey, where can I get an Alexander Graham Bell telephone that you're talking on, Paraplegic?
Did Trump get that?
Yeah, I love
Trump
his
get
mic.
that CAA talk.
Or one of them 1930 things too.
Yeah, the stick. The stick. You hold the stick and you put the thing up to your ear. That's what paraplegic's talking on right
Yep.
now.
Hell yeah, dude. Operator. I agree, dude. What the fuck, paraplegic?
It cracked. I'm wearing it. Oh my god.
He's got a Nokia phone, dude, like the ones that came out, like in the.
What was Alexander Graham Bell's assistant's name?
Watson.
Okay, I want you to say this, paraplegic coffee. Watson, I want you to say this, paraplegic. Watson, I need you. Come quickly. It. Oh my god.
He's not gonna
I think
fucking
those-
do it.
I think those people in the room that switch over all the cables, I think they're on break.
Operator, I need to make a call. Operator, you there? Ah, gee willikers.
I'm wearing headphones, and every time Paraplegic speaks on that mic, it crackles in my ears.
I wanted to capture that. I wanted to.
What I gotta do? Whisper? Like, what mic do I need?
Nah, it's not that.
Please,
got like a
say what I
reverb or
want.
something.
Say, Watson, I need you here. Just say that. I want to record it.
Just tell me what mic
Watson.
to buy. I'll freaking get it. Can I do? It's got to be a headset though. I gotta work, man. I can't in front of a computer.
I know you got to work, and you have to be in the Flat Earth server. I understand. I go through the same struggle all day long.
I say change from the little Dixie cups to the larger Dixie cups. Or those red plastic. The red plastic cups.
He took
I want to hear him say,
the string, and he tied the string to his computer, and then he talks from across the room. Watson, I need you in here.
Yeah.
hey, paraplegic, can you say, I heard you on the wireless back in 52?
I don't
Radio till the radio stops.
Just do it.
Say it. Say it.
I heard you on the what?
On the wireless.
Say it.
He's got fucking bad reception and bad fucking voice quality. Like all.
He said, he says what?
Radio till the radio.
You guys are all saying at the same time. Oh my god.
The fucking Winn-Dixie cup ain't working, bro.
It sounds like you're actually on the ISS right now talking to NASA.
Or like a drive-through speaker at McDonald's.
Hey, say, welcome to McDonald's. May I take your order, please?
That's it right there. That's fucking McDonald's, yeah.
Damn,
Come on,
Paraplegic,
say
you're
it.
more roasted than your
Come on,
coffee
say it.
beans.
Welcome to McDonald's, man. Take your order, please.
That's
fucking
perfect.
exactly the same. You couldn't tell the difference. That's it.
Yeah, we'll probably be demonetized now because we sound too much like a McDonald's speaker.
Two all beef patty, special sauce.
You can make him famous on that one. Buy his coffee.
Can I have a double Neptune burger with the extra gravity sauce, please?
Yeah, so they're taking away Elon's toys. So yeah, he's pretty sour. He's eating sour grape right now. It's go time. I mean, it's fucking. He's lighting it up in the social medias, dude. He's talking about fucking Donald Trump being on the fucking Epstein files and shit. Like he's going all fucking out, dude.
Dude, could you link that? I'm always talking about how Trump's guilty as sin with the Epstein shit.
Yeah, dude, but he's like, yeah, you guys didn't ask about Trump being a part of the Epstein files and shit.
Oh,
he's
we were
both of them
centered like to hell.
dude, they're lighting
Back
each
in the
other
day,
up,
like,
bro.
they never-
They're just fucking, they're going ham. Both
Yeah,
both of them are-
Elon Musk said it's
we're
the
not
big
talking about
secret
that
that he's
now.
dropping. Here you go. Have fun with that, DJT.
Yep. With two big fucking middle fingers right at him, dude. Just like, fuck you. according to the statistics, man, it looks like about 16 million impressions that one tweet got. So
everything went downhill after Elon Musk's kid said, "You're not the president."
Muy caliente.
Well, we know who Hey guys, we know who Epstein worked for, right? For real. So now we know who Trump works for real.
True.
It all makes sense.
And then he tries to pass the biggest budget that's ever existed, $1 trillion on the military. Crazy.
Yeah, and how much of that's foreign military aid to, special allies?
Oh, yeah. The special allies we can't talk about. I know what you're talking about, man. Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
They get an absurd amount of money, man.
Well, now that we know he's on the Epstein list, it all makes sense.
Well, I mean, at least you're gonna hear both sides, like bear all, right? Like now all the skeletons are gonna come out of the closet dancing. Like there's gonna be a fucking.
I can't wait, man. Pass the
We got
popcorn.
limited and restricted, banned from like limited and restricted or whatever from Facebook for talking about this, and now everybody's going to be freely talking about what the fuck.
If this was all real and it was not a game, either one would call the other one out about Earth.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's what I'm saying. All of the SpaceX, contracts that they had out, fucking gone.
Yeah,
Elon Musk needs to come clean about flat Earth now.
Yeah, they're decommissioning fucking Dragon, the Dragon project,
Like that would be the hardest hit for anything. Like if either Trump or Elon goes out, it's flavor.
Right?
Otherwise,
also recently, NASA was defunded $480 million in contracts.
Yeah. But this is gonna be this is the left hook. That was the right hook. This is the left hook right here. Like we got NASA defunded, now fucking SpaceX is defunded. What else, bro?
Just yesterday, the Globies are like, "What are you gonna do when we go to Mars, flat earthers?"
Dude, I'm telling you, FB's just like, golly.
They got
who pushed
egg in the
for
face.
NASA to be defunded? Was it Trump or was it Elon?
No,
Elon. That was Elon. That pushed for the defunding of NASA.
Yeah, that's probably going to have a cascading effect because, like dominoes, if they defund $480 million in contracts, then think about all the subcontractors that are below them and the subcontractors below them and below them. It balloons out like they're not even taking into account all of those.
So that's what I was saying. That's why this like fucking left hook was just like an upper fucking dude. I'm telling you, it was huge. That's why Elon's flaming him right now. He's fucking.
Has anybody heard anything about Space Force lately? Because yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I don't know, it was a live broadcast from the White House on TV or on Facebook because it showed up as a thing. So I clicked on it. It might have been the day before yesterday. I don't remember. Anyway, he mentions all the militaries, Coast Guard, all of them. Not one Space Force shit in there at all.
Yeah, but you cannot put drones into space. Those propellers won't work in space. Drones are the new high.
Bullshit. They fly on Mars. They work on Mars. That's 1% atmosphere.
Yeah.
Space Force has to do with cyberspace. It's not outer space.
They have that electrodynamic bullshit way up there in the upper reaches of the air.
Talk about that magnetosphere, man. Like
Yeah, like I'm wondering about the Star Shield contracts, a separate subsidiary wholly managed by not Elon Musk, but by the Shotwell couple. Gwen Shotwell and Robert Shotwell from JPL are in charge of SpaceX and Starshield. They're the ones that hold all the security clearances.
Gonna be a lot of people out of work, bro. That's what's really happening here, though.
I bet those contracts are staying put, though.
Think they're gonna be running on a skeleton crew?
They're building Skynet. Most of it probably.
They might be transferring everything to DOD and pulling a lot of this out of the public eye.
I think something is going on, but they have to do this front-facing, like, social media, whatever this is, debacle, just so that they can. It's like the sleight of hand,
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
So you're doing this one magic
100%.
trick over here, but you don't see what's happening what the other hand is doing.
Yeah, they're making it even like a rivalry almost. Like all of a sudden, they're against each other, dude. They're probably the ones that orchestrated this because it also kind of you're killing two birds with one stone, so to speak, because it's going to allow the people that have gone so far against Trump. Now it's gonna kind of like bring some back, like right, but they're just gonna have a new champion. His name's gonna be Elon. They're gonna be really happy and prideful in that, but they're gonna have trust back in the government. It happened 4 years ago when Biden was president, and then all the Republicans lost faith in the government. So like they're just playing ping pong with the people's in the ideology, if you will, and they're winning back the hearts of those who like gave up on government the same way it did back in 2020 when Biden was president, for all the Republicans that couldn't stand the government anymore. And they do this every time, dude. From as long as I've been alive, every president has seemed to do the same tactic as the party transfers from Democrat to Republican, and they always set up this somehow, some way. They set this up.
Right. So Trump needs basically a covert reorganization of the government in order to further his political agendas, and this is part of that pivoting process.
Exactly. That explains even why Elon Musk, he just posted he took like a little poll, like who thinks we need a new party. That's probably their plan the whole time. Like they just want to establish a whole new party.
Hey, Sporadic, look at what Overfence is posted in the live stream text. You might have to scroll up.
Oh yeah, that's exactly right. Gwen Shotwell and her husband, they're both completely like embedded NASA JPL people, and they're the ones that really run. They're the ones that know. If there's anybody that knows that the Earth is flat, it's going to be those two.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a reason that they make fake videos, right? So somebody has to know for a fact that it's flat in order to try to cover the shit up.
They're the ones that be in charge of like playing that kabuki dance, shell game theater with payloads at payload integration facility, which we suspect is going on, but it's not like we have proof of.
What's the indication that something like that would be occurring, Sporadic? What would be the telltale signs of something like that?
Okay. Well, like let's say I want to launch a CubeSat. Okay, I developed it to specs. The payload, the launch crew company, like United Launch Alliance or whatever, they send the specs over, and I have to build this thing so that it fits inside of one of these cages that go into the payload. And then so I build it to spec, and then I send it to them, and I don't see it ever again. They take it and they take it to their facilities, which are like cleared to the top secret level or whatever, Vandenberg Air Force Base. and there they can attach it to a balloon if they want, or they do something else with it.
Or, well, we lost it.
Yeah, exactly. They lost it. Or they do something weird with like radios.
It just didn't work. You don't know what to tell you. It's up there. You're not getting anything. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
You can't go up there.
And it could go inside a rocket and could get deployed on a balloon from a rocket like they've done all the time.
From a maintenance standpoint, how does that even work? Like, if something breaks or something's faulty, you can't just run up there and repair it and then come back. Like, what do you do with that? Like, it's, you know what I mean? Once it's deployed, that's it. Unless you're gonna go and find, how you're gonna bring it back down. You get what I mean? Like, if you deploy something like that, I don't know. There's a lot that comes with the idea that you're putting something up there that's not going to be able to be worked on. It's not like something down here where something messes up, you can go and perform maintenance on it.
I mean, what's to say that they're not doing something with radios and bouncing shit off something up there, and they sweep the radio beam and it bounces off, and people are tracking the bounce as it sweeps across the surface. I mean, who knows what the hell's going on?
So you're saying that they could be doing that and using this as kabuki theater? Like this whole CubeSat
something
program?
else. Yeah, we don't have any evidence that any of these payloads are in orbit doing somersaults with every orbital period. That rotational vector is missing, just like in the flight data recorder from all the airplanes that we've got flight recorder data on. So something else is going on. There's something else at work up there. I don't know what it is. It could be exotic as shit, or it could just be a trick.
You should see not even a sine wave. You should see. Well, it should look like a bump, like that on a chart. It should go like a half circle on the chart. Half circle, half circle, half circle. If that's what it's really doing.
I think you're right.
So, well, because you have to make your chart. I guess if you move your 0 to the center, then it could become it would be a bump on top and a bump on the bottom. I don't know. I'd have to figure it out.
But you just
it's only flat, then there's nothing going on. They're just going over a surface.
Could you just not send a U2 up there, 80,000 feet with a load of electronics?
Yeah, so it's interesting. They got like these rapid prototyping facilities where they can take a box and they can basically read the state of all the microcircuitry and then print their own boards and reproduce whatever devices are given to them that way. I gotta imagine that's expensive as shit, but I mean, so is space, so who knows? But they could put that on a U2, and then you think it's your CubeSat, but it's a reproduction.
Yeah, because you only want the information when it's coming over the area you care about anyway.
And you can do a relay, like, you fly your U2 from A to B, at B another is waiting in the sky, flies to C. They can fly from continent to continent and just lift off as if there is no problem. There's no plane trackers in the area of Diego Garcia or Guam or.
They don't even need U2s anymore. They have aircraft, solar powered aircraft that can stay aloft for a year or longer and never need refueling.
Yeah,
but that's on the stuff that we know.
I'm more inclined to think it's some lower solution like this than the crazy exotic stuff that I talk about sometimes. So, yeah, I'm more in alignment with that person.
But you broke up there, Sporadic. But yeah, I was thinking there's only technology that we know, that front-facing stuff that we hear about that's put out to the public, and then there's the stuff that is proprietary that we don't know about.
Yeah, and when you think about it, a lot of that stuff that's like so classified, like I mean, I was born in the 70s. We didn't find out about a plane that was being built literally across the riverbed from where we lived. I used to live next to Northrop. Actually, well, it was now it's what Northrop Grumman because they merged. Anyways, uh, but but to think that the was it the B-52 I believe that was being built.
F-117.
Or was it Blackbird? I forgot which one. The SR-71 was it? I forgot which one it was.
I think it was the F-117 that came in service late 70s, early 80s, and only got announced in the late 90s.
Yeah, I forgot which one. It might have been that one, but I don't know why, but the B-2 bomber comes to mind too. But anyways, all I know is that apparently they were building that in the 70s and it didn't get released till the 90s. Like that, it actually came out like, oh hey, this is what we have. And it's like, man, that means this thing was in our backyard for 20 years. And then it just made me think, like, I remember way back then, even when I was a Glober still, I was like, wow, then what are they working on now that we're not going to see 20 years from now? Like, I remember thinking that, when I was younger.
If it was Northrop, it was the B-2 Spirit.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. Yeah, it was the Northrop over in Pico Rivera. I lived a block away from it.
That's the B-2.
Yeah. But that's crazy to think. Like, I mean, imagine the government is working on shit right now as we speak that we're not going to find out till fucking, 2040s.
Well, Elon's not going to get to go to Mars and colonize it anymore. So that's one for the books.
Is that not kind of even like a cop out for them as well? Like, because that shit was getting kind of strenuous for them because everybody was like, this shit looks fake. Like everyone, like the new AI can tell now when video's fucking fake and it's not like real, like in an environment or whatever. Like, I think today's technology it's kind of like they shot themselves in the foot now. Like they're not going to be able to create something that's going to like get past AI.
Yeah, bro. I've been saying that since the first Trump post thing came out. That now they have an excuse. We can't get enough funding to do the things that we said we were going to do.
It's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, we got bigger shit to do, man. Bigger fish to fry. We got to work on shit down here. We don't need to be worried about it up there in space right now. We just can't deal with it, man. We got too much overspending. We got to deal with what's going on here first. Maybe later we'll deal with the space idea, but not now.
Meanwhile, Brett, they're like, but still trust us. It is real. Like, but it's still there though, guys. But yeah, it seems like a cop out, and it's like a kind of like you said earlier, Miggy, like it's almost like it's designed. They kind of set this up.
Yeah, but in the coming days, dude, I'm telling you, grab a fucking seat and some popcorn because the shit's gonna be fireworks, bro.
Oh hell yeah, for sure. Especially like once it goes, because it literally just happened like a couple hours ago, right? Like I mean that it started popping off with Elon saying
dude.
that.
Yeah, fuck, dude. I'm telling you, back and forth is insane. Like the.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, I mean, it's only going to get worse until, but like you said though, like it's fucking smoke and mirrors at this point.
Yeah. The other thing too, man, is I'm not really saying the Simpsons make these predictions, man, but there's one where they showed him like laying in a coffin. So I don't really know, man. Like,
right.
I mean, if the shit gets to like fisticuffs, who knows what the fuck these guys? Because they're rich and they're powerful, both of them. So I don't know, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially when one has the power of the pen, and the other one has the power of the dollar. And they're just looking at each other like, what's your next move? What's your next move?
Yeah. Yeah, they're fucking, I don't know.
You're right. It's going to be an interesting 24 hours for sure to see what comes out from this.
Then we'll have the backlash of the butthurt Globers coming in here blaming flat earthers. You know it's going to happen. They've done it before. They're like, we can't fulfill our dreams of space travel because you flat earthers are getting in the way.
Yeah.
Well, one good thing is that the Dragon project is getting decommissioned. So, fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, which was again, they put the carrot in front of everyone's face, and now they're taking it away. Remember in 2008 when Obama was like, "We're gonna go back to the moon," and then in 2010 he's like, "No, cancel that program. We're not going to go back."
Bro,
Like,
they were saying it. They were saying it in his inauguration, like the speeches and all that. Like they were puffing everybody up, and they were just making it all sound like, "Dude, we're going to Mars," and everybody was like cheering, and it was all fucking crazy. Now we're talking about, nah, never mind. Like, what the fuck?
Right?
Like, this might be a setup for like a JFK situation.
I'm
talking about. That's what I was saying. Golden Monkey.
You just said Simpsons. Called it.
Yep.
Yeah, right. So like JFK, like, nah, we're not gonna let the Federal Reserve do that anymore. And then bye bye. And now you have Trump saying like, nah, we're not gonna let these people bye bye. Too much money in that. And if Elon even said himself too, he's like in light of what Trump said about how much money is going to all like space and stuff. Like he kind of oddly like agreed with it though. He's like, yeah, you know what? And because of that, we're going to decommission Dragon. So I don't know, man. It's you kind of look at it, I guess, two different eyes. You know what I mean? Like with one sideways this way, one sideways that way. Like, wait, what's really going on? Like, is he agreeing that it's a waste of money, or is he like, fuck you, because you said that, I'm gonna take it all out? You know what I mean? Like, what's the motive there?
It might be a deliberate game to distract from something else, like something really different going on in the background.
Yeah. It also might be just like they probably realized, going to the moon bullshit. Like, let's just put that funding towards this fucking space dome around America we want to create.
Well, Trump was really never for that, to be honest, man. Like, Trump was never really about all that shit, dude. He was more of just getting big oil back up and going. Like, all that shit was top priority for him. Like, getting the old and faithful stuff going. Like, the stuff
Yeah,
that
the factories and the mining and all that shit. He wanted to bring it all back.
Yeah, because to reinvigorate, the economy, he's going to have to like make radical changes, and that's going to mean like he's going to have to cut the funding from other places, like what Elon Musk was doing. So he was even saying in some of his little posts that Elon Musk knew about this a long time ago. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, when he cut his mandates back then, and he even said, like, I was surprised Biden didn't do it. To be honest.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, dude, it's a fucking circus, bro. It's a show.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But us being the people that are just like looking at the changes they're doing, I mean, we have our opinions about like the reasoning, Fact of the matter still stands. They're saying some shit. We can point to that.
And we are still live. So when are they going to put up that way better CGI?
They get the contract with the AI done, but the AI had become a better negotiator than Trump.
Maybe they're going to do live CGI in the sky next time.
Well, with the first manned mission from SpaceX, their intro talk was all about augmented reality. So
Yeah, that's going to cover a lot of people who really want to go to space. It's going to give them the overview effect, and it's going to make them feel like they're a part of the experience. And that's going to create more spiritually influenced Globers who feel like they're a part of this whole space endeavor. Of course, that's what that's going to do.
Dude, we've been saying that. We've been saying that for a while, though. We've made mention, like, dude, like the only time you're gonna go watch the moon landing or the Mars landing in the future, most likely, is through a pair of fucking Google fucking VR or Samsung or Apple VR fucking head, goggles, and there's Gophers that are like, booyah, flat earthers, see, we just landed. I'm looking at it right now on my fucking screen. And like that's gonna be their reality, bro.
That's what they did a long time ago, dude. That's what the moon landing was about. It was about the overview effect and how people would react to that.
Correct.
And push TVs into everyone's home.
Yep. And then became the indoctrination where everybody saw it because, seeing is believing.
Yeah. And just like that, it's that easy. You can manipulate a people.
Yeah. And all you got to do is carry this belief forward and say, well, we went to space. I saw it on TV. You mean to tell me that they didn't do what I saw?
Exactly.
I saw it in VR. I sat on my motion chair and I saw it all. I felt it. I was there.
Yeah, you can even put like the rumbling of the audio and all that, to make it feel like the rockets, and the experience will be unreal, dude. Like,
how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? That will be one of the selling points of a new chair, because they're gonna have instruments that will record all the movements, and they'll simulate it to your chair if you buy it, and it's gonna be like you're landing. Like, reality soon, dude.
You couldn't get somebody. You think you have a hard-nosed anti-flat earther now? Imagine if that person had that type of equipment. Oh my god!
Anyone old enough to remember the introduction of Intel Pentium might remember that during that time they were building the ISS, and with every Pentium with, I don't know, some sort of graphical technology in it, had a demo about the ISS.
I remember that. And that's also when they pushed virtual reality really hard, and it was crappy.
Yeah.
Well, now you have smells and sounds, and like that what are those new what they call now, the new movie theaters, where like they spray a little mist and they put a little aroma. It's like you're in the tropical jungle when you go into, like, what are they, I think it's the 5D experience or whatever they call it. Like, they're already there. Like, the technology is there for it. They just have to fucking market it to the public for residential use. I forgot, they call me the movie experience or something like that. There's only a few here in Southern California. There's not too many of them.
So honestly, the obvious truth is the Earth is flat, but you don't have to hide it. You just have to make it sound absurd. That's all. Just make it sound absurd. Make technology and all of what it can do more advanced than the perception of what reality is. What you can actually see with your eyes is a deception. what you can know by, digital technology would be the supreme way of understanding what reality is.
Right.
Because they would negate the fact that you could detect with your senses, and they would say because we have technology that could realize the reality of the world better than your eyes ever could. So,
well, the fact that they've convinced us that we were moving when we couldn't feel it, and that it was curved when we couldn't see it, like at that point they're like, dude, this is gonna be like cake, bro, like easy to convince them if once we get these new technologies and instruments into their houses to where they're going to be able to be on one of the rocket launches. Like, how much more would that child with a curious mind believe that this is actually true when they're literally living in, and you're stimulating their senses, and then you're giving their senses exactly that reality that you've created for them falsely, but still, that is their new reality, this virtual one. I mean, I remember as a kid, watching Jurassic Park, and that made me believe in dinosaurs even more. Why? Because I'm seeing them on TV, and I'm like, oh man, yeah, this is like.
Well, I can tell you this: the first time I watched Jurassic Park, I had the Chinese dub with English subtitles. That doesn't make you believe in dinosaurs. I can tell you that.
No, I mean when I was retarded and like I was a glober, and I believed in all that shit. Like when Jurassic Park came out, I was like, oh yeah, we totally knew the color of their skin and like what they did. Like, yeah, of course. And I'm just saying, like, as when you're a young impressionable mind and you actually believe what's being shown to you, and because then I remember an interview of them saying, like, oh yeah, we knew what they are supposed to look like because we through our using science we were able to recreate on how they looked and to get the right colors of their skin. And yeah, I believe that dumb shit, dude. I'm an idiot, right? Because I also believe in the globe and the heliocentric model. I'm just saying, though, it's easy to influence us.
Yeah, but what I was hinting at was that with movies in your native language, you are more easily fooled when there's a disconnect between the audio and the video.
Yeah.
Suddenly you are more critical.
I get what you're saying.
Because that happened with me when we were watching Jurassic Park. It didn't hit. It was like, meh, just a movie. It wasn't like...
So you're saying the power of suggestion doesn't really take hold unless you're able to interpret the information. Once you can interpret it, it becomes a bit more tangible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the voices, like the voices of the actors acting, or the voices of different culture in a different language trying to emulate what the actors were acting. It does so much difference in how your body interprets what it sees and hears. So
you don't get as immersed in the story as you do, huh? I know what you mean, because I've watched like movies that are like, let's say they were originally written in like Japanese, but as an English actor, and they're not like putting the emphasis on the certain words the same way as like if you're to watch it probably in its original language. So like you don't feel as connected to the story as you would. I totally get what you mean, dude, and you're absolutely right too. You're not as immersed into the story, caught up in it when you're like you're not catching it. You're not feeling the vibe.
It's also the absorption rate just of children is so much higher That's why they can play act and just imagine up these whole worlds, and they're just playing with some stupid toys. So they have a much easier time to go into that trance state and go into that suspension of disbelief and just go with whatever the scientist is saying, where he's like, well, the DNA we discovered. So to them, they don't know any better, so they're just like, okay, that's the authority. He's saying this works, so I believe it works.
Right. And then you get older and you realize, oh wait, so all this dinosaur bones makes oil is just like a ploy for rich people to make money off of and market it and set a demand.
Yeah, it's some people think that there might be an overall agenda. Why would they lie? Like, but if you think about it, powerful corporations do it to become more powerful because they gain a lot more, methods of acquiring wealth if you're investing. So the moment you start to feel that the thing that you're looking at is a great investment, and you start to put money into it, right? Whatever product they're showing you, then they say, hey man, we got us a winner. Let's use this. It's a great way for people to be activated and want to buy the product.
Yeah. And dude, and pun intended, they got it down to a science.
Yeah, they do.
They fucking are. They slay that shit, bro. Like they're like dominating.
Data collection, I would say, is a $1 trillion industry. Because imagine how much money that big corporations get, right? They profit from acquiring data that your phone collects and sent to a place where it could be disseminated. And then they could be like, okay, so we now know the demographic of people that like to drink orange juice are between the ages of such and such, and they're male people. You know what I mean? Like they can really break down how to target specific information, and it's that right there is worth a lot of money, having that type of information.
Dude, what is it like? They have like 100 and something points on each, or maybe more. Maybe it's in the thousands of these like datums, like these points of where they can kind of, even like the CIA uses it too. They can kind of build your personality just on your habits and your like what you buy and what you view, and like, dude, they can like narrow it down quickly on a Homeland Security side of things too. But it is that data is a huge moneymaker. That's why there's so many games that are free. They're like, yeah, go ahead. We're not even going to charge you. Just let us track you. That's all they want.
Yeah. And they're the most amazing, robust games, beautifully rendered.
Yeah, dude. And they're the most addicting. They make those games the most addicting games to where they get you hooked. And then before you know it, you're getting sent advertisements, through your email and suggestions of videos that come on your like social media even, dude. Like it's so eloquently fucking structured. Like I can do nothing but give them props, even though I fucking hate it. But I'm like, damn, dude, these guys are fucking smart. Like they know what they're doing.
Yeah, that's why the real trick, if you are going to go down that route of, I want to download Candy Crush because I'm fucking brainless and bored. At the very least, have the intelligence to turn off your network when you use it or disable network permissions on that thing, because you can do that on some phones. Pinpoint, this app, okay, you can't use the internet. Shit like that. But if you don't have the acumen to at least do that, then you shouldn't be fucking wearing down your mind even that much more by playing these stupid games. Come on.
Yeah, what's crazy is that, I'll tell you what though, what we're talking about right now is not common information. You would think would be very common, that most people will know this and understand it. Dude, there's people that don't even know that their fucking phones are being tracked or they're even able to be like listened on to. There are people that exist like that.
Yeah, and it's worse, man. Like it's even worse than that, man. Like it's not even just the app, games and shit. Oftentimes, and I have experience in the industry, so I know. Take my word for it. Websites that you log into, right? Or even not websites that you don't even have to log into. sometimes it's a mix of both. You know, that shit, you know, your email address is getting sent to an advertiser type thing, shindig, and, you know, they're profiling you and they're going to try and send you the best ads. Like, that's.
Yeah, let me put it on the scope. Let me put it on the scope that's bigger than that. So even let's say you were the conscious type. You turn everything off. You put it on airplane mode. You do everything you could to possibly subvert this to be anything that would like collect any data from you. You are the conscious guy. You know exactly what to do and how to get away from that. Guess what? You're still being tracked. You want to know how? Your friend's phone. It's working and it's open to you. So it's collecting your information. You don't even need to be on your conscious stuff that you're, you know, taking care of. It's doing it on somebody else's device. How do you like them apples?
Yeah, for sure. That's why for me, when I have friends over, we try to like put the phones in the other room or whatnot, you know, like little things here and there, right? And, you know, I think I've mentioned it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you can't stop the wave of like the collection of data. Like you might be to some extent being able to like at least control it a little bit, but you can't stop it all. At some point, people will know who you are and collect the data about what you like, and there would be on some server somewhere all the things that will, you know, target you specifically. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like the demographic will still be there. They'll know the exact male, your age, you know, what you like and all that. So you can only do so much. You know what I mean?
All you can do is minimize. All you can do is try and minimize it. Yeah.
That's the best you can do is minimize it. And that's all that there is. But to completely 100% close yourself off, no. Even if you went to the woods and, you know, you chop wood and that's all you did, like you get away from society, there will still be something that tracks you in some form or fashion.
Yeah, I mean, you just go to the nearby grocery store. Like, oh, you know, I'm out, you know, I'm off grid, but I'm gonna go buy groceries. You go to a grocery store, they've got cameras and shit.
Yeah,
you know, facial recognition and all this garbage.
Yeah,
you know, if you use cash, I mean, okay, that's better, but you're still on camera. You know.
Yeah, and they're doing away with you know, money that way too. I don't know if you heard about it. Pennies are getting done away with. So slowly but surely.
You guys are behind, man. We did that like 10 years ago. Fuck, man, catch up.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So we're moving towards the era of something huge is going on in the background, man. This whole kerfuffle that's happening with Elon and, you know, Donald Trump is just, I think it's smoke and mirrors. What do you guys? I mean, it's, even though they took away the, you know, the contract for SpaceX, you know, like.
I totally agree, dude. It's what they used to say in Transformers, more than meets the eye. That's what it is, dude. There's more than meets the eyes going on.
You got the space fanboys going to give you a bucket of tears because of all this.
Well, their carrot just got pushed down the road again.
Well, that means that someone else is going to announce that they will be going to Mars in the next 4 or 5 years. So then they will be hyped up again. You know.
Yeah,
it's a never-ending story.
Again.
You know, just like the alien invasion. I've been waiting for, you know, ever I can recall being alive. I'm waiting for that alien invasion that never comes.
Well, you never lived by South Texas? I'm just kidding.
Oh, no. I also wasn't part of the alien invasion that went to the politics server or the politics and religion server.
It's interesting too when you think about it. So Elon's like, okay, yeah, I'm going to decommission this. Okay, that kills the moon, going back to the moon project. But he's still saying that he wants to go to Mars, and that means he's going to have to start using his own money If he's going to keep that up, obviously he can't, though. He can't afford that because he was using the government subsidiaries to cover even his fucking dragon bullshit. So it just seems like they're just allocating funds, but they're not telling us, and they're making this little rift going on. Or really, they're just going to start funneling more money to black projects. That's what I think. It's just going to more black projects that we just won't fucking even know for another 20 years, most likely. We'll see.
BRB.
So, what will be the next globe argument? Now that SpaceX, NASA, all have been defunded.
All because of us.
Yeah, imagine that, the next glober coming in. Yeah, the defunding shows that the globe is real. That would be like a boss move of a glober. I don't know how he would spin it, but that would be a boss move.
We've had so many fucking government people in our shit in 3 servers and past however many years, 7 or whatever, for it's crazy.
Let's see if we can do a bold move.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Just saw there were a bunch of people on, so I figured I'd jump in.
Well, we were talking about you up until you showed up, so we're probably not going to say much now.
Oh, what was that again?
Said we were talking about you before you showed up.
Talking about me?
Yeah.
Wow. I hope it was a good conversation.
So let's get it all out before he shows up, because I think he's coming in right. I have ESP, so that's what happened.
It's very useful.
24/7 flat out gossip server.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we were talking about wood for 30 minutes before, so anything goes in here at this point, because there's no globe evidence left, and NASA and SpaceX are defunded. So now we're talking about wood and maybe sculptures and what people like to do on the weekends, because we don't have anything left.
Yeah, you had mentioned the defunding. Are you talking about the Artemis program?
No, Trump canceled funding to SpaceX. Musk had canceled funding to NASA, or requested defunding NASA. So they're both defunded now.
Yeah, I think he's a little upset with Musk at the moment.
Yep.
Just a little bit I've been reading.
Nobody's getting any money. So what do you think about that? Isn't that great? No more Mars. No more pretending that we're going to Mars and fake videos every week.
I'm basically waiting for either Trump or Elon to spill the beans of flat Earth. That would definitely show that they are no longer aligned with each other.
That ain't gonna happen.
So
I got a black eye already. Go ahead.
I'm curious what defunding you're talking about. I know the Artemis program was looking to be cut, but what I have to look up the details. I haven't. What details are there?
NASA lost, what was it, about 400 million, and Trump signed something that defunded SpaceX for $1 billion or something.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find information on it. I didn't know what you all had seen. Artemis would eventually be canceled.
It's easier for him. I mean, space is fake. How long can you keep, lying to everybody all the time? Eventually, you gotta stop.
Yeah, or maybe they just create a pause in space until they get the tech companies on board to reprogram the AI as to not to spill the beans on it being faked. Because now, if you ask the right questions and if you know how to work with AI, they will give honest answers.
Yeah, it looks like they're canceling Space Launch System and Orion after two launches, which I kind of figured that would happen eventually.
You don't think they plan on going to Mars, do you? You don't think Mars is a real place you can go to, do you?
Yeah, I am not a flat earther. That's the question.
I wasn't asking if you were a flat earther. I was asking like your belief system.
But I do believe that Mars is a planet. Will we go there? That's iffy.
You think Mars is like a ball that spins around in the vacuum of space?
It's a world?
Planet, he said.
A world?
Right, I do believe it to be a planet. Yes.
Interesting.
I don't see the logic in, like, if Mars is a planet, I don't see the logic in going from Earth to Mars directly. It would be more logical to go from Earth to the moon and then from the moon to Mars, because you would have a better logistics in the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're going to try to do anything with Mars, you probably should try it on the moon first, But as far as the launch point, logistics of, having the infrastructure there would be challenging. But I think that going to the moon first, as far as setting up, say, a base, would make more sense than trying to do all that at Mars first.
Yeah, you got to test it somewhere.
Yeah, would you believe me if I told you that space is just fake?
I don't believe it's fake, but I know that some do. And I will preface this to say I'm not here to ridicule anyone. I like having conversations with folks, and I'm open to seeing where we both stand. I like learning what other people think, and we can both learn from each other.
Well, check this out. Since I own a vacuum chamber, and space is supposed to be a vacuum of 10 to the minus 17 torr. So mine goes to about -6, I would say, something like that. Maybe more. It depends. I've had it more, but it really depends. Anyway, so if space is real, I should be able to put a glass of water in my vacuum chamber and turn it on, and it just stay there. But unfortunately, when you remove the air pressure, like the vacuum of space, water boils away and turns into gas and goes in all directions. That's what would happen if a ball with water on it was in a vacuum, like the outer space. So that debunks space.
Yeah, I know that it would seem our understanding of the function is different. I mean, we have the atmosphere and we have the atmospheric gradient, and eventually the gradient does drop off.
Yeah, you're not trying to say that like gases are being pulled to the ground, are you?
Right. I don't know exactly where you stand on all of that, but I do believe that gas is held in place by gravity. Yes.
So, what if I told you gases go in all directions? Would you believe that or not?
As far as expanding in all directions?
Yeah.
Okay.
You agree with that, then, right? So they don't go down. So yeah, they're not just being held in place.
I think I know where you're going with it, but
I know.
go ahead. I'm listening.
I know where I'm going with it. You had to think about it. Now you had to think if you can give the right answer or not. Because now you're on the hook because you agreed with me.
Last time I was here, I had the same conversation, and it'll more than likely come down to just we have a different understanding of how things work, and that's okay.
I know, but I actually have equipment to like NASA would use, vacuum chambers. I have the same kind of shit. They don't have anything special. Maybe bigger pumps in a larger room, but they all do the same shit. And yeah. So I debunk space.
Yeah, one can be demonstrated, the other one can't.
Yeah, I've had this conversation before. I believe we just have just a different understanding of how things work, and I think that's just kind of where we'll have to leave it. I don't know if the conversation will go much further than that.
I mean, it's not a misunderstanding. It's you have a belief on how you think things work. You don't have an understanding because you can't. Nobody demonstrated this to you. You've been told this, and you believe it.
Yeah, what you're saying doesn't work, and what we're saying can be demonstrated every single time. So it's not really like an understanding thing. It's you have a belief, and we can prove what we're saying to be true.
I believe there is a atmospheric gradient, and it does gradually taper off, and then you don't have so much have a vacuum as far as it's just pulling away. It's just the pressure drops. The pressure drops off. Can I demonstrate a pressure gradient?
No, gravity holding gas pressure.
Right. Again, I understand. Go ahead.
You can't even demonstrate the pressure gradient. Because as far as they've measured is before the mesosphere.
I believe we both agree that there is a pressure gradient?
That's not in contention. So like bringing it up and saying, well, there's a gradient. No one's contending that. But what you're saying is that there's no container or gravity is holding this air in. And that's not possible.
Right. I've had this conversation more than once, and our understanding of how things work is different. My understanding is different than yours, and that's okay. I don't know if the conversation will go much further.
There's a problem. I never hear about when I was at school. I never heard of this bullshit. Gravity holding gas pressure. That's bullshit. Okay, bullshit. 100%. There's a problem. It's not a belief. I want a demonstration. I want the experiment.
Well, here, I want to know why it only holds it way out there and not at the ground. It goes way high, and then it changes directions and just sits there, you said. Like, kind of forms a shell around the Earth to protect it from all the shit it's flying through. Weird meteors and asteroids that really aren't flying at us. We're flying at them. They just look like they're flying at us because we're going so fast. Does that story make sense to you?
It does, yes. I do have an understanding that does make sense to me. But you all disagree, and that's okay. Our understanding is different.
No. Don't say that we all disagree. Don't say that. I'm asking to you. Do you have that experiment? Gas pressure, gravity holding gas pressure? Because I never hear that bullshit ever at school.
Miguel's right. The difference isn't in our understanding. The difference is with demonstration versus just a belief.
Right, but we both agree that there is a pressure gradient, correct?
That's not proving anything.
Let's say this. In the Weather Channel, I hear about low pressure and high pressure, okay? And then, hot air, warm air, and cold air, mixing. And the wind did happen. So, we have a gradient. But that bullshit of gravity holding gas pressure, do you want to say Narnia force is holding gas pressure too? Because that's just bullshit, okay? You're not proving anything.
Temperature doing your sky gradient. It's warmer at the ground and cooler up there because there's no ground under it to warm up the air. So more pressure at the ground, less higher up. Does that make sense? Plus all the gases start on Earth. More pressure there than above it where the gases didn't start. Does that make sense?
That's correct.
That doesn't make sense.
Very well.
It does make sense.
No, and you're talking about a derivative or a result of there being gas pressure in the first instance, right? So you can't have a gas pressure gradient if you don't have any gas pressure. So the question is, how do you achieve gas pressure?
The weight of the air itself.
Do you know
the weight of the air? Let's say you're at ground level. The weight of the air above you is creating the pressure at lower altitude.
Okay. So can you just replicate that? Because we can replicate gas pressure, and as it being defined, as it is defined, where the gas pressure exerts a force on the walls of the container, right? So we need a container for the gas to press upon. We can achieve a gas pressure system, right? Can you demonstrate it? Not using a container and using what you said.
Sorry, my Discord's going strange here. Hold on a second. What is my Discord doing? All right. Well, you're talking about gas pressure, and then you have atmospheric pressure. So you could consider it two different things. Gas pressure within a container, right? It's pushing on the sides of the container. We know whatever pressure you have. Atmospheric pressure being the pressure created by the weight of the air above you, depending on altitude. As far as demonstration, you do have the pressure gradient.
Columns. Air doesn't form in columns up above you, pressing down like that.
Unless you can demonstrate. Unless you can demonstrate. I don't need your rhetoric about the differences between what you're saying and what I'm saying. It's still pressure. It's an amount of gas which is at pressure, right? Gradient or not. Now, can you demonstrate what you're talking about, as in replicate it?
Well, it is the atmospheric gradient. That is what I'm talking about.
No, that's begging the question.
It is observed.
Right? That's begging the question. That's being achieved in the form that you are saying it's being achieved.
I think perhaps our understanding is different on what creates the pressure. I think we're not in the same place on that.
Yeah, I can demonstrate I can demonstrate what's creating gas pressure. Can you demonstrate what you think is creating gas pressure?
Well, the demonstration is in what we observe. Now, as far as how it functions,
that would be That would be like me saying, okay, we live in a gaseous pressurized system. Therefore, we are in a container simply because we have a pressurized system, without demonstrating that that's achievable. I can demonstrate that that's achievable. I can put some gas into a container and then measure the pressure. Right? Can you do the same thing?
What we're talking about are different things, in my mind. I understand you disagree, and we're going to disagree on this subject. I've had this conversation.
Can you demonstrate it, bro? It's simple. Can you demonstrate it without appealing to the thing that you're saying is the case?
Right. You can't use the thing that's in contention as the proof for that very thing.
I don't want more to say other than the atmosphere having the pressure gradient.
So
is
no,
what is
you
observed.
can't demonstrate it.
Are you wanting me to recreate the atmosphere?
Yes.
That's something I can't do.
Right. So the answer is no. You can't demonstrate what you're talking about.
I'm saying I can't recreate the Earth's atmosphere. That's not something.
I can. Here, I'll show you a picture of a guy that did it. And then what do you got to say about it? Here's a picture of him. There's his contraction. Sealed. There's no air getting in and out of that.
Yeah. Again, as I started off with, and I've had this conversation before, our understanding of how things function is different, and that's okay.
Understanding. You keep saying that, but it's nothing to do with our understanding. We understand what you're saying just fine. What we're saying to you is you can't demonstrate your claim to be true. There's no reason to even believe in it, let alone understand it. That's the easy part.
Essentially, because essentially what you're talking about is an amount of gas which is restricted in volume, right? Creating pressure.
Do we agree that air has weight?
No.
Right. So we just have a different understanding. Our understandings are different. It makes sense to me. Our understanding of how things function is different.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong. It's not a problem of understanding. Okay, it's not a problem of understanding. There's a big problem here. You are making a claim and you cannot prove it. Okay, you did say gravity is holding gas pressure. I want you to show me that. Show me an experiment. Show me that gravity holding gas pressure, because you can say Narnia is holding gas pressure. Yeah, that's bullshit. The same that you are talking about it. So if you cannot present to us an experiment to prove it that, then it's just bullshit. So it's not a problem of understanding. It's a problem of facts. Okay? You are making up shit.
It doesn't function the way you're saying.
Yeah,
right. I mean, I don't see this conversation going any further.
But the thing is, you have an absurd understanding about it, because the definition of gas pressure, it requires a wall of the container for gases to exert a force on the walls of this container. So you saying, well, gravity needs walls. You need a container. You need walls. That's what the definition of gas pressure is. So you're saying these other things. Well, we got a different understanding. No, there's no understanding. You just have a misconception of what's actually happening.
Okay, I guess we can look at it a different way. We'll go a slightly different path of this. So we have the container, right? So we have the container, and we have the exertion of pressure on all the walls of the container, whatever the container shape may be. Correct? That's what we're talking about here. So you have. So I guess we're talking about the firmament is the container. Would that be your? I guess you're standing on that. I don't want to say something and it not be.
All right, here. Let me hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this part. So check this out. Space is fake, and we have gas pressure. We don't have to worry about a dome or a firmament or anything if space is fake, do we?
Well, I just want to make sure you have a container, so there's something holding in the air, so that whatever your container may be. I'm not sure where you stand on that.
Holding in the air from what? Holding in the air from what?
Right. From what?
What is your? I guess what is your container? Just so I want to make sure I understand. I don't want to assume. What is your container?
So this container that I posted require a different air pressure than what's on the outside of it?
No, I'm asking as far as the Earth is concerned. What is the container? What is that to you? I say that just so I can continue saying what I was going to say.
Check this out, right? So, like you, we don't want to assume either, and that's why probably you haven't heard a direct answer to that question in the past. If you have posed it, because we don't know.
But there is a container, but you're not sure what it is. Right. Is that correct?
Right. So that's the inference.
Right. So you have a container. You have a container. Well, I just wanted to look at this from a different. So you have a container. Whatever.
gas pressure. Go look what is gas pressure, and you will find the container there. Okay, without no container, no pressure. It's simple. Okay, no container, no pressure. So
I wanted to look at it.
To have gas pressure, you have to have a container. Okay, so
Right.
we have gas pressure. You are breathing gas pressure. Why I have to go, like say, why I have to go up and find that container and take a picture? Why I have to do? Because it is in the definition. Because gas pressure without container, there's no gas pressure. It's simple.
Right. I guess I said I wanted to. Okay, so there is a container. That's all I needed to know to say what. So you have the pressure. So you have pressure at I guess you could say what part of the container is the Earth itself, and then whatever may be the container at a higher altitude, whatever that looks like. So you have pressure, and you have pressure exerting on all sides of the container, but there's not an even pressure. There's a higher pressure at a low altitude, and then there is not much pressure, and really just kind of drops off gradually as you increase in altitude. So is the pressure pushing against the container, but we observe a drop in pressure at altitude?
That's okay though.
Why you have the pressure gradient already?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
Didn't I already explain to you why we have a pressure gradient?
I think you were talking about hot and cold, but please explain again.
Yeah, so warmer temperature, higher pressure. Okay, ground is warmer than way up high where it's not the ground. As the sun beats on the ground, warms it up. There you go, you got the hot. Plus all the gases are made at the ground. So you got two things causing that. That's why you have that.
The gases are made at the ground. So as far as production of gas.
Reproduction of gas, it's a dynamic system.
Yeah, should I post the cycle for you?
Cycles taking place constantly. But the thing is that whether or not we need a container isn't in contention, like for flat earthers, right? What's in contention is this idea that there's an external to the Earth system, right? In the globe paradigm, which is available space, right? Thus, you need a reason why the Earth's gases are confined, right, without the need of a physical barrier, right? But can you verify that external system to the Earth system actually exists?
Define external system, please.
Well, that would be the point beyond which you're no longer within the confines of the Earth's system. So you would consider yourself or something else to be external to the Earth system, right? And it's claimed to be an ever-expanding vacuum. Its most vacuous state, 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Of astronomical proportions in volume, right? So can you verify? Can you confirm? Can you prove that place exists?
A place of no pressure?
Yeah, the place that they say that the confines of Earth exists within.
Are you talking about the solar system?
Yeah, outer space. Yeah, out of the vacuum of outer space.
Well, I understand some of the dynamics of the solar system, and I've observed certain things through telescopes, and I understand part of how it works, but I haven't personally been to space, of course.
Can you confirm that place exists? Besides looking at the sky and going, well, based on the stories I'm told, that I'm looking at what I'm told it is like beyond that. Can you confirm that is what the sky is? That there is an external to the Earth system that is considered to be not Earth and not within the Earth's confines anymore? That you're outside of that and you're in this other place known as the vacuum of outer space. Can you verify, confirm, prove anything that place is a real place that somebody could actually physically go to and exist within?
I can understand what we observe and the models presented that align with what is observed. As far as going there has to be some level of trust in those that have been there, but what they've done can be observed, and the science and, say, even industry that surrounds that would serve as a certain amount of, I would say, evidence in its existence.
Science debunks your globe model because you have to test it. Okay, if you're gonna test that model, it doesn't work. How about you put a ball with some atmosphere around it inside a vacuum chamber? Does it work? No. Okay, so it's pseudoscience.
Yeah, it's a place that it only exists in your mind. It's a mental construct based on stories you've been told, a narrative, right? Trust, like you said, trust. I need to trust that these people are telling the truth about this place that I can't access, right? If that place doesn't exist, then there's no need for you to want to invoke things like invisible forces confining the Earth's air to a given area.
And the question wasn't about understanding the story or not. We all understood that story that they told us about that place and those things that we see in the sky. So the story is too simple to be understood. But do we have any validation for that story to be real? For that place to be real? For those things to be what they say they are?
I believe there's a high level of evidence towards it, but the counter would be that it is fake. So evidence could be presented, but it would be discounted as fake.
Fake?
Right, like the entire space industry. All right, well, space doesn't exist, so all of the aerospace industry is fake. So what they do and who does it, and even the people involved are being tricked into believing what they're doing is real. So there is a great deal of evidence and millions of people involved, but it would be discounted as fake. So that's the counter. You have evidence. You have a great deal. Now I would say that you have different pieces of evidence, and it's a great deal of, say, material or evidence that would show that is actually the case. But then the counter would be that it is fake. So space is fake, so the aerospace industry is fake. So it becomes, all right, so it's not real, it's been faked. So
Sheltron. Yeah, we have. Just a second. I was trying to talk to that guy. So, Sheltron, we have ex-engineers from NASA. A guy that was programming satellites, and in his papers he had to do it according to flat stationary Earth. Okay, we have people that did work there. Okay, and now they are flat earthers. Explain this, please.
Yeah, people that work where?
At NASA. We have ex-aerospace engineers talking about flat Earth. There's a guy, he did the programmation satellites according to a flat stationary Earth. Okay, he's an ex-NASA worker. So why this guy is a flat earther? Maybe they found the truth, right? Not just him, but others.
I can't personally say where they're at or why they're saying that. But so they're saying that what they were doing was fake. They were faking everything they did, and currently everyone that's there is still faking what they used to do.
No.
Very well.
It's a you can go work there, but you do some part, okay, and you are compartmentalized. Sorry to say that, but you are just doing some job, and don't know the full picture. Okay.
Right. I absolutely understand what you're saying. And this is something that we could have a conversation on, because we could both, either it's happening or it's fake. And I think it's an interesting study. And all right, so you have the aerospace industry. You have millions of people involved. All right, some will be compartmentalized. Others will be more involved with what's going on. Say those involved with, say, direct communication or direct control of whatever may be in space, or satellites in general. So all of that has to be generated as fake, and the people involved with it have to be tricked into believing what they're doing is real. And that's an interesting study for me, because the conspiracy grows to involving, there's over 2 million in aerospace, and then you have, as far as the education side and the study, that becomes a really big production to, say, produce one space launch.
How aerospace works.
Yeah, but
no, you don't know what the guy is working on sitting right next to you, not even in cubicles, just sitting open desk. You still don't know what he's working on. That's how it works.
And not
you talk about what you're doing, you'll just get kicked out. You'll be fired.
And not only that, I mean, Shartron, you're lumping in, what was it? Would you say 2 million aerospace?
I think it's maybe 2.4 million that are involved in the aerospace industry. So it's been a little while.
But is it not the case that 2.4 million people in aerospace is not solely relegated to space? Because aerospace includes like air flight, helicopters, all sorts of shit, right?
Balloons?
Yeah, some of it may not directly involve space.
Right. So there's no need to exaggerate, the number to try and give some sort of air of unlikelihood of what you're talking about.
For broken it down, that's a good question. What percentage are directly involved with space?
So what you're conveying is an expression of inconceivability, which is just an argument from incredulity. Right? It's not really a valid argument.
I like the discussion point of that. We can both kind of talk about what's going on. All right, so it's happening. It is all right. So we both agree that they're launching rockets, but what they're doing with the rockets, we don't agree on. But we agree that at least they are launching some rockets. They're just not going where they're saying they're going. So we could both discuss the details and what it would take to fake that. And that's just, I don't know, I got to like the details of it. Even if I might not agree with it, it's an interesting study to me.
And that's exactly what makes it interesting, because they might film the rocket launch, right? And most people will use that and throw that in the bucket of evidence, as you were kind of alluding to before. Because the question then becomes, what's your standard of evidence? Like, where's your bar set, from which anything below that is like, it doesn't really add up exactly to what's necessary before I can actually trust it. And then beyond,
I think I lost you. I don't know if anyone else, but I lost you. The audio dropped out. But I have to backtrack like 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry. What I was getting at is, a rocket launch might be thrown into a bucket of, and labeled as evidence. Here's the evidence that, everything that they're doing is legitimate, just because there's a video of some, fire coming out of the bottom of a large cylinder, right? The question then becomes, what's your standard for evidence? The bar, which anything below that, you wouldn't necessarily, just take at face value. Anything above that, you'll trust it, right? Because everyone seems to have a different bar, it seems,
Sure. Yeah, I guess talking about videos. If you had the video alone, like, all right, so especially now it's getting pretty wild, but it can just be generated with some prompts. But you have those that are there observing the rocket. So the rocket launch is real. But then what happens after that? Or then what happens to the people involved that are monitoring the rocket? At what point does it cease to be doing what they think it's doing and just go and do what people that are faking it doing, and I guess going wherever it may go? The transition from what is observed in real life to the then it being faked, but not as fake like for those that are observing, but the fake for those that are directly involved with the launch, say observing it.
You don't observe it in real life. You only see it on television.
Yeah, in a way,
by the way, has their own fleet of ships that recover all that stuff. Their own fleet, not a boat.
Yeah, Shartron, in a way, you find yourself in a bit of infinite regression of who's watching the watchers. And at some point, that type of argument kind of, becomes faulty or futile, I should say. And then one is resorted to solely relying on the evidence that can actually validate themselves. Follow?
Are you saying those that are, say, in direct involvement with, say, the rocket launch? They think it's real. They're doing the job. I'm launching a rocket in space. That's great for them. And then you have the other group that would need to be producing everything that they have coming in to then fake it into what it's actually think they're doing into what's actually happening, and with it not going into space. That, for me, in a live environment, is it sounds very, very complicated. How would you trick the observer and the controller into thinking what they're doing is real when they just watch the rocket launch? They're there watching it.
Here's the kicker. Unfortunately, that's a bit of a spin on the real question, which should be, how can actually all that actually be validated and proved? That's the reality.
The rocket's actually launching
and going where they say it is. That's the thing. Getting into the weeds of each step of it, of how it could, what's the likelihood of it being legitimate or fake, or where are the odds of this happening in order for it to actually properly be faked? All this shit. It's not the point. That's a burden reversal, effectively. The burden is really on those to actually prove the legitimacy of their claim. The claim being...
Anybody know why those rockets go up at about 10 miles per hour?
You're asking why they're going so slow?
Yep, I sure am, because I should be able to simulate that in my backyard. I should be able to take a pretty big, heavy thing, put a little tiny bit of whatever I want to use in there, and light it, and it should just go slowly up in the air. Should be able to do that, but that's not how rockets work.
Yeah, they start off slow, and then as they're burning off fuel, weight goes down, and they begin to accelerate at a pretty high rate. I believe that's observed. They do start off slow, though. Especially, like, say, the first Starship launch, had some problems for sure, and nearly destroyed the launch pad. It was very slow at launch. It's thrust to weight ratio, not much room there. And then it did go faster as it continued to climb and lose weight, and the atmosphere became thinner. So, it definitely starts up slow.
SpaceX expert, you actually sound like the guy who talks on the SpaceX episodes and narrates. You actually sound like that guy. Not kidding.
I'm guessing it's
documentation from the Apollo program, where they couldn't tell. Where people that were there were doing simulations, and they're having simulated telemetry data fed to all of their systems. And people working there said that they couldn't tell the difference between that and the so-called real thing because the simulation was run so well in the late 60s and early 70s.
Yeah, so the numbers they thought they were seeing were close to the simulation.
They couldn't tell the difference, they said. So what is the difference?
Right, so I guess your stance would be they fed them the fake information instead of it actually happening. Right, I understand that.
There'd be no way for them to tell, right? I mean, so it's kind of funny when people watch the telemetry data on their TV screens for SpaceX flights. They sometimes get it wrong. The counter keeps rolling when the rocket levels out. It's amazing, and they sometimes have to reset the counter. It's like, well, if this is being telemetry fed from the source, it's not doing a good job.
Right, they have the numbers coming in. SpaceX is unique in that they have a great deal of video, both some external but even internal. So they're being fed a lot of things at the same time.
How do you know? How do you know any of this? Do you have special knowledge?
I'm just saying that's what they have. At least that's what they say they have.
I'm asking you how you like. Who cares what they say? How do you know that any of that's true?
Right. I would have to believe it to be real, but do you believe it to have been fake?
Okay.
Understood.
I don't have to believe. No. I don't have a belief. That's the thing. I don't have to make any affirmative act at all. I'm not obligated to believe claims of strangers, right? And it's not an affirmative act if I just reject it.
Right. We all have to be skeptical, especially now. Now more than ever.
Well, if I say there's ghosts, it's not an affirmative, like, and I don't provide any evidence for ghosts. It's not an affirmative act of you not believing my claim. It's just saying, hey, whatever you did, it's not enough evidence to convince me that there's ghosts, right?
Right. Well, you don't believe there's enough evidence that we've gone to space?
No, because
I do.
like, especially seeing a rocket launcher. Well, I mean, we have probably different standards of evidence. Like the television is not a standard of evidence. The screen is not a standard of evidence. And to go to you saying people watch the rocket launches. Well, they couldn't tell the difference between that launch, one claiming to go to space, and say a ballistic missile that goes 250 miles away. It would look visually identical. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference visually from someone standing on the ground.
Well, I mean, they are tracked at high altitude, even by those that aren't directly involved. They use long range cameras as far as where it's going and what altitude.
You can't get the distance from a camera. What's a long? You can't get the distance and the speed from a camera.
How do they even keep it in the frame?
Dude, you ever see NASA's giant binoculars that they track the Saturn with?
Yeah, they had some fancy cameras, that's for sure.
Imagine if you used those to find Earth curves. That would be crazy.
That was good. Yeah, I always say that the shuttle is going like way slower than they say it is, because you can sit there and kind of watch it, or at least the cameras watch it, like for a long time. And if you compare that to just like everybody's seen like air shows, right? You've seen like an F-15 or F-17 or whatever fly overhead, and they're not even doing Mach whatever because they can't break the sound barrier over the people. So they're like doing like what, 600 maybe at the most, right? And they're going way faster than that shuttle is, because they're out of your view like quick as shit. Now, I'm just talking about just watching shit. It just doesn't seem like it's going that fast to me. I mean, you sit there watching.
It's like a balloon going up with smoke coming out of the bottom.
It's something like that. Yeah, it's almost like it's a helium-filled magic trick that's going really slow so you can watch it.
Well, maybe this guy hasn't seen the hours of bloopers and footage that most people haven't caught of NASA, SpaceX, etc., just blatantly faking this shit with special effects. Maybe someone should link him the 6-hour NASA bloopers video or something.
That's a very good point. We shouldn't
That's
just
a good idea.
Yeah.
You ever seen any NASA bloopers, guy, who we're speaking to?
I have.
You have? What bloopers have you seen? Hold on.
Definitely not the 6-hour video. I've seen bits and pieces like the rat on the nozzle of the rocket. That I would say I've seen
the space rat,
but not 6-hour video.
The space rat.
Yeah, I think that's ice.
I've seen I say quite a few, but it's been a little while.
You seen the ones where they like fade out of nothing and they just appear in the shot like ghosts?
I think I've seen where the parts kind of disappear or kind of get.
No, they just materialize.
You know what that is, Cyclone? That's space time. That's a space warp when you're in space.
Oh yeah, that's the dilation or something, isn't it?
Oh, stop. Next time you watch the space shuttle, if you can remember, watch them roll. The roll happens at the same point every time. And everybody knows this really, but it rolls because it has to. It can't fly right side up because the big orange thing's filled with helium. And that's why it's flying so slow it's basically just a takeoff, like a hot air balloon. So the heavier shuttle just rolls underneath it. That's why they make up all this shit about the roll program, the NASA roll program. Watch the shuttle launch next time.
So you believe it to be more of a balloon than a rocket?
Absolutely. There's videos of it floating, like after they supposedly.
I don't think you even need to make that claim. I mean, you can see a missile go over the horizon and just go down. I mean, whether it's a balloon or not. I mean, yeah, they have missiles. They can shoot pieces of metal in a parabolic arc. It's no problem at all. Doesn't mean
I'm with you,
they're going into space. Do you know what I mean? So out of all the bloopers you're seeing, then none of them give you any pause for thought that this might not be what they're presenting to you. Is that the case?
I'm sorry, I think that somebody will walk in and start talking to me. Can you say that last part again, please?
I just said, so for all the kind of blooper footage and anomalies that you've maybe seen, none of them have given you any pause for thought to think, are they presenting all this stuff as they claim? Or
I like to look into them, and I'm definitely skeptical of what's going on. I've seen certain things. You have live feeds, and you have video artifacts, and you have different things that like it makes you question what's going on.
So are you open to the possibility?
I'm sure I haven't seen everything.
Yeah, so are you, well, what I'm trying to get at is, are you open to the possibility that they're faking this stuff, or are you 100% convinced it's real?
It's kind of been like I mentioned earlier, I kind of find an interesting, thought experiment. What would it take to fake it? And I've come to the point where it seems it would be an impossibility to fake everything that's involved with space and the Earth being a globe. I think it would be impossible. I've spent a good bit of study, but I will say that I'm still open to definitely looking at everything. When I first started looking into all of this, when it started kind of gaining traction, say in 2014, I was seeing stuff. I was like, that's a good question, and that's what is, not just so much as far as evidence or videos, but like that makes you think. It makes you like, what is that? What is the answer to that? What is the explanation? Not so much just with fake, but I think that's why I enjoy studying and having a respectful conversation with people on the subject. Is it makes you think. It makes you question what you believe and what you believe to be true. So I'm always open to new pieces of information. I just like learning in general. It's just I'm a bit of a nerd, if you can't tell.
Yeah, that's good. So you've been aware of this topic for years then, since 2014, 2015.
Oh yeah, I used to be full on way into kind of it intrigued my mind. It really made me I was like, this is really interesting, and I started just pulling in as much information as I could. I haven't been on this server for too long, but I like this server and that there's actual people I can talk to, and that's great.
Well, that's good. That's good. So I'll ask then, since you've been looking for a while, one of the main questions we ask here is, who in all history has measured there to be curvature of the surface of Earth in order for there to even be a ball to talk about? So in the time that you've spent looking, what would you say the best measurement, or the measurement that you would use for the Earth's surface curvature would be? Or do you think there is one, or no?
Right, I do believe there is curvature. Let me
measurable.
I don't know if I have it on this computer. Hold on a second. Let me give me a second.
Yeah, because if we had a verifiable measurement of Earth's curvature, that would shut this whole thing down, right?
Right. You would what's the type? Is it rectangular? I'm probably saying it wrong. Rectangular lens, one that doesn't have any distortion. You launch that, or launch it, or send it up on a balloon. Do you see curvature? That would be, something you could use.
No, but in terms of like an actual, not a high altitude observation, but like a surface point to point drop over distance quantification of curvature. Like a measurement of the surface, like surveying or something, yeah?
Right. There is surveying. What's... I can't think of the word. I was trying to look something else up. Okay, give me a moment. I think I have it on this computer.
Sweet. Well, shit. Why didn't you say so? Save us all a lot of time.
Grip Run Yard video, I think the name is Chip something. Yeah, they use the rectilinear lenses, but rectilinear lenses still have distortion. Like, they're not undistorted, and he's using it outside the specification of the lens in the first place.
That doesn't sound like something the Globers would do.
No, I mean, they don't consider the fact that when you send a camera up a high altitude, it's low pressure, low temperature, and it changes the geometry of the lens because the lens contracts. And then you have a higher relative refractive index because now the air is thinner than sea level. When the lens was designed, that's what it was designed for, frickin' sea level, not rarefied air. And there is a difference. And they take this into consideration when they design lenses for this purpose in the field.
That makes sense.
Same reason you don't take a time.
They just don't go to the Walmart and grab a camera off the shelf, dude, and stick it on their airplane.
That's the same reason I tell people that's why your atomic clock trick doesn't work. You're not going to escape the pressure. Nothing will. You'll never be able to escape that change in pressure.
Okay, you'd mentioned, I think the link's on my phone, but you'd mentioned the surveying, geodetic surveying would be the count of Earth curvature. But that's a different subject.
Why do you think that? Can I ask you why you think that they measure Earth curve?
Why would they? Like the reason for doing it?
Why do you think that that's what they're doing when they're doing their measurements? That they're measuring Earth curve?
But it involves the
measuring. It's actually not true. It's easy to prove it's not true because they have this thing called the reference ellipsoid. If they're measuring Earth curve, why would they need that? Why would they need to project their measurements onto a reference ellipsoid?
So geodetic surveying is fake?
No, they just assume the curve. They don't measure it. They calculate for it.
Who said it was fake? Dude, are you serious?
No, that's just a question.
Surveying as a field as a field exists. It certainly does exist, but what they're doing is not measuring Earth curve. They're projecting their measurements onto a reference ellipsoid. They could project them onto a reference pretzel. They could project them onto a reference freaking automobile shape. They could do it onto whatever they wanted.
So it involves accounting for the curvature of the Earth. That's the AI overview, right? So it's not so much measuring, but taking it into account.
Yeah, exactly.
No, just when you say taking it into account, that almost sounds like they have to account for it in practical reality. No, it's just entirely assumed in theoretical calculation. So this is why I was saying specifically we're looking for verifiable physical measurement, not assumption in calculation. But this is good. This sounds like maybe we're going to make some progress because you've been looking at this for years and you were under the impression that geodetic surveying actually measured curvature. Well,
I haven't looked it up in many years, but yeah, I was right here in front of me. It's taking into account the Earth curvature, not the measurement of it. Yeah, it's right here in front of me.
Yeah.
So how do we verify?
I'll tell you. Hold on, Wilkin. Let me tell you how they're not measuring it. Because when they make a measurement, the first thing they do is an operation called reduction of the horizontal direction. So they change the azimuth based upon a reference ellipsoid. They don't actually measure the azimuth. They calculate the azimuth so they get tilted vertical. They don't measure these tilted verticals. They calculate them into their measurement before they write them down. They reduce the numbers. And you can look this up in the geodetic surveying, the Great American, North American Datum, the India Trigonometric Survey. It'll say in the beginning that this is what they're doing.
Right.
And it's only
I
because
was
they
under the
can't actually measure curvature.
Well, well, that's exactly right. I was under the impression that to have to account for something would necessitate that thing exists in the first instance.
Well, that's why I corrected that little turn of phrase, because that's misleading.
Yeah, they take account of an assumption. It's just assumed.
So this takes me back to my question originally. Like, this is the whole problem. We have no verifiable actual measurement of this curvature. They just keep assuming it in calculation. So do you know of any actual physical measurement that's not based in calculation, but rather, measurement?
You want the measurement or the observation? I guess if you observe, then you could measure. You would hard to see it at lower altitude without being very precise.
Well, yeah, you're not
but
going
at
to be
higher
able to see it
altitude,
according to the globe model.
you would be able to see there. I can't find this article. More of like a paper on it. Like how high do you have to go? But you would be able to observe.
The issue with the high altitude, like we've discussed, is you can't really account for the potential lens distortions that you're going to be experiencing and all that kind of stuff.
I would say to the altitude of the say a spy plane, the U-2 spy plane. At that altitude, you would be able to see the curvature.
No, not even according to the globe model. Come on, dude. Really?
Yes.
Sound like you've been looking into this for a while. No. Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't even see it from 120,000 feet. According to the map.
I wish I could find this article, but yeah.
I wish you could find the measurement.
I haven't been that high though, so.
But either way, right? Even if that was true, right, and you're observing curvature from the top, then you should be able to measure on the ground. So they say that there's 66 feet roughly of curvature over 10 miles. Yeah. 66 feet of drop. So that should be measurable. Right? Especially if you're claiming it can be seen from a high altitude. Well then, why can no one demonstrate this drop over distance?
Just heads up, I'm going to have to jump off here in a minute. It's time for dinner. Let's see.
I mean, no pressure. You can come back, like the thing says, 24/7.
Yeah, feel free to come back anytime. Mull it over.
See this many people, but I'll say this: I appreciate the respectful conversation. Sometimes
you too, bro.
You don't agree. It can get a little on the not so respectful side, but I respect the.
For me personally,
I really do.
Anyone who's respectful to me definitely gets it in return. So you're welcome to come back anytime. And
my time is short. It is a time for dinner. I appreciate the conversation, and I've seen some of the information, and I learned something today actually. So that's good.
Great.
And we'll perhaps talk another time.
All right, peace, brother.
Awesome, dude.
Have a good one.
You too.
Dude. Fuck, dude, I'd have that curvature measurement, but fucking I'm starving. Pull the ripcord.
Maybe, but he's all right. He sounded all right.
Well, when he first came in, he learned that NASA and SpaceX got defunded.
Completely? Or are they just taking a pay cut?
They're not. There's no way they're defunding them. They're not defunding the space hypnotizing that they're doing to everyone. There's no way.
Oh.
I mean, they may be doing the Elon shit.
So Sporadic might have more details. I'm just going by some stuff that I saw. I didn't look into it.
Yeah. NASA's budget got severely cut. I think like 480, was it billion or something crazy? I don't know, some large amount. And then SpaceX contracts have all been canceled.
No, I did hear that.
That's a lot.
That is a lot, to be fair.
Contracts is money.
Man, it would be good to get some Globers on to get their thoughts on the defundings. And goodbye to their space fantasies. I'd like to
Mars,
hear.
And,
Mars,
how long do we go back to horses and buggies now that they defunded space? How long is it going to be? So we're right back to the fucking Stone Age.
Moon mission
Oh,
was
yeah?
canceled. Yeah, moon mission is canceled. Mars is definitely canceled.
Yeah, Elon Musk said that they're decommissioning the Dragon rocket now.
That's correct. Let's start posting that to the Globies. Say, what do you think? Oh, he's dragging us back to the Stone Age with the flat earthers.
Hey, Wolfgang, we can just ask Rob Noxious. He's here.
Oh, Robbie boy. See, but he doesn't. He's so far gone. He doesn't even rely on that shit. He's like swinging balls in his garage and being like, "There you go."
Making flat Earth sunsets.
Yeah.
Did someone say swinging balls?
Yeah, he's doing some Cavendish in his garage. He's not even watching NASA.
He's got some paper mache skills.
Is the Cavendish a new sex position?
Paper mache. I'm a heroes with my paper mache.
You know, that explains why Elon Musk is on X spiraling over the budget. It has nothing to do with the debt. It's that they cut his money.
Well, yeah, because he came back and said that Trump's in the Epstein files, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's just looking so scripted, though. You see those photos, and it's like supposed to be a candid moment, and they're standing in a doorway, and Trump's like pointing his finger in Elon's face. It's like, what are the chances of you just standing in that doorway, giving us this contentious little stance between you both that the media just snapped the perfect shot of?
Yeah, want to know what really happened? Elon Musk was like, "Where's the bathroom?" Trump was like, "That way," and then they snapped the picture.
Yeah.
Dude, wait a minute. You're telling me that Elon narked him out and said he was on the pedo jet or something shit? He didn't really.
Yeah, pretty much. He put it on Twitter or something, whatever.
Are you freaking kidding me? I thought they were like boys. I thought they were like buddies.
Dog and pony show. Everybody got it. Dog and pony. Yeah, it's spreading circles.
Yeah, it's more fodder.
We really got to crowdfund a new mic for Paraplegic, jeez.
Oh gosh, are you guys really? It's that bad? I literally turned down the frickin' off the crisp. Flat Lloyd right side.
You still sound like a McDonald's speaker at the drive-thru.
So what the fuck?
Oh, it sounds more like Burger King now. To look like
it sounds like,
would you like fries with that?
it sounds like your mic is paraplegic.
Order a hamburger.
I got a.
Would you like the super size? Would you like the super size that for $1 more?
2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese.
Lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun.
That's pathetic that you know that.
Can you say that for us, please, Paraplegic?
Hell no, I don't know that. Anybody remember the Geno's?
Come on, try.
Geno's? Do you remember Geno's?
Yeah, but listen, neither did the McDonald's guy who fucked up my order, so it's okay, try.
I can't do it. No. Fucking mutant.
No, we've known that jingle since 1985.
Robot Noxious.
So is Rob the only globe person we've got here?
Rob tried to get us to go over to Jen's server last night because McToon was there, and we told McToon to come on ladies' night. Any lady will take him on, and he wouldn't come over.
You don't want McToon poison in the air. Rob, what do you prefer? Globetard, globehead, globe person? What's your preferred pronoun?
Like Zim.
Globy?
Zay? Z?
No, your globe noun.
Said I'm a globe, dude.
Well, what is it? Glober, globy, globehead, globetard?
I don't really classify myself, dude.
You don't think of yourself as a globehead? Really? Your whole garage is full of swinging globe balls. You don't think you're a globehead?
Is like a globehead is more of like a persona, like part of a.
Yeah, like you.
I don't really like those
full of balls.
No, I'm not really a nerd.
Really?
I didn't go to college. You know,
yeah, you do it the old-fashioned way. You rig up the physical apparatus. You've got a solar system revolving in your garage right now, and you're telling me you're not a globehead.
No.
Well, not right now, I know. Well, no, I do that on the spur of the moment just to do certain.
A bunch of soccer balls swinging on fans. You're telling me you're not a globe head?
Wait, he
Yeah,
didn't
no
really
soccer.
use paper
No
mache.
fans.
He didn't really use paper mache, did he?
No, no.
Okay.
No paper.
All right, that's all right. That's all right, Rob. I was just messing about. So, Rob, what's your reaction to this news that SpaceX is basically no more? There's no more space exploration going on. You heard this?
All done.
The space game is over, Rob. What have you got now?
Ruined them, Rob.
Oh my God!
This group of flat earthers ruined SpaceX.
Now you've just got a globe that you can't
guys
detect.
did it. Can't detect it. Not hearing, man.
Now you don't even have the space
we're
stuff.
We're quite the pickle here.
Quite the pickle.
You guys got us bent over the old barrel.
Mm-hmm.
You're trapped, man. Prison planet.
You keep
Prison
saying
planet.
door, dude. I'm here to watch, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, Rob, you don't get to do 5 years of this.
If you think any part of my life has anything to do
Rob Noxious is going to come in and say, yeah, Rob Noxious is going to pretend he's an impartial observer after.
I didn't say I was impartial at all. I'm very partial. Don't do that, dude. If you want to know what I am, then just ask me. Don't try to.
I did ask. You couldn't tell me.
Well, you don't listen. You're talking over me.
Yo, Rob Noxious, don't tell me that they will have to delay the new final experiment. Oh,
yeah, working space.
That's sad.
It's going to be funny. Like all this current space photographs are going to be looked at like Civil War era photographs are, because there's going to be no more space because they defunded it.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to see that shit come across Twitter every day and all that stuff. That's done.
Yeah, because remember, the Globers were still hanging their hats on this idea that they themselves one day would go to space. But now, not even the government's going to space. So what does that do?
The crazy thing about it is you guys seem to believe or forget that SpaceX is not the only space people on the planet. They're not the only people who go to space.
He's still got an ace up his sleeve.
There's other countries.
Dude, so you're moving to India?
Yeah, you got the Indian space agency.
Why would I have to move to India?
So who's the best one now that SpaceX is gone, Rob?
I don't know. I like NASA. They got a cool symbol. The snake.
The snake. Classic space symbology. Snakes.
Yeah, I know. The fact that you believe that, dude.
So now you've gone back to NASA, but they passed the baton to SpaceX, didn't they? Didn't they say we're not doing the space thing? We're going to let Elon do it, and now they're saying Elon's not doing it, and they've not said they're going to do it.
You know all the gossip, bro. I don't know all the gossip.
What kind of globehead are you?
Everything. NASA got rid of all their shit. They're not going to be able to repeat that space shuttle crap anymore. So that's that for NASA.
Yeah, it's a painful process, remember?
Go home, everybody. We just informed. You're done. Go home. Thanks for being here.
We told you like 2
years
ago.
Well, no, we're doing our victory laps, Rob.
Yeah,
we need to do our victory.
Guys, 2 or 3 years ago, SpaceX or NASA, one of those two or both, won't be doing this very much longer. They can't keep it up. And guess what? They're not going to now.
Okay, bro. You nailed it, dude.
Come on, Rob. Even you must start to twig if they turn around and be like, we're not going to do that much space stuff anymore. You know it's because we're calling them out.
Yeah, what are you going to spam in the BC then?
They specifically mentioned you guys, actually. I've seen it.
Yeah, they said, Elon, you're full of shit, and 24/7 Flat Earth Discord have proven it. You're getting defunded.
But you guys never prove anything. The only thing you guys prove to you is yourself. You guys talk about yourselves. You guys validate each other. You guys... Yeah. But...
Okay, Rob. It's okay, Rob. Your space is gone, but you're still alive and enjoying life.
I don't know. Who says that?
You never had it to begin with.
That's a
it just means you'll have to watch.
A lot.
You just have to watch a new. You just have to watch a new TV show. That's all it is.
Yeah, you should try to have a conversation with Zoom.
Rob, you said that we are in a flat Earth cult. So yeah, prove it.
They just need to remake Spaceballs as a TV series with diverse cast of characters, and then they're good. Globers will be happy.
I could prove guys. I'd get talked over and stuff.
Rob, prove it. We are in the cult.
If you can guarantee that I'll be able to talk.
You are talking trash talk. You have proof.
Yeah, obviously, it's trash talk. Yeah, man.
Yeah, you have proof?
Yeah, I have proof that you're in a cult.
Where?
Yeah.
Where? Post it.
Yeah, Trump was talking about already assigning a new Elon. It was like I just read a tweet like on Elon's that Elon reposted, basically saying that Trump was already had another guy to replace Elon with all of the space crap. So he's already
Richard
nominating
Branson?
somebody else. I don't even
Be
know.
some
I wasn't
skinny
even paying attention.
Indian nerd dude or like an Asian dude. Trump will be like, the Asians are good at math. Get them involved.
For half the price.
The Asians are good at math.
Less.
Let's get some Asians.
He's maybe seen the Chinese ISS footage and he's thought that looks a lot more realistic. Let's outsource. We're gonna get our space footage done in China.
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. There ain't nowhere to go anyways.
That was awesome, 33%.
But it would be fun just to go up there, like have some commercial space flights. You just go out there and see the cool shit.
Well, it doesn't seem like commercial space is going to be on the cards anytime soon now that this is all happening.
I mean, I'm not a prognosticator. Are you? You are some kind of Nostradamus?
Yes. My prognosis is it's all dead. The fantasy is gone.
I know. You think that's
flatlined,
right? Yeah. Well, we know that's not true. I mean, we're going to be proven wrong, so I should clip this.
Oh, who's going to prove us wrong?
You think NASA will sell that studio back to like Disney or something? I think that's Disney's anyway.
Well, I heard the last contract they had was the TFE, so they used Amazon green screen for that one. That was the last place they did. Last thing they did.
So who do you think's going to prove us wrong, though, Rob? You're holding out for some proof still?
Well, you've already been proven wrong. It's just you haven't accepted it.
Okay, who proved us wrong? Who proved the horizon wrong?
Everybody you've ever talked to.
Everybody I've ever talked to. I don't think so.
You like that one, Rad? You like that one?
You're an idiot sometimes.
Very vague. So the mailman proved it wrong.
It's just a silly question. 2,500 plus.
Well, no, it's because you said, well, you're going to get proven wrong. Like, so you've got an idea in your head that it's some time in the future, someone is going to come along with some evidence.
They already have.
What do you think that's going to be?
They already have. They already have. I told you it's already happened. All the evidence is there.
What was the evidence?
There's so much of it. Where do you want me to start, man? From fucking, we went to.
I don't know. Where will you start? Where did you start with your globe proof?
Let's start 25. So here, let's start with 2,500 is approved. You have Samuel Robotham, who's your DN.
Robotham?
Yeah. Samuel
Robotham. The guy that measured the canal level and caused a huge stir?
He was a con man.
So he proved the globe, is what you're saying?
No, he got exposed for trying to promote flat Earth.
Oh,
you know who?
So what was? But you said you had some evidence for the globe. You said.
Yeah, there's all kinds of evidence. I don't just have one. There's tons of it.
Well, you just didn't name one. You just named a guy who measured no curve or observed no curve.
Rob, what you can't say is space pictures. You know why? That doesn't exist anymore. We're done with space. Trump's done with space. Elon's done with space. NASA, SpaceX. That's all done. We don't even have to worry about space pictures anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I hope you don't believe that. I mean, you're just going to prove yourself wrong. It's okay if you want to believe it.
How's he going to prove himself wrong?
Because we're not done with space. Humans are not done going to space.
You're not done with space, Rob?
Humans are not done with space.
Did you ever get started with it?
Humans are not done with space.
All right. Is that what you think?
Hush is here.
It sounds like they kind of are.
Hush, have you heard the good? Hush, have you heard the good news? Knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, sir. Have you heard the good news?
The Globies have given up.
No, hush. There's no SpaceX and NASA to do shit anymore. They don't have money. They're done.
All the Dragon boosters going up and coming back down.
They've been saying
all
that shit
over.
for like 50 years. That's funny.
Hey, guys, think of the good news.
You guys
The good
trolling
news.
each other?
The good news is all the Democrats are going to go buy Teslas now.
That's right.
Oh, no.
It's a win-win.
I'm surprised they haven't went down like deep into the ocean. They're like, oh, we're gonna explore the ocean and then just use the neutral buoyancy pool for freaking more, fake freaking footage. Except it'll be, like underwater. Like
Dude, they could do Antarctic diving expeditions in that thing. There will be a time, right, when they'll pull like some alien creature out of a pond in Antarctica and say, look, guys, it came from another planet.
The core,
you guys won't believe it.
No, not us. You guys will. NASA's going to be the one to do it.
I said you guys wouldn't believe it. You would. If an alien came down, if an alien came down in a spaceship, you wouldn't believe it. It's not. Space ain't real.
Right, so they closed down SpaceX, and now the Globies are like, you'll be sorry when the aliens come.
What?
Yeah, you're not going to Mars now, so what's next?
Yeah, who isn't going to Mars?
No one's going to Mars.
Oh, okay.
No one. Yeah, what does this do to the Moon Hotel? Does this mean I should unpack my suitcase?
Sorry, Wolfgang, you've got your like Mars bug out bag in the closet.
Yeah, I've got my shorts and my sunglasses and everything packed, ready to go. I've got my golf clubs. You're telling me?
Maybe, yeah. Just go to Hawaii instead.
Excuse me,
it's not
ma'am.
the same.
Excuse me, ma'am. Have you heard the good news?
What's the good news?
SpaceX and NASA aren't getting any more money.
That's great news. Are you saying like $0?
Yeah.
That is really good news. I've had like an extremely stressful week. You're not just like messing with me, Rodwin. Should I Google this like a Glober?
No, don't do that.
Yeah, I would check
No,
the
don't Google
situation.
it. Rob doesn't
Just
want you
leave
to
it.
look that up. Rob Noxious is here to see you.
Oh, it's Rob. It's Rob endorsing this opinion.
I definitely would look it up because it's probably not true. It's probably misconstrued.
Okay, I'm gonna Google it right now. That's
Yeah,
what
get
it
us
is.
the real information, would you? Because we're just telling everybody that 24/7 shut them down. So hopefully you've got that in there. Hopefully there's a paragraph that says that in there when you find it.
Is NASA defunded? Go. No, NASA has not been defunded. That's what AI told me. However, the agency is facing a significant proposed budget cut in the upcoming fiscal year. This cut would result in a 24% reduction in NASA's funding, dropping from $24.8 billion in fiscal year 25 to $18.8 billion in fiscal year 26. That's a start. I'm all for it. It's still good news.
Yeah, it sounds like they can only. Oh, SpaceX isn't getting anything. They got all their contracts canceled.
Okay, I'll check
Well,
that one out.
that's the only reason they got money because they had government contracts. Why would the government get SpaceX money if they weren't working?
Is SpaceX defunded?
Yeah, that's a disingenuous statement. They're trying to like.
No, that's actually entirely accurate, Rob. I don't know what you're mumble coping about. They've had their contracts cancelled.
I know, and I said that's why you have to. The government gives them money. No, they give them money because they had contracts with them. Without the contracts, SpaceX doesn't get government, not government funding.
Yeah, no shit, Rob. That's what we're saying. So that's what Radwin said, and then you just said that's so disingenuous. What's actually happening is, and then you just repeat exactly what Radwin said.
No, because he said NASA and SpaceX are not getting money anymore. And the only reason SpaceX
He
ever
said
got money from the government because
had their contracts cancelled, and you just said that's disingenuous. When that's exactly what is being
It may as
reported.
well be zero for NASA
money was
because they
insinuated.
still have to pay their employees. They didn't say anything about layoffs yet. That'll be coming next. You'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
A lot of NASA people jump ship all the time. They're always leaving that place.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No.
It's a fucked up bureaucracy over there.
We interview them like almost every
I
day.
was super attached and almost got extra emotional.
Well, Rob's not unpacking his suitcase just yet. He's still holding out.
I've never had one packed.
Yeah, you got
I
a
don't,
bun
I
up
don't
there.
carry luggage.
You can't afford luggage? Is that what you said?
He's just going with one of those helmets that
I
has
don't
2
carry
beer cans
luggage.
on the side of it.
Figuratively.
There was no clothes in the luggage. It was just full of Star Wars action figures.
And a beer can helmet.
Damn.
I don't drink beer. I don't drink alcohol.
Shut up, Rob. I don't believe that for a second.
Well, it's a fact. You don't have to believe me.
So
Don't
the
lie.
globe really is the globe really is your drug of choice then.
No, I smoke marijuana.
Oh, okay.
Yo, you guys pulling my leg about the SpaceX NASA thing? Tell me you're lying.
Nah.
Because
No, they're just trying to make it a big deal that SpaceX got ties with the government. Big deal. It's not a big deal. They're still going to go to space. SpaceX is still going to space. They're still going to do space.
Yeah, they've still got
Rob.
they've still got 50 grand tucked away. They're going to go to Mars in
Going
no
to
time.
space long before they had a government contract.
I heard that Elon's going to open a bar down there now, a nightclub.
You should. Elon's a man.
Elon's the man.
Seems to be taking like a 25% cut, and SpaceX is cut completely.
What are all those interns that work there, that or whatever you want to call them? All the clappy people go, yay, like that. What are they going to do? They got no job. They got nothing to clap for now.
The Tesla space division is still open for business. They just don't have any government contracts. They're still all going to space and doing spaceship. What are you talking about?
Tesla Space Division. Is that the one that put the cars in space?
It's the one that builds all the rockets and shit. They're going to space. What are you talking
No,
about?
that's
They're still going to
SpaceX.
space.
That's SpaceX, Rob. They've been defunded.
They were not funded by the government to begin with.
SpaceX weren't
Yes, they
government
are.
contractors. That's what you're
They
saying.
were. Absolutely, they were.
You're very confused,
No,
Rob.
they weren't. They're a private company. They had a contract with the government. The contract's gone. They're still open for business.
No,
SpaceX is still around.
Amish has already told you the security clearance and how it works there, and it's a government-run operation.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Okay, so check this out. Lockheed Martin does make shit for things that are not the government, but like 90% of their revenue comes from the government. SpaceX is the same thing.
The
No, they're
SpaceX
still
was never
open
about
for
making
business,
money.
Indio.
SpaceX is a billionaire's. It's a billionaire's dream to have fun with space shit. That's his. What do you guys forgot about this shit?
If they take a 90, do you think SpaceX can stay in business if they take a 90% cut in revenue?
They're not taking a 90% cut. You just made that number up.
Well, if the government funds 90% of their operations, then if the government
don't.
steps, hey, how much is it? Do you know? Are you guessing?
I'm not guessing at all. It's not 90%. SpaceX is just Elon Musk is another one of Elon's companies, dude. He's got tons of money, dude. It's going to be around for a long time. There's still big market in commercial space flight. That's going to happen soon. So there's still lots of shit going on. Artemis rocket's going to go to the Mars.
Who told you?
Still guessing then.
Who told you got all that money?
Space? A big market in
Hey,
commercial space.
welcome to
Did you really
McDonald's.
say
May
that?
I take your order, please?
Shut up.
Yeah, there's actually a big market for it. If they can get it down to like $500,000 a person, they can get like a lot of people that would want to go. That was the goal, to get it cheap.
So NASA got $6.3 billion from government. In 2024.
Who did NASA?
The simple fact that you're standing here listening to me
SpaceX.
means you've made a glorious contribution to science.
But that's just the public side. They don't disclose how much money they get from the Defense Department.
Well, they have to, but you can just foil that shit.
No, you don't have to. You can't FOIA classified information.
It's not classified.
DoD satellites are not classified. Okay, buddy.
I didn't say DoD satellites. You did.
What have you guys done to Rob Noxious? He just sounds like defeated, and he's just kind of like barely whispering. You used to be so confident in your globe.
Oh, Mary.
My confidence has not wavered.
He's trying to figure out what he's going to spam in text chat now that he can't spam images because he's going to run out.
I'm not running. I don't ever run. I just get muted.
That well is running dry, buddy.
I never run. You know that. Stop it.
Mary Mom's poking people in the side with a stick.
You're going to run out of space images, dude, because that well is dry.
It doesn't matter. If we have one, it's done. We don't need a fucking. We don't have to have a million of them. Just one space image, you're done.
He's just going to photocopy it now. It'll be
Makes
fine.
no sense. The whole argument just saying that. I can't believe you say that. Like it goes through your brain, come up your mouth. And
Exactly. If you've got one cartoon, that's all you need.
Spurg it out.
No, it's spurging out. Just roasting you, dude. Not a spurg. It's just like I don't understand how you say shit. Don't even know what you're saying.
Rob, you're one of my favorite Globers.
Thanks, dude. You guys are my favorite Flurfs for sure. All them other ones are lame, dude.
We are the best. I agree. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't like you that much.
Oh, I know. We haven't gotten along since day one, but yeah, I don't expect that to change.
Just joking.
Nice dandelion.
I don't know.
Yeah, Rob, we know it's a difficult time for you right now, but there's no need for that.
Difficult time.
He didn't cancel the contracts. Don't be mad at her.
Yeah, Dandelion didn't cancel
if I
space.
could. But I would have Wolfgang. You know I would. I would. Yeah.
I know you would.
Yeah. Just
Hey
give me
Rob,
the power.
Hey Rob, quickly, did you vote for Trump?
I don't vote, dude.
What?
Yes, he voted for Trump.
The one thing they don't ban, is Telescope. Everybody can go buy one.
Well, hold on, Rob. Did you vote for Trump?
No.
You have to tell us.
No.
Yes, you did. Why are you lying?
Why would you ask me if I voted for Trump and I tell you something and you say no?
Because I can hear it in your voice that you voted for Trump.
Come on, I don't care what you can hear. You maybe clean your ears out.
So you voted for Trump, and this is how he repays you by canceling your space fantasies.
Yeah, more presumptuous. Doctor presumptuous.
That's brutal, dude. That's brutal.
Dude, we can start a whole industry like space pick rehab and stuff, like 12-step programs, NASA Anonymous. Dude,
The way Rob was swinging from McToon's nuts yesterday, I'm pretty sure he voted for whoever McToon voted for.
Oh, you're doing some nut swinging there, Rob?
Whatever McToon does, dude, you gotta do.
Hey, Rob, what's McToon's best globe proof?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? He doesn't have any?
Rob, tell the truth. Are you a member on McToon's channel? Do you contribute to the Patreon?
I don't give any of these people money. I don't give Jim Panda money. I don't give any people. You guys are all fucking
good for you.
So you suck their balls for free? Is that what I'm hearing? You just suck them for free?
Well, he doesn't pay. He doesn't pay to suck.
Rob, just tell me one thing. Remember, you came over and asked for some of us to go over there, and we were in the middle of a show. What kind of flat earthers did you get over there? Who was it?
We had this guy. Hold on, I have to look at his name real quick. We tab out and look at Jim's. We had Jin CB. We had Jin CBR1. Then we had his name's Farron, PHA Farron. And then we had fucking Price Bear, concave goofball. Fucking
Jin was there. I know you all got cooked.
No, oh yeah. Jin is just too crazy.
So what globe proof did you guys present to shut them down?
I didn't present anything.
Yeah, well, obviously you didn't present anything. But what did McToon present? He's like the guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's the globe. Well, he's the guy who wrote that article.
He's the globe guy, yeah. So what globe evidence did he present to shut down those flat earthers?
Well, he actually answered. They asked questions, and he told them why they were wrong. Pretty much, you know.
All right, so he didn't present any globe evidence.
There's nothing. If we anything to present to you is globe evidence, you already know.
Right. So what are you doing over there? If you aren't presenting evidence for the globe, what are you doing?
Rely on. That's what you guys rely on. You rely on Globers to say something. So you
I thought McToon was supposed to be this guy that you all go to because he's the globe guy, but he doesn't have anything either.
Well, man, if you'd have stopped by, you'd know more about it, dude.
Well, you were there. Why can't you tell me? Were you not there in mind?
You want me to hold your pee-pee while you pee-pee too and all that?
No, Rob. Maybe it'd be worth it going next time. Maybe Wolfgang, if you like, tell him that he presented something good. Maybe
Paraplegic was in there. Paraplegic went over there.
If you've got some globe proof over there, you should be letting us know.
Dude, I was trying to. Oh, dude, listen, I do everything short of fucking post a link in the chat to let you guys.
Well, you can't even tell me one argument that McToon has.
Oh, well,
he's the guy you said.
Yeah, his argument is he's seen 24-hour sun. That's his argument.
No, for the globe, I mean.
No.
Yeah.
No, what's his argument for the globe?
I don't know. Go ask him, dude. I don't know.
So what are you doing over there? What are you talking about?
All kinds of cool shit, man.
But not how the globe is real.
The people. They're talking about the people only.
I thought the whole point was that you guys were like proving the globe or something.
I tried to bring up DJ's point with the Salt Lake City picture. I tried to bring up Radwin's point with the air pressure in the container. And he pretty much laid them both the dust, dude. You weren't there.
Oh, how did he do that?
I don't know. He's some crazy way, like talking.
No, he just Jedi mind tricked you. You don't even know what happened. He just got deboomed.
Yes.
Wow.
You're not looking for curvature. Go home. Rethink your life.
Wow.
I'll go home. That's what I'm saying, man. I get your contention in your voice, even in here talking to me like a nobody. You're ready just to rip someone apart.
No, not at all. I'm just asking what the globe guy presented for the globe.
I'll tell you what McToon did. He said, flat earthers don't know what they're talking about. They don't know math, and they don't understand how the earth is measured to be a globe. That's all he does.
Right. There you go.
That's all he ever does. But he doesn't get that when we physically are measuring something, not calculating, not pencil whipping, when we physically measure it, it doesn't have a drop over distance. And I've said before, Rob Noxious, even to all your idiots, C Prime, fucking Sea Lion, dumbass, Shoe Bill, all of them, dude. I said, dude, I'll agree with you. You're right. When you do the math, it does comport to that. But when you do it physically, it doesn't. And they don't like hearing that, dude. But you're just living in a mathematical fucking realm, dude. It's not reality. Sorry. Wake up. You and McToon, dumbasses.
Mathematical realm.
All right. Well, we don't have to.
If you don't live in a mathematical realm, then when you go to the
Rob, I walked away. Were you saying anything?
We live in the physical realm.
Realms
well, no, he just says I want to make a point though. We don't live in a mathematical realm. Then don't count your gallons for gas. Don't use money. Drive the speed limit. Don't count your distance. I mean, don't count your calories or
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about, Rob.
Yes, it does. Nothing. You just said exactly what you just said. You said math does not dictate reality, and it really does. Math is reality. You live within a mathematical life, dude. Everything we do.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Mathematical life.
We don't. Why are you saying that?
I just told you why. Did you guys not hear it? You drive the speed limit.
Because he lives in a video game. That's why.
You got pints of blood. I mean, everything is. Everything has a number two.
Of blood.
I want the mathematical formula for my favorite color is red. Give it to me.
I don't know that one.
Let's see what AI comes with.
No, Rob, that's true, actually. That's making a lot of sense to me. We've got pints of blood, therefore the Earth must be a globe.
I didn't say that at all.
No,
well, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about pints of blood. We've got pints of blood. You're right, Rob.
I'm pointing out
You're right, Rob.
Math is
we measure our height in centimeters as well. So Yeah, you might be onto something.
Again, more math. Yeah, everything has math, dude.
Yeah,
Rob,
you're
not
right,
just,
Rob.
no. But Rob,
Points was good.
Rob, what you
Whatever,
missed though,
dude.
the point you missed, Rob, the point you missed, Rob, was that the world being a shape mathematically is not what our reality is. That's what you missed.
Absolutely.
All the other math is good.
It absolutely is.
How is it?
Absolutely is.
Rob already knows. Rob already knows it's not.
Because we have things like the fucking
Pints of blood.
We have like things like Prince of Blood.
Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy.
Those pints are spinning, boys and girls.
I didn't say you did. You're adding all this stuff. I mean, it's catchy. You're not really even that good at that, though. That burning people.
No, it's good. It's good. It makes sense.
No, it was my
must
point
be
that
a globe.
math. Dude, I'm saying everything has math. A person has a certain amount of pints of blood in your system.
So therefore, Earth must be a globe.
You weigh us out. You would have a certain size. The numbers are everywhere.
Yeah, because we have numbers. Yeah, because we have numbers. It must be a spinning ball Earth.
No, are you?
No.
You're saying that. I'm not saying.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
Okay. So we don't have a spinning ball Earth.
Yes, we do. So we have pole-to-pole flights.
Because we have numbers.
We have pole-to-pole flights. National Geographic, 1936. The Polecat.
Geo Magazine. You're right.
1977 Pan Am Polar Flight 150 Qantas Flight 14.
Oh, how was that flight, Rob? Was that
Buenos
comfortable?
Aires to Darwin. And they have the Fram 2 polar orbits that go north to south.
So they flew from Argentina to Australia in the 70s. Therefore, it's a globe.
No, 2000. That was 2021, buddy.
There's a ball.
2021. So they proved it in 2021 by flying from South America to Australia. Is that right?
Buenos Aires to Darwin.
Did they just discover Australia then? Is that what happened?
2021. Fram 2 polar orbit. They fucking that orbits from the North Pole to the South Pole on that orbit. It goes around.
Late.
So they have seen the Earth in every direction possible.
They saw that ball Earth when they were flying to Darwin.
Welcome to the rest of the world, Australians.
People in space
out there.
People in space.
The satellites, dude. The Fram 2 satellites.
The satellites. Yep.
Yeah, look up the Fram 2 satellites polar orbiting. They're up there polar orbiting. You can trace their fucking pattern. They go around.
That'll tell me that the Earth is a spinning ball.
There's no such. Yes, absolutely. Because how's it going around?
Read words on the internet, Wolfgang. That'll prove the Earth is a ball because words on the internet.
Yeah.
Same thing. Where do you think you got your info from?
Yeah. What do you think we read about the horizon?
You didn't. You read memes and repeat them over and over and remember them.
I read memes.
No, we went outside.
For Fram 2?
Yep, the Fram 2 polar orbiter.
Maybe you should make a pints of blood meme so you can condense that argument into something that you can share.
I probably would if you understood what I was trying to do.
Okay, how would you tell us what the meme would be for this argument?
If you knew the meaning of what I said, it probably would make sense, but you just don't know the meaning.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Put the meaning onto the meme. So what do you mean in your meme?
I would just have the meme and say, "Oh, numbers don't." I'd have a guy with a goofy look on his face sitting in front of a fucking desert and just going, "Huh? Numbers don't do anything in reality."
Okay, so what do you think that meme would prove?
It would prove that guy's dumb as he looks.
The guy in the meme.
Yep.
No, the guy that wrote the meme.
Because numbers help us. Numbers help us understand, explain.
Okay, Rob, I can see why you're not on the Globe meme team.
That's why they like to help you live within reality.
You notice how all Glober memes are a straw man? Every single one.
How do you think wind speed, air pressure, all those are numbers, dude?
Well, I like this latest Globe meme. It's a guy sitting in the desert saying numbers don't mean anything, right?
Buoyancy, numbers.
And people will walk away from that
You're
saying...
roasted here, dude. You won't even
Globe.
Numbers are important, dude. They dictate reality.
I love numbers.
You just don't like them because they prove the globe.
Yeah, you just don't like numbers because they prove Earth's a ball. 1, 2...
You have no flat
Which
Earth picture.
number?
2025.
Which number, Rob? Rob, which number most proves the globe?
Pi.
Pi. How does that prove the globe?
Because it's pi. It's a very important.
Yeah, how does pi prove the globe?
It's a very important number. Look it up.
Yeah, what's it got to do with Earth being a ball?
Pi's not a number, dude.
Oh, 3.14.
Yeah, newsflash for you, Rob.
Indio's right. Indio's right.
Yeah, newsflash for you, Rob. Every photo ever taken is a flat Earth photo. You numpty dipshit.
Oh, that's not nice. Rob's being cool.
Yeah, Rob's trying to show us which number proves the globe.
Rob, so if we had a photo, then you'd switch sides. Is that it? Is that all it takes?
If you had a photo from space, yep.
No. What if
How are we supposed to get that? It's cancelled.
What if it's from somewhere else?
It's not. We're not doing space anymore. It's on the budget.
Your space isn't on the cards now, Rob. You need to adjust.
And listen, man, I've looked at Jupiter constantly for an extended period of time, okay? and I seen that red spot go across on it and disappear.
Very first time I met Rob, he brought up,
come back.
I watched Jupiter. That was the very first thing I ever heard him say. And from then on, I knew we had a good one.
I'm telling you, dude. And I also want to fucking prove that people can kayak Antarctica. That's another shit.
Did anybody ever show him that 100+ mile photo somebody took from the drone on the edge cliff? Did he never see that flat Earth photo?
Yeah, I'm sure that will be the one that will fix his brain.
Post it for me, please.
Matrix photo. I don't know if anybody has that to show it, but I don't think Rob's seen that one. Rob, do you know what a triangle is? Just a quick question.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I see that. Goddamn. Yeah, go ahead, bring it up.
Well, I just wanted to know. I still want you to see this picture first, if somebody can post it. A drone over a parking lot in Australia on the coastline. I don't know where it's at. The very tip of this coastline is sticking out a bit. It's 100 miles away.
No shit.
Drones don't go that high. You got to have special licenses to get fucking movie drones that'll do that shit. My drone, I'll lose it if I send it that high.
Yeah, but 3.14. You ever thought about that?
All you gotta do is book a. You can take a flight.
Rob, yeah, no flights. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
D is not a triangle, man.
I'm going to read it one more time. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
D.
Oh.
It's not connected.
It's a disappointment. I don't know what to tell you. Dandelion is not going to... She's going to be very disappointed.
Post the answer, and then Rob can read the answer out loud.
F.
I'm trying to, but my other side is just frozen.
I've seen this triangle thing millions of times. Okay, I got one for you. How about you guys?
Well, hold on. Rob, what's the answer according to the test?
4 times.
Have you seen what the correct answer is according to the test?
No. Well, maybe I have. I haven't maybe paid attention.
Let's do that. That'll be worthwhile.
Yeah, I'm crashed. I'm hold off. It's coming. Since nobody ever captured the answer, I got it.
Are you guys doing something or?
Yeah, give me a minute.
Yeah, I know I have the photo, but every time I go into the chat and click on all photos and scroll, it freezes.
I got something that's going to blow your guys' mind, so I'll wait till you guys are done with your presentation.
There you go. There's the answer. E is not a triangle because it has one curved side. E is not closed, so it is not a triangle either. I know you've seen this a million times, you said. So how did you get that wrong? It's like I give you the answers all the time, but you guys don't remember them.
So do we identify something very specific and very important that he can't retain information?
It's like they wrote the answers on their arm, but they forgot to pull their sleeve up.
Hold on, guys. Let's get Rob's response now. He's seen the correct answer.
Yeah. So what I'll say is this, and it's going to be a two-part. First of all, then what is the shape of B? And if the shape of B is not a triangle, then
I'm going to call that a shark fin.
A shark fin. That's a shape. That's a shape. Shark fin shape. It's called a shark fin.
It doesn't matter. It's not a triangle. You know why, right? Right? You know why it's not a triangle?
Hold on. Let Rob give his answer.
Hold on. I can
like a two-parter.
prove it. It looks similar to that. I'm going to call it a shark fin.
Yeah, shark fin is reasonable. So Rob,
angles.
so are you acknowledging that it's not a triangle then?
No, I can believe it's a triangle. That's the second part of my statement was.
Okay, so you disagree.
If all those angles add up to 180 degrees, then it's going to be a triangle. It's going to be a Euclidean triangle.
They're going to add up to 180 degrees?
There's still a definition for a triangle. You have to factor in. It's something else you missing to factor in. The definition of a triangle. You have to.
Yeah.
Well, he's saying
180 degrees.
That could still add up to 180 degrees.
If three angles equal 180 degrees, you have a triangle. You can jump around, dance around the table all you want.
What's an angle, Rob?
It doesn't matter. We're not going to just keep going.
Well, you just said you just said the angle.
We're talking about this. We're talking about the shark
fin. Your argument was the angle.
We're talking about the angles of the shark fin. What are the angles of the shark fin in B?
Well, what is an angle?
What are the degrees?
What's an angle?
Then what's a triangle?
That can't be measured.
Then what's a triangle? It can't be measured. Here we go. Then what's a triangle?
The B doesn't have three angles. Does have
A and C are triangles. A and C are triangles. There, that's a triangle. A and C.
Yeah, A and
so
C.
Rob, you're saying the NASA IQ test guys are wrong about what a triangle is?
This might be why we have to lots of money.
I'm not saying anything
like this, and nobody can pass them. This is a NASA IQ test.
Well, yeah, Rob, you're saying they're wrong about B not being a triangle. You just said you thought it was.
More presumption.
Okay, so B isn't a triangle then.
I'm saying that your failure to understand that there's three angles in that B that can be measured, and if they equal 180 degrees.
So the textbook this comes from is wrong then.
Yeah, but Rob, you're not answering the question. You're not really answering the question.
You're saying that.
So is B a triangle or is it not a triangle?
That's a triangle, yes.
So
what's
just
a triangle then?
Not the diagram.
What's a triangle then, Rob?
A Euclidean triangle equals 180 degrees. You can have non-Euclideans that are go above that. That's how.
So it's got straight sides.
Spherical geometry.
So it's got straight sides.
It depends what you're doing with it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, it's got angles, so it's straight sides.
Yeah, this is a bad road to go down, anyways.
Your guys' reality. Is that what you said, Rob? Are you sure you're on Discord?
Because we can actually do triangular navigation on a spherical object. You can't do triangular navigation on a fucking flat Earth model. It would never work.
That's
the only triangles on a flat surface.
Okay, you want to bet? Listen. Okay, how about this? I want you to draw a triangle on a piece of paper right now with 390-degree turns in it, and make it connect. I'll bet your flat Earth careers that you will.
390 degrees, you say? That wouldn't be a triangle, would it? That wouldn't be a triangle. I mean, we established he already doesn't know what
he doesn't know what a triangle is. Yeah, that's the problem.
Here, Rob, see if you can tell me Rob, answer this triangle question real quick. You guys, let me post this.
I'm about to put my camera on.
Answer that question. Look, what is the sum of the internal angles of this triangle?
I don't know. So the whole thing, it's a picture of a fucking, what is it? Yeah, what is the dots and shit?
Just
Okay,
answer that it's not a triangle. That's all you have to do. Oh my God.
Gotta say, it's not a triangle. It's a red circle with 3 dots on it.
Well, he's not sure what a triangle is, so how is he going to say that's not one?
Oh, okay. I forgot. You can't even identify triangles
Precisely.
anymore. We ruined these guys. We ruined them so much,
man.
that
You
they
guys
are
are
not
like a pack of
funding
hounds.
NASA anymore. They've given up on SpaceX, and now they can't. They don't know what triangles are.
You know what's crazy, Radwin? Like that was like a softball, bro. Because even a child that knows that any triangle has to equal the sum of it of all 3 angles have to be 180. Even if you put the 3 dots with a circle around it, you would not be able to trick a child that actually has a brain to realize that. Like, oh, whatever that circle is doesn't matter. If I drew 3 straight lines to connecting those dots, they would sum 180 because a child knows that a triangle can have an equal, sum of 180. But Rob Noxious doesn't know. He's fucking not even. That's funny, dude.
That's a child. Apple, that's a child. But Rob Noxious asked for connecting 390 degrees. What the fuck? So, by definition, you wanted to violate the definition of that triangle.
You guys are doing me dirty now, man. You guys got to
The
let me
sum of
get in.
the angles in the triangle being 180. How can you
It just
obtain?
seems that facts are just facts unless we're arguing the shape of the earth. That's when facts aren't facts and definitions aren't definitions, and things don't have meanings, and we can't prove things.
Hey, I
Anyway,
will say
guys,
this.
I feel bad that you
Hold on. I'm just going to say I'm peacing out for the night, so good to hear you all. Condolences again, Rob, for the SpaceX dream. And
Yeah. Go dream of the globe, dude.
Later, Cyclone. Hey, Radwin, I will say this. That's a pretty cool picture because that can really separate the wheat from the crop there. So like that's pretty good there. I'm sorry, the wheat from the thorns. My bad. Briars. I guess the wheat from the briars. Anyways, that's pretty cool because a simple question like that, like what's the sum of this triangle? They're gonna joke about it being a circle, but nah, dude. Like if they can't grasp, like your answer should be 180, no matter what the fuck they're looking at, because it's a triangle. I like that photo. I'm gonna steal that.
Do you guys want to see a fucking live demonstration of the globe?
Wait, so what's the deal with the triangle? I missed it.
You can do live.
I'll fucking prove the globe right now. I'll prove the fucking globe right now.
Doing what?
Where is it coming from? Who's the source?
It's my garage. I'm the source.
He did how a sun sets on flat Earth. He meant to do how it does.
Oh man, I can't post pictures here, man.
And live? No. You don't even have to post a picture. We were here. We saw it live. You proved on your camera in your garage how our point stands exactly as we told you it was doing.
This is a whole new. This is a whole new one. This is a whole new, dude. It's like the same shit.
2025
this is something
version.
different. This is different.
Yeah, this is brand new, man. Fresh off the fucking paint, fresh off the fucking press, man.
Fresh out the laboratory, huh?
So that 2024 one didn't do it, huh?
From the mind of a madman, dude. I'm telling you. From the mind.
Yo, Apple, I still have them.
You still have the video?
Hey, can I post a pic in chat? Don't give me permission to post a pic in chat, please. I feel like I'm like a fucking chump or something. Can you post a pic in here?
I don't know. I just have a question. Have you ever done any experiments outside of your garage?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
I was just asking.
Yeah, man. Do it, someone. Club.
I don't understand. What do you want?
Someone please give him permission. It's always comedy.
I did send DM that picture to someone.
Oh. No, I'm gonna post a pic in chat, and this chat is going to be. I'm gonna present my premise of proving the Earth is a globe, and then I'll turn my camera, or I'll share my screen, and then I'll I'll do a demonstration of how I can prove that something that appears flat will prove the globe.
Okay.
Still can't post a pic.
Do I have to repeat?
If flat proves the globe.
Yeah, watch this. You're gonna blow your mind. Man.
Something flat proves the globe. I think.
Quitting my job.
That's exactly what I said.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. I'm gonna show you like 3 pics in chat real quick, and then I'll fucking explain
You
to you.
actually can rot flat earthers' minds just by the magic show you're trying to do.
Oh, this is magic. Dude, this is just reality. Just enough, man. The city.
Yeah, expect demonstration from someone who thinks that a triangle can have a sum of angles that is 270 degrees. Yeah, wait.
You guys gonna get your fucking mind blown, bro.
Yeah.
I know. I want to post. I want to put.
You already did that when you said that the internal angles of the triangle can have the sum of 270 degrees. Like,
if someone can give me permissions to post a picture.
No, I did send DM to someone. Do I have to repeat it?
I don't know who to DM, dude.
Send your picture via message to someone here.
Oh, I got you. And then they'll post it. Yeah, I guess I could do that. That's like pretty fucking whack, though. What the fuck?
You can give
Just send them to me and I'll post them, bro.
Or you can give Globers permission to post, can't you?
What the fuck, man? I'm like an old school dude. I ain't trying to be.
Yeah, you should be able to.
At least me.
You might you have to ask. So you might want to ask. I don't know what.
Who do I ask? Who do I ask real quick?
Indio's here. Draces can do it. Let's see who else. Morvis, I think.
All right, I'll ask in chat.
Wolfgang, just need image perms. Post in the other servers, so you may as well be able to post here.
Yeah, I gave
Who
him.
needs perms?
I've given it to Rob.
Yes.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. So here's the 3 images that I'm gonna post. They're all in sequence.
Wait, I gotta get comfortable. Okay.
So this is just a cup, the normal cup. As you can see, it's the rim of a cup is flat. It just goes straight across, right? We all agree that's flat, right? It's a flat cup, right? You can zoom in, you can see it's flat. You can't see the other side of the cup. It's perfectly flat. Nothing crazy about it. No tricks. No tricks or nothing. Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So now I'm gonna set up my camera. If I can share my screen, I'll just share my screen. I got to turn my camera on. And then I'll fucking present the fucking dagger of all daggers. To finally layeth the smacketh downeth. And take your candy asses and globe the hotel. All right, give me a second. I gotta fucking. I'm gonna use the glass.
I don't know what to say to this.
It's gonna be badass, bro.
I thought the sunset was good.
Oh, this is way better. This is way better than this.
This is way better.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If this doesn't get you guys, then seriously, we might have to look at like.
We need a live stream with people sitting on chairs in a room. This is the kind of shit. This would be. We would get 20 million views in a month.
I hate to bother. The mod again. Can I get perms to share my screen? I've done it before. Red one's seen it before.
I don't
ain't gonna
know
be
if they
naked.
have it in here.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, I don't know about all that. You might be able to.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
Well, then I'll just have to make a video.
Yeah, please. But what are you gonna do with the cups?
So I traded the cup up. I traded the cup
Go
up.
on, don't spoil it. Just do the video.
The glass is see-through.
Yeah, it's like a deja vu. I already know what he's doing. And it's so funny.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Did you get this from AI?
No, I didn't get it from them. I got it from fucking.
Yeah, I saw that.
Your imagination?
You'll see. Dude.
No, it's not.
Yeah, tell us when you post the video, Rob. I want to watch it.
You guys don't know.
So are you going to show us that something that we know is flat can appear curved?
I'm going to prove that we're on a globe once and for all. This is it. Call your friends, call your neighbors, get the popcorn, because after this, it's done. There will be no more talk about this. It's over.
From Tim's over here to see this because they'll just remove your mod rights.
It's going down.
No. He need to move the camera to be able to film it from above. Just go ahead.
It's going down, dude. It's going down, bro. Going down.
That's so.
So Rob, from now on, if you're going to post pictures, post them like one at a time because this is streamed. So all the stream sees is a group of pictures.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yep. That makes sense. Dude, this ain't good for you guys, man. This is not good for you guys, dude. I actually have a globe, dude. It says, not for educational purposes, dude. Do not use it. It's not real.
So you have the proof, or you're making the video, or you're spiraling?
Yeah.
Which one?
I'm gonna mute my mic and make this video because I can't fucking go live. This is ridiculous.
I would like to nominate Rob for just a Golden Glober. The award ceremony we do at the end of the year. So we're gonna have to find his best clips.
He has persistence. I mean, yeah, he has like staying power. There's something to be said for that.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's called invincible ignorance.
Yeah.
You wanna bet, Rob Noxious, that flat part of that cup will remain flat? Like a table. Like when you see the table on profile, you see it flat like that cup.
I'm actually starting to think
the surface of the table will remain flat even if you change the angle of the camera from above, from the bottom. That surface of the table will remain flat.
I want him to do the punchline. I don't want to get us guessing at it.
I'm starting to think Rob Noxious is actually a flat earther, and he's doing this performance for himself because he's internally conflicted.
Dude, I've asked him that in the other server a couple times.
He's definitely showing the signs. Yeah.
Hey, if any of you are in California or on the West Coast, the moon, it kind of looks like a concave Earth, bro. The shadow on it is concave right now. So I don't know, guys. Go check it out. A little funny.
Take a picture of your concave moon, Apocryphon.
I did. Hold on, let me post it. I did. I did. I was like, what the hell? What's that? Look at the shadow on it. A little concavey. I was like, whoa. Glowers get wrecked.
Maybe it's deflating now that there's no space missions.
It's dwindling as we speak.
Hey, could you take a farther away picture?
Well, let me go get my my P950. I guess I can zoom in.
I thought you were going to say spaceship.
Might as well at this point. Glovers believe anything, right?
Get a little closer.
I actually, dude, iPhones suck, dude. Like this, my son has a Samsung, dude. That shit zooms in so close.
That's
compared to
computer
my iPhone.
generated. It's computer generated. They already said it. We posted.
Yeah, they got caught
before.
Yeah, they got caught, with using that technology.
It should zoom as good as the iPhone. That's about all you're gonna get.
Yeah, I'm zoomed all the way in on that photo from my camera. Zoomed all the way in. iPhones suck.
What iPhone do you have?
An old one. They suck even worse. I've always liked the mini iPhone, so I got a 13 mini. I like small phones, so they fit in my pocket better.
Yeah, that's going out. So good luck. Well, I mean, you're not getting software updates, and you won't be able to do anything with it in next year. I think maybe.
I think the next dude. I don't know, man. I like iPhone for particular reasons because like my account and like the apps and stuff that I have on them and the way I have everything with the cloud and everything. But I think I'm gonna have to switch to something else. I heard this new. Have you guys seen that clear glass phone? I kind of want to get one. They look pretty sweet.
Yo, Rob Noxious is that
Yeah,
experiment.
you done making movies in your kitchen yet?
I think he's making the cup from scratch. You can use the cup that is already made.
Hey, Rob Noxious, can you explain why the shadow of the Earth that's supposed to be casted upon that moon is concave? Go ahead.
Don't interrupt him. Let him. You will just stop him from making his experiment.
It's just it fries his brain. He gets all discombobulated. He gets all discombobulated.
Don't listen to us, Rob Noxious. We want to see the thing. We saw the cup being that surface, that top of the cup being flat. Okay. Okay. Will you make a soap bubble on that top or something like that? It's taking time.
There's been several times when I've caught the moon in the sky, and the shadow's just way off, dude. Like it's like it just takes me back. I just want to go back to the scriptures at that point. I'm tired of the science of man and their fake truth. I'd rather just adhere to the word, bro.
I can reading scriptures. It's just make me ask more questions, and it makes those things in the sky just more confusing to me. Like when I did read in the Quran that the sun and the moon are between the seven skies, in between the seven skies, but the stars are in the lowest layer of those seven skies. It means that the sun and the moon are behind the stars.
Whoa.
Can you say it's wrong? No, I can't say it's wrong. Who knows?
Well, I refer to the Book of Enoch in the sense of that they're the same size. That's it. They're in the firmament along with the stars. I mean, I don't know. At the end of the day, dude, they're just there for times and seasons. You know, that's all they're there for. And signs.
Yeah, like a giant watch and a system like to use for geolocation. You can use them to know time, and you can use them to know your location. Yeah.
Yeah.
Geolocation and timekeeping.
Oh man, is this the one where the cat just points it out? I love this. The cat's like, that one, you idiot. That's a great fucking little gift. So did Rob send that his experiment to anybody to post it, or what happened? I missed it, or
No, I've just given up on him. What a bunch of anticipation for nothing.
a big nothing burger?
Always some kind of letdown, it seems, with when we get presented Globe stuff.
I know he said our mind was going to be blown. I mean, come on, talk about like overhyping.
On the edge of the seat, so excited, and then only to just be left hung dry.
It's like they're advertising Kiss, and you go and you get mini Kiss.
A bunch of dwarfs on stage. Oh, that's hilarious.
They played around here. I never got to see them.
Oh, really?
Oh, you guys are cooked. You guys are cooked now.
Okay, Rob.
Rob's awake.
You guys are cooked now.
Oh, you sent it. Okay, let's see it.
Yep, say your prayers, dude.
All right.
Pack it up, boys. Pack it up.
Who'd you send it to?
He's got perms.
Oh, are you gonna post it? Okay, great. Love it. Let's check it out.
I'd rather do it live, but whatever. I just did it quick.
Post it.
I didn't even review it.
And what are you proving in? And what are you proving in your garage?
The globe. Disproving flat Earth. It's up. Oh man, they only let it be like 7 seconds long. God damn, you guys got loosen up the reins a little bit. Damn.
Okay, so I'm very disappointed.
My video was like my video was like a minute long though.
Bro, are you serious, bro?
Bro, come on, bro. Like, are you trying to say?
Why, Rob?
Come on,
you only
dude.
let me upload 7 seconds video, dude. It was like a minute long.
Okay, so Rob Noxious, do you understand that if you were standing in the center of your cup, that you wouldn't be able to see the flat where the rim of a cup or the top of it touches the earth in your paradigm? You realize you wouldn't be able to see that if you were on a globe. Do you understand that?
Not at that scale, but at our scale, it's just I can use a straw. So like if I used a clear straw, that would represent the horizon.
Yeah, scale doesn't matter if there are no flat surfaces on a sphere, Rob.
There is, yeah, if you're on the sphere, no, listen, if you're on the sphere, it's flat. You know what I'm saying? We're looking at it, we can see the sphere, you know what I'm saying? But when you're on it, you're small enough to be on it.
Pure disappointment.
If I zoomed on this globe, it would look flat. You know what I'm saying? If I had a P1000, whatever, P900.
Rob Noxious, no one said or denied that you can't draw or put circles on a ball. Or
it's not a circle, it's flat.
No. It's a circle. It's the rim of a cup. So you don't. Oh my God! So you don't understand what is a surface.
A circle onto a circle, making it flat, proving it's a sphere. Proving it's a sphere.
We are talking about a flat surface. We are not talking about a circle. As circles, you can put any circle on a ball. That's not a problem because
that just proves the sphere is flat.
It's just a contour of
the sphere is flat. The sphere is flat. Don't you understand that?
But there are no flat surfaces on a sphere, Rob.
Yes, there is. Wherever you gotta open up your mind, man.
Surface of a ball.
Rob Noxious.
Okay.
Underneath your cup, it's still curved.
Can I say something?
But then I pose this question: if that's true, then how come a flat cup top can go under a curved surface?
Can I tell you
on the curved surface, it's actually flat relative to the position of the fucking place.